Soll ich drauf gehen? Nee. No, no. Eh? There, if you want. Hydration is important.
It is indeed. Hey, everybody.
Good morning.
Maybe, maybe y'all could pack in a tad. Y'all on the outside? I know I'm an outsider, too. I'm usually on one of the two sides.
And this is a friendly crowd, too. So.
Yeah, we like each other here. We like each other here.
We do, indeed. So, good morning and welcome, everybody. Happy to see so many faces here, again on site, even though we're getting started a bit earlier. Welcome also to the people joining us from home again for the second day of the Ad Filtering Dev Summit 2023. And yeah, I'd like to get a quick check-in here with you. How did you like yesterday? Woo, nice, thank you. Walking dinner was also nice, right? Yeah, that was pretty good. If I'd summarize it, like the day was obviously interesting with all the talks and presentations, but also last night was amazing. All in all, there was laughing, dancing, singing, falling in love. Mm-hmm. And maybe that was just me. Anyways.
No, it happened. It happened. I was there. I saw it.
You think it's you, huh? No.
My wife accompanied me on this trip, so it was definitely not me.
Yeah, but today promises to be more of the same. This much I can promise. And yeah, we have a few key themes to be looking forward to. So we'll be talking more about sustainability and governmental policy and how this affects tech, privacy. Ever heard of privacy? And copyright claims. Ben, say, have you ever been pursued for copyright infringement at all?
Yes, many times.
Many times?
Yes. You wouldn't believe it, but I made this site called ChatGPP, and for some reason, people are after me for that. I also developed a product called AdBlock Plus-1, and for some reason, there are two companies after me on that.
I don't get what could possibly be wrong with that.
Yeah, there was a phone manufacturer is one of them, and the other one is this company, Ario. I don't know if anyone's heard of them. They have this AdBlock Plus product. They think it's similar. I don't know.
I don't see any resemblance.
Yeah.
So, IO, and those are going after you?
Yeah, well, and there's actually a lawyer who's going to present later today, I heard, who works for IO. He's going to be talking about copyright infringement. So...
Ben, sorry to interrupt you here, but you said lawyer, right? I watched all the seasons of Suits, and I know sometimes it's better not to know things, and it's also time to feed my cat, actually. So I will let you do your thing and see you later.
Go with that, go with that. I'll fight the plaintiffs or aggressors, as you will, by myself. But yeah, y'all, in all seriousness, we've got a great show lined up for you today. In addition to what Caroline mentioned, we've got some panels on browsers. We also have some panels on more tech things. I think we're going to get into Chrome a little later on today. But leading the way today, we're going to go with sustainability. And actually a person who was one of the first people I spoke to about sustainability when, she actually helped me kind of get smart on this whole topic when ad tech was trying to do as much. much. Claire Gleeson-Landry is the commercial lead for Goodloop. Goodloop is an advertising agency, but a very different type of advertising agency. They take an ethical approach to it, and they do that in lots of ways. Making ads more sustainable is one of those very ways. So just a little point of order, Claire is going to present a 15-minute sort of like lightning talk. After that, she's going to be joined on the stage by others. I'm just going to let you all introduce yourselves instead of jumping back on between you and the panel. So without further ado, Claire, please tell us about sustainability.
Just to manage expectations, it's only a 5-minute lightning talk, otherwise it would be a full storm. My name is Claire Gleeson-Landry. I'm Head of Investment and Sustainable Media at Goodloop. If you haven't heard of us, we basically make it easy and profitable for brands to do good at scale. We do this in a couple of ways. We do this through formats, we do this through audiences, and we do this through data. And when I say data, it's very general, but one of the ways we do that is measuring carbon from digital advertising campaigns. The internet is on par with the airline industry in terms of the carbon emissions it generates every single year. A typical campaign emits around about 5.4 tons of CO2 equivalent every single time it goes live. A pretty average campaign of, say, 5 million, 6 million impressions is going to be generating 5 tons of CO2. That's extraordinary. And to contextualize that a little bit more for you, that's around about half of what a UK household makes every year. So millions of impressions are live every single day, buzzing through the very complicated ecosystem that we've built over the past 10 to 12 years with programmatic advertising. So let's face it, it's a pretty big problem, but it's not one that we can see. And as I said, it's on par with the airline industry. 10, 15 years ago, everyone was really heralding the internet as being like, it's all right, guys, we're not printing newspapers anymore, we're not cutting down trees, we're just serving everything on the internet. And obviously, the huge amount of computational power required to get a campaign across the internet uses energy, and energy creates carbon. So, so back to Goodloop. Hang on, that's gone too far. Yeah, sorry. But one of the things that we try to do is help make it really, really easy for brands to measure the carbon output of their campaigns. There are a number of companies that do this. Scope 3, who I think you'll be hearing from later on, Impact Plus, Sadara, Doconomy. There are quite a few in this space. We are one of them. And we're part of a movement within our industry that's really gathered pace over the past year or so. And we're helping brands and agencies, and others are helping publishers to really understand the impact that their businesses are having on the environment beyond just their Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, which are usually associated with their buildings, factories, supply chains, etc. So we focus on the Scope 3 emissions. So they're all the downstream emissions that are caused by buying advertising. And over the past 18 months, we've helped over 100 brands measure over 2 billion impressions. It's now 2.6 billion impressions. Something that we didn't really realize was going to happen. We just sort of had a bit of an idea, and then it went a bit potty. So we've been working with loads and loads of brands to measure. Measuring's great. It's really good to get a pretty good baseline for where you're at now. But measuring's kind of the easy part. And brands need to do more than just measuring. They need to measure, they need to declare, they need to set targets for reduction, then they need to measure again, and then they need to set new targets, and they need to keep on reducing and reducing. So a lot of brands have, they've gone, it's okay, we've measured, it's all good. But also a lot of brands know they have a problem, but they haven't even started setting targets for reduction yet. So there's a bit of a disconnect between what brands say they're going to do and what brands are actually doing. And so what we're trying to do is help them reduce. Measurement is just step one on this journey in reduction. So we help them we've built some tools to help them reduce. One of them is a domain filter. So this isn't a prescription site list, right? This isn't like, hey, these are the top 25 least carbon intensive publishers out there. We work with agency site lists. We've actually anonymized them here just to save their blushes. But basically what this does is it analyzes a campaign while it's live on the site list that that campaign is running on. And then the user of this tool can start setting incremental targets. So I want to reduce by 5% this month. And what this does is populates a block list and an allow list. And those get downloaded and popped into the DSP. And then brands and agencies can start optimizing towards those low carbon emitting websites without compromising reach or anything like that. So that's one solution. One client used this, I'm going to run out of time slightly. One client used this and was able to reduce the emissions of their campaign by 18% just by removing 10 publisher sites. Had no impact on their reach whatsoever. And with the release of our new pithily titled creative optimization tool, we're massive fans of Say What You See at Goodloop. We have an ad format that literally is called This Ad Does Good. We're providing users of all of our green ad tech tools that they need to radically transform the complete supply chain of their digital advertising, starting with their creative. Right now, sometimes we get sent ad creatives that will have 4 full font file types embedded, only using 12 letters of 4 files. It's absolutely mad. So this solution enables us to analyze the creative and then supply optimized assets so that they can be rebuilt and done better, so that what you're putting into the programmatic ecosystem is a lot lighter and therefore uses less data to take it across the internet. We worked with one brand. We were able to deliver 41% average reduction in carbon, which is awesome, all just by filtering their publishers and improving their creatives. This brand is mega. We're really, really proud. We've won quite a few awards with them. And in total, there was absolutely no discerning difference in the output of their campaign. It didn't affect the cost, and it didn't affect the performance, and the creatives, you could not tell that there'd been any changes. So, we basically really want to just reiterate that sustainability also really sells. Brands are going to sell more stuff. People really care. Staff really care. If you are recruiting new people into your organization, they are going to care about what you're doing for the planet. US consumers say that a sustainable lifestyle is important to them. Despite the cost of living crisis, 2/3 of UK consumers say they are happy to pay more for sustainable products. And there's a 39% uplift available for consumers exposed to full sustainability campaigns. So in terms of purchase intent, etc. So it's good. I'm going to wrap up. This is not just about being good for the planet, right? It's very lofty to expect businesses to just want to be good for the planet. What does that mean? We want to also deliver good for business as well. So when it comes to running advertising campaigns and using this kind of technology, you save money on your ad serving because you are running lighter creatives. You improve your latency, you improve your viewability. You also fund good quality publishers on the internet, if the users don't have an ad filter. But ultimately, this is all about improvements and those marginal gains that you can make at every step within a campaign's life cycle. So that's what we do at Goodloop. It's one of the things we do. We also have some awesome formats. We also have some awesome audiences. If you want to learn more, give me a shout. Let's be done. And now I'm going to sit down.
I get to be in the middle?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
All right. The hot seat.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Terry Taouss. I am the president of the Acceptable Ads Committee, and I am joined on stage today. You've met Claire already from Goodloop. Also with me, I have Leigh Freund from the Network Advertising Initiative. And the NAI is a industry trade group that develops self-regulatory standards for online advertising, and Leigh has a wealth of experience in privacy advertising and public policy, so we're going to have a great panel discussion today. We also were going to have Justin Wohl join us, but due to the unpredictableness of air travel, he didn't make it. So if you're here just to see Justin, please send your hate mail to Delta Airlines. It's not our fault. But with that said, Justin will be participating, and fingers crossed, the technology will hold up, but we should have his thoughts on some of the discussions today. So let's dive right into it.
Absolutely.
Leah, we heard about Good Loop to start, but let's talk a little bit about, I mean, this is obviously a very important issue. It's something that is gaining much traction in our industry. The NAI has historically focused on issues like privacy. Mm-hmm. Can you talk a little bit about why sustainability is becoming important to your mandate?
Yeah, so hi everybody. Thanks for joining us for the second day. It's nice to see so many friendly faces. I would say, the NAI isn't focused specifically on sustainability, but our companies are really interested in it. And I think there are a lot of lessons that we can learn from the privacy journey. I'll talk a little bit more about it in more detail later today. But we're at a very interesting inflection point. You've heard a lot of information from Claire. Carbon, output is really, we're starting to be able to measure it. We're starting to understand the impact that we have. And I think as companies try to increase data protection and privacy as a result of trying to comply with all of the laws that are out there, we're facing a really interesting dynamic, and I'll talk about this with my discussion with Matthias later, but it both can help sustainability goals if we're doing privacy responsible things with our data and our advertising, can also hinder it. There's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that takes a lot of energy and a lot of storage and a lot of data processing power. So we're focused on helping our companies understand that inflection point, and we're also really keen to help those who would like to instill better sustainability in ad tech companies figure out how to do that. It's been very hard to get companies, as a lot of you know, to adopt strong privacy standards without regulation, and we're at the same place with sustainability, I feel like. So does self-regulation help? Do we need actual regulation, or how do we compel this good behavior from companies? And I think a lot of it starts with advertisers, but I'll stop there for now.
No, that's great. We'll dive into that a little bit more. We're going to do our first, tech challenge. We're going to pipe in Justin, who's going to tell us a little bit about, from the publisher's viewpoint, his thoughts on why sustainability is such an important topic for our industry.
Hello to everybody at IO's Ad Filtering Dev Summit. My name is Justin Wohl, and I'm the Chief Revenue Officer of Salon.com, Snopes.com, and TVTropes.org. Hello to Terry, and hello to the rest of my panelists. I'm really sorry I couldn't be with you in person today. In the context of our ongoing climate emergency, it's critical that action be taken up and down the supply chain for the advertising industry to be more sustainable overall. As a news publisher, we have a responsibility to our audience to practice what we preach. Through our lens and commentary on politics and culture, climate change is a frequently visited topic. Selecting the right technologies for the delivery of our content and for our advertising business is how we can do our part to reduce our carbon footprint and our emissions overall.
All right, thank you, Justin. We've talked a little bit about why sustainability is important, and Claire, Good Loop has, as Ben mentioned earlier, has been at the forefront of sustainability as it relates to advertising and digital media. And even from my own experience, you're one of the first companies that I spoke to in the space. Can you, and you talked a little bit about what Good Loop is doing in terms of offerings to clients, but can you talk a little bit about, as an industry, what are some of the things that advertisers and brands can and should be doing as it relates to their advertising and specifically digital media advertising?
Sure. I think there's probably a misconception that you have to be like a B Corp to be able to play in this space, right? Or you have to, you have to be extra special. I mean, Good Loop is a B Corp. We were the world's first ad tech platform to become such. And the good thing about being a B Corp, and it's really hard to do, but it forces you to prioritize purpose and profit. So the two things live alongside each other as an organization. So we were always doing this. We were always just like, oh, we should probably measure all these video campaigns that we're, managing on behalf of other brands. And I think that there's been a real shift, right, in the past couple of years. People know there is a problem. some people didn't know. You don't know what you don't know, right? Hopefully I've sort of opened your eyes to some of the things earlier, just a moment ago. But there are some brands that are really, really good at being, on the forefront of this. Brands like Volvo. Volvo have done incredible things. They now only sell rechargeable vehicles. Say about, lithium batteries, but aside from that, they're selling rechargeable vehicles and battery-powered vehicles. But what they're also doing, and I don't know if you know this, they built a man-made coral reef in Sydney Harbour, all made out of ocean plastic and things like this. They built this as part of an advertising campaign. It's like, why are they doing that? I'll tell you why. They reintroduced 81 species back into Sydney Harbour. And Sydney Harbour, if you've been there, that's got massive cruise liners going through it all day, every day, doing their little dance. And what they've done with us is they've used our green media technology to measure the emissions of their campaign, and then they've also funded coral reef restoration at the same time. So they're winning awards, they're getting in everyone's faces, everyone knows, they're like, oh yeah, I'll probably buy a Volvo, but they're also giving back. And I think it's a really clever way for brands to take the sort of their purpose, their corporate purpose that usually exists on the CSR pages of their website, and no one really engages with it. But it's a really good way to bring that to the foreground and leverage that because, as I said earlier, consumers care.
Yeah.
They in the absence of genuine political motivation towards doing things about the planet, and Jesus Christ, I apologise for everything that's going on in the UK right now, but we're arguing about bins and stuff like that instead of like the real problems. But
speed limits.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Don't get me started. That's a whole other panel. But in the absence of real political sort of impetus around these things, people turn to brands. We saw that in the pandemic. There was so much going on, and then cue to all the adverts on TV with black and white, someone playing a piano, very somber, unprecedented times, and all that. But a lot of brands really stepped up, and they built equity whilst doing that. So I think there are some really brave brands. Nature Valley is another one. They're all about get out and enjoy the wonderfulness of our planet. But if you need a cereal, you need to eat your breakfast first. So take a cereal bar. That cereal bar, they've open sourced the packaging so that it's completely sustainable, but also they're working with us to fund forest restoration, and they've restored like 10,000 kilometers of track, like wild hikes in the US, that weirdly starts to reintroduce buffaloes and stuff like that. So it's all quite tangential, but it actually comes back to them demonstrating their values. So there's some really exciting things. The problem can be fear of backlash. People are very quick to tweet or X or whatever you do nowadays. I don't know, who knows, to voice their displeasure. But so there are some really brave brands, but you don't have to be a sustainability brand to be able to play in this space.
Right.
To me, it's good practice.
Right.
Just in the same way as you probably prioritize, you should be prioritizing viewability, ad fraud, low ad fraud, really good quality brand suitability metrics. You should also be prioritizing carbon in the same way. It's another KPI to sort of a hygiene factor to measure the success of your campaign.
Well, the industry hopefully is heading in that direction, especially with the work that you guys are doing over at Goodloop. Actually, it's a good segue because Justin is going to tell us now how Salon.com is working to enhance sustainability of digital advertising that's served on their own properties. So we're going to go to Justin.
Programmatic advertising is the lifeblood of our website's revenue stream. It's not inherently an efficient technology, though. For many, many years now, publishers have been told to maximize bid density in order to maximize demand for their advertising inventory. That often means sending multiple requests for the same impression opportunity to the buy side. But it wasn't until the last few years that the concept of QPS was ever even known on the publishing side of the industry. QPS is queries per second, and it means how many requests a DSP can actually listen to or process. And what we learned is that we're sending so many requests that some of them are being thrown out. Essentially, we created so much bid density, so many requests, that not all of them could even be listened to. That should be our first sign as an industry that what we were doing was inefficient. We were creating requests that were never even being sent along to the buyers. This is our point as an industry, to take a look at the levers that we have control over and to pull them back. We don't need to be sending more requests than are ever even being considered.
It's a really, really good point. And I would, as the privacy person on the panel, I would make the point that reducing bid density and understanding where your requests are going and who's reacting to them is also a privacy preserving technology. So when we talk about sustainability, I like to think about it as holistic sustainability. We should be building a sustainable industry that does better for consumers, better for the environment, and I think all of those things, there's levers that you can push that actually help all of those things at the same time.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, I didn't mean to jump in, but
no,
that was
that's a great point. And just as an aside, someone who's been in ad tech for a while, QPS is a made-up term to sell consulting services. So
yes.
It didn't really exist for any reason other than consultants.
Made up.
Yeah.
Imagine we would make something up.
That's a great point. How from a privacy perspective, and I know there's a lot of people here that are interested in the privacy aspect of what we're discussing. But sustainability has that flip side, which is that the same goals that we're pursuing from a sustainability perspective also have that privacy implication. Claire, with respect to some of the projects that you've worked on with clients, has that come up? Are they separating the concept of sustainability and privacy, or is it more of a holistic, let's do good and?
Yeah, I think the reasons why people engage with Good Loop is because they want to it's sort of like something to action, something to activate. And we've got formats, we've got all these other different things that we can do, and we can help them with that. Privacy less so, but definitely sort of reputation enhancing, doing what they say they're going to do, that kind of thing is what people tend to come to us about. I think consumers more and more of the internet, if they want to consume a free internet, right, they do expect a sort of element of transaction in terms of their attention. But I think it's really what we try and do is the advertising solutions that we do, for example, they're completely opt-in. It's completely like it's your choice if you want to watch it. But when you do, you're going to get a reward. We're going to fund a charity on your behalf, etc. So there's a sort of tacit understanding that consumers know that their eyeballs are worth something, but at what cost, right? Unless you want to just have real trash on the internet.
Right.
So good quality advertising should be funding good quality content on the internet, and the solution that we have, the domain filtering tool, allows you to completely eradicate MFAs, for example. So those really trashy, awful, doesn't do anything for the brand or for your mind when you're consuming it, content, which, you'll get bombarded by 25 adverts and you're like, where's the content? I don't know. Get rid of those. Don't need those.
Yeah, although I will say,
wasteful.
Advertisers buy them because people click on ads in those sites, right? And so what you have to do is completely change the, no, I agree, but it completely you have to change the conversation.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not about clicks. Maybe it's a different form of engagement that you're measuring, because at the moment, MFA sites exist because people buy them.
Yeah.
Because they work based on certain metrics.
Because
I agree.
Can't find the content.
No, they're clicking all over to try to find the content, but advertisers are seeing, whatever the metric is that they're measuring. So
I wonder
think
what
you've
the
got
carbon
a really
cost of that click is.
Outrageous,
right?
I'm sure.
I think we're going to find out later. I think Brian's going to tell us about it. But it's a great point, because also from the perspective of the user, made for advertising sites are made for advertisers, not for users. So it is a terrible user experience. And even though it might be optimizing towards some advertiser metric, at the end of the day, in the long term, it's not what users want.
Yeah.
And why we're here at the Ad Filtering Dev Summit is a big part of that. So, okay, we're going to, before we do this, Leigh, I wanted to ask you, in terms of privacy and sustainability, how can focusing on both of those strengthen the advertising industry? So not specific brands, but the industry in general, the relationship with consumers and society at large.
Yeah, so, one thing that I always like to say, and that I tell our companies all the time, without people that want to see and buy things that are seen on advertisements, you have no business. So people have to come first. And I don't like to call them users or consumers. That depersonalizes it. We have to talk about people and what people want. And so I think we have to start there from both a privacy standpoint and a sustainability standpoint. I'll note that we represent a lot of ad tech companies, which in some circles are known as third-party companies, and therefore they're evil. But what we really want to focus on is what is the consumer experience? If you take away third-party cookies, which we all are taking away, and we take away any opportunity for intermediaries to connect with users, and Google and Meta continue to target your ads, and Amazon, the big ones, who have first-party data, continue to target ads in the same way, the user experience doesn't change, right? You still feel like there's creepy ads that follow you around, and ad filtering, therefore, is really one of the only solutions for folks that don't want to do that. So you have to change that conversation, and I think that there are a few key things that you can do to help both sustainability and privacy. You can use less data. As Justin mentioned, don't put out as many bids. Think about your partners and your vendors and have a finite, smaller list of those. I don't think in today's world that damages your potential profitability. Don't keep data for very long, and we can talk about that later in my session.
Right.
I talk about how what's the average purchase funnel and how long you keep data. When I was at AOL, I remember engineers saying to me, "Well, why do I ever need to delete data?
Right.
I want to keep this because there might be a purpose for it later." Well, we've got to get rid of that concept and think about what do we need the data for? Only use it for that purpose. We can't take in geolocation data for an advertisement because we want a Starbucks coupon or whatever area we're close to, and then go ahead and resell that to a government who might be looking for Starbucks next to abortion clinics in the United States, for example, which is a very big. While we're apologizing for governments, may I do that on our behalf as well. So there's lots of things that we can, very simple data strategies that we can employ that I think help both privacy and sustainability.
Of course, because there is a carbon cost of storing all that data and
100%.
without a purpose. Let's go to Justin. He's going to give us his thoughts from a publisher's perspective.
The publishing community has a chance to develop and strengthen the relationship that we have with our readers by speaking to both their privacy concerns and their sustainability concerns at the same time. So first and foremost, by selecting direct-only channels and knowing the buyer for every ad impression that we sell, we are able to better ensure the privacy of our readership by telling them that their data is only going to certain known places. Inherently, the more requests that we send out, the more parties that are involved in completing an advertising transaction, the more potential data leakage and spread there is for our user. When we introduce resellers and multiple hops for user data, we can't necessarily have the same confidence that we know what's happening. We're beyond the days of fans revving up when a website takes a long time to load on your laptop. But that is still very much the case. The more data that has to be transacted, the slower the load will be for the website. And in a day when users are looking for things to be faster and faster and faster, we can speak to this loading speed problem by cleaning up our ad stacks as publishers.
I'm ex-publisher. I worked at The Guardian for 9 years before I went to work at Goodloop. And the race to the bottom was just extraordinary. Like when I first started working there, we would, £1 million weeks, like revenue coming out of our ears. We were constantly selling out because we did everything direct. And inventory was reserved for months in advance, and it was bloody awesome. And then the open marketplace came along, and we sort of became hooked on it. It became like that, that shortfall, like, oh God, yeah, horrendous. And then we were in this sort of fight between direct revenues and programmatic revenues, and that push-pull constantly, and agencies going, why would I commit to you at $20 CPM when I can just buy it through the back door for 2 pence? And that sort of we had a huge amount of SSPs onboarded at The Guardian. I spoke to the Financial Times a couple of weeks ago. They only have one, and they trade all of their inventory direct. They've maintained their yields. They've maintained their CPMs completely. They're still really, really profitable. They haven't, they have a paywall, and there's that understanding between their users that they get that editorial, they pay for it, but they're also going to be served some advertising, but not too much.
Right.
Whereas at The Guardian, we always had this sort of fewer, better strategy, right? Less ads on the page, less clutter, really beautifully designed, polite loading that happened just in time. But then again, we had to hit targets. Then we introduced ad refresh. Ad refresh is so frustrating. You just got this sort of blinker going on every 30 seconds. You're trying to concentrate on a really good in-depth article. You're giving your time, and then you've just got this, like, I don't know if you ever have this, but I get the, you look at a weird color and it starts to do things. It just becomes really, really frustrating. But we were forced to do that because people wanted everything cheap. And you buy cheap, buy twice. It's frustrating.
Yeah, I would make 2 points alongside Claire's point. One is direct buys work really well for The Guardian and for some of Justin's sites.
Yeah.
They don't work so well for the long tail, which is why programmatic advertising was created to begin with. And so, so there has to be a push-pull there, I think, although I understand the frustration coming from AOL in the days when AOL was a walled garden. The other point that I'll make is ad load. You mentioned ad load and ad refresh, and we often make the point in privacy, although we really think that there is a path forward for privacy-responsible, data-driven advertising. If you take the data away, I think a lot of folks, especially the FTC in the United States, seem to be really grasping onto contextual advertising as like, oh, you can do all of this, just don't use data. Just put golf ads on ESPN and put, whatever, which again works for larger contextual publishers, but not necessarily for the long tail, because how many knitting ads are there to appear on Joe's knitting.com? I don't know, that's maybe a bad example. But if you take the data-driven insights away, the amount of ads that you have to put on a page in order to make the same amount of money is outrageous.
Right.
And you're going to have the bad experience that Claire's talking about. So there's a balance, as with everything.
Because CPMs will go through the floor if that is the case. At least studies have shown that
CPMs will go through the floor, but also your user, you're back to people, right? The people will
Publishers
will
still
not,
need to have the same revenue coming in to support their operations.
Yeah, and if you want to have a sort of equitable internet, you have to give revenue to those smaller voices. If you want to ensure that you're investing in DE&I, for example, you want to make sure that you're not just putting everything with those publisher powerhouses, and making sure that you're funding a diversity of voice as well on the internet.
And at the Acceptable Ads Committee, a big focus of ours is balancing that value exchange between the stakeholders, between what the users want, but also what the publishers and advertisers need to have a free, open web. We've seen a lot of traction in sustainability over the last year, more so than I was personally expecting, but we haven't yet reached that tipping point. This is for both of you. What do you think is one of the major barriers that are preventing brands or agencies from going all in on sustainability?
I think there's a slight misconception that it costs more. Everyone's like, oh, I don't want to pay for that. It's another tech tax, right? But ultimately what it does is help you deliver more efficient campaigns so you save money elsewhere. So, save money on your ad serving fees, for example, because you're running lighter creatives. Awesome. Stop funding trash and start, funding good things. You're going to get better brand resonance for more, intent to purchase, more, all those kind of trust factors, those brand metrics and marketing metrics that, agencies are ultimately designed to provide. But the other, as I said earlier, the other problem is a fear of getting things wrong. It's, off topic, but no one wants a repeat of Bud Light, right? And, which, that's a whole other, again, another panel.
Right.
But I think there's a real fear about getting it wrong, and also people not wanting to, they're waiting for the guidance, and they're waiting for standards to come in, and waiting for political insistence on it. And that's coming. California have just passed a bill. If you're making over $1 billion, you have to start, publishing your Scope 3 emissions and do something about it. It's also coming in the EU as well. There's all sorts there's loads and loads and loads happening. And then the self-regulating bit is really interesting. There are so many people signed up within the industry to organizations like AdNet Zero, and the IAB are doing loads and loads of work in this space. So there's a lot of impetus and there's a lot of collaboration, and there's, in America, everyone's calling it pre-competitive. It's absolutely not. Everyone's competing. I think it's a lofty, yeah.
I've never heard that.
I know, right? And everyone was like, all the agencies are like, we're really pre-competitive about this. And they're all like, but it's good. It's healthy, and what it does is it prompts more innovation and more pushing, and anything that's going to keep this at the foreground, because this isn't going to go away. It's not like, you know, when viewability came along and, you know, Group M said one thing and IAB said another thing, and then everyone was like, oh, we've done it now. That's just the way. This problem isn't going away.
Right.
Just because we get it to 2030 and we're like, hey, look, the internet decarbonized it. It's still a problem, and so it has to be factored into every single element of a business. So yeah, misconceptions of price and fear of getting things wrong.
Yeah, I'll add two more.
Yeah.
Scale. I think, you know, it's great that Nature Valley and Volvo are looking at, you know, are leading the way on sustainability. I think for companies that are business partners of big brands, they're not going to do it unless the big brand tells them to do it, and the big brand isn't going to do it unless their biggest competitor is doing it. So it's a vicious cycle, and so I think scale, and once that tipping point starts, I think you'll see scale, you'll see adoption much more rapidly. The second thing that I'll add, and again, coming from the privacy perspective, is resources. So, you know, I'm not sure if I'm a company that's using third-party cookies and maybe hasn't really paid attention to the regulations and now has to scramble not only with compliance with a myriad of state laws, but also with figuring out my strategy and my technology and employing smart engineers like those in this room. They don't have time to think about sustainability, right? And so unless it becomes, you know, unless the floods in the streets of New York are compelling people to do something different, you know, if my company won't survive the privacy challenges, why do I have to worry about sustainability? That's a next year problem or a next quarter problem. And so I think there's a real resource. It's different people that work on those issues, but it's all, you know, it's all interrelated, and it's really hard. And I think companies are overwhelmed and struggling. Yeah. So I would add those two factors to, you know, to why we're not further along.
Yeah, great point. We're going to hear, Justin's going to tell us his viewpoint from the publisher's perspective. So let's go to that.
Ultimately, so much of our industry has moved to cloud hosting that we have an opportunity to seek standardization and measurement in our emissions from those hosts themselves. Be it AWS, Azure, NetApp, what have you. We have a chance to look to our hosts to be able to tell us what the emissions are resulting from all of our server activity.
Yeah, standardization, I think, is one very important aspect that we're going to have to get the industry aligned with. And I know that AdNet Zero is working on it. The IAB is working on it. There's a lot of groups where the Acceptable Ads Committee is conducting a user research on the need for standards. So a lot of good work happening in the space. We've got a little bit of time left. I want to keep some time for Q&A, but we also have a video that we're going to play in just a second. But before we do that, any last comments for either of you before?
Oh God, save the whales. No, I just can't help but think that there's an opportunity here and there's momentum here and there's enough passionate people within the industry. As I said earlier, there's a massive movement of organizations, and you know, we're collaborating, we talk, we know one another, we see each other at the same breakfast. There's so much, but it can't just stay within our pool of like, oh yeah, you're right, hello, we're at a sustainability thing again. It needs to tip over into the mainstream, and it needs to sort of imbue itself across every element of an organization. And I think it's really, really important that we identify people that within our organizations who are able to sort of push it, and so that it becomes the mainstay for how businesses do well. So I really hope that that passion, but also that the recognition of the necessity of it, really starts to come through in the next year or so, because we really don't have time.
Right.
as evidenced by those floods in New York.
Yeah.
Leigh?
Yeah, I really, I think Claire's right that we're at a very important inflection point, and I think, people like Claire and people like Brian from Scope 3 spreading the word and beyond our echo chamber is a really important thing. And I also think, the impetus is on the advertisers, right? Because if the advertisers force it, everyone in the data flow below it will do it, all the way down to ad tech and measurement providers, et cetera. So and more to come from me. So I'm going to stop talking.
Looking forward to that. We've got a video. Actually, speaking of ad tech, we've got a video from Brian O'Kelly, who is one of, I guess you could call him one of the godfathers of ad tech. He was, very instrumental in bringing the programmatic industry to fruition. He's now with Scope 3, and he's got a video that we're going to play as it relates to sustainability. And in the meantime, if you've got any questions, we'll open up for a Q&A right afterwards.
I'm Brian O'Kelly, CEO and co-founder of Scope 3. About 2 years ago, I started Scope 3 with a pretty big mission to decarbonize the media and advertising industry. Now, that's a big task. But really, if you break it down into its basic pieces, it's not that hard. You've got ads that fund content. Those ads are going through some complex or simple process to be matched with a user. And if you add up all of the carbon in those processes, you can kind of figure out where the problem is. And when I first did this analysis 2 years ago on a scratch piece of paper, I think the numbers really basically boil down to things you'd probably guess. What's the ad load? How many ads are on a given piece of content? And what kind of creatives run on that content? And what technology is used to choose which ads are served? Those are the three big factors. If you can have fewer ads, and you can have lighter creative, and you can have less technology used to select the creative, you have a much more sustainable internet. Now, some of those things might impact revenue. And so the big challenge for us is we don't want to impact reach or performance for advertisers. We want to make sure that publishers still make a ton of money, and we want the user experience to be excellent. The idea that you could actually improve user experience without harming publisher revenue, and you could have a major impact on the environment, that's a pretty big deal. Because I realized that this is the only way to fundamentally change the way the internet works. We can tweak things. We can make creatives a little bit lighter. We can get rid of programmatic intermediaries. We can do a lot of little stuff. But fundamentally, the relationship between advertisers, publishers, and people is at the heart of the internet. And the more we can optimize that, the more we can deliver fewer, better ads or more high-impact content that doesn't come with this huge sustainability cost or user experience cost or all the other ad problems we've seen, privacy and everything else, we've kind of found the holy grail. So I think that's what I want everyone to be thinking about is, can we kind of square the circle here? What can we do to continue to improve users' experience of the internet while we also make the internet greener and more profitable and more effective for advertisers? That's what I think about every single day. I know it's something that all of you think about every day, and I would just encourage you to continue to make this not a trade-off, but something that's a holistic way of thinking about how we monetize and how we experience the internet as we know and love it. So if you're interested in learning more about Scope 3, of course, we have a website you can check out. Just for fun, there's a new feature that we released yesterday, which is that, and you can do this for free. If you go to our website and you type in any domain, you'll see some baseline sustainability score. So it'll say, hey, New York Times is green. It'll say some other website is yellow because it's a little bit higher carbon. We added a feature. If you click advanced on the side, you can actually expand and it will say, view this through a particular seller. And if you go in there and you type block through, what you'll notice is that it significantly lowers the climate impact. Because we're properly modeling the impact, the positive impact is better not just for your pocketbook, but for your planet. Thanks for everything you do.
All right. Ben, do we have time for?
We've got a few minutes. Yeah, we can kind of take our time.
All right.
So, wow, quick on the draw there, buddy. Go for it.
Oh my God, I've never seen this before.
It's a catch box. We invented it yesterday.
Is it on?
I don't know. It was a bad invention. We're sending that back to the shop.
Sorry.
If we got to go with
Checked.
a particular mic, I can run around with it. That's fine. Yeah.
A bummer. It was so much
Oh,
fun.
so
Yesterday
much
we were
fun.
throwing it back and forth.
Yeah, don't throw the
They'll
mic.
get it working later.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, Claire, I thought the dashboard you showed where you can kind of select how sustainable of a platform you're choosing to work with is. And I think Brian was showing something similar. I was curious if you could share more details on how you're getting that kind of data and
Sure.
if you make that available for other purposes potentially.
Yes, so Good Loop's product, basically, when we first started it, because we wanted to capture the creative, the supply path, the energy used in the supply path, and the publisher, basically the easiest way for us to do it, to get going, was to build just generate a pixel. And we kind of called it, it's like a viewability pixel, but for the planet. And everyone was like, what? But basically, when subscribers to our solution, they basically come along, upload their creative. We weigh that in the back end. So we have a tool that weighs that asset and understands all the different layers to it, whether it be the image, the font files, the CNDs, CDN, I always get confused. And we understand the total weight of that asset. And then the pixel also monitors the data transfer of that campaign through the whole ecosystem, and then we have a crawler that understands publishers, basically. And what we do is we load that publisher up on a sort of test page. This all happens in seconds. And we understand the total amount of ad slots within that page and how many SSPs that they have on their site. And so we're able to take those 3 buckets of data and pull that through. So that's what's displayed in the dashboard. That's a lot of boring data. And so what we decided to do was try to make it as user-friendly as possible. And I don't know if you noticed earlier, but there was a rotation. You can convert, 6 tons of CO2 is the equivalent roughly of like 5.5 long-haul flights. It's probably about 26,000 kettles boiled. So we wanted to turn it into sort of real-world examples because, as you say, the user at the end who's just like, I've just got to optimize a campaign to this like stupid viewability score and click-throughs. And if someone's watching it, are they clicking on it? Who knows? I don't know. And then they're like, oh, and I've also got to factor carbon into this. This is all too much. So that's how we capture it. But we also have an API that we can provide ad tech platforms and advertisers for their own in-house sort of, and agencies for their own in-house reporting as well. So we can work with them in 2 ways.
Cool, thank you.
Pleasure.
Questions? Got one here in the front. Maybe we'll do an assist here. Whoa.
This is so exciting.
There we go.
Thank you. Yeah, so I have a question. It's actually so loud. So there are many players in the whole industry, and there are many companies evolving now, doing alternative targeting ways, and it's like every year if we see this landscape, there are more and more companies. It's also not sustainable to have that many companies. But whose position do you think is stronger now to be able for the industry to reach sustainability adopted faster? Is it brands or vendors? Who can do that faster to demand the rest of the industry to be caring about it?
Yeah, I guess it's about choice, right? Like vendors have got to create solutions in the first place that are good, but advertisers need to demand it. And advertisers need to be brave, but they're not going to until there's a method within which they can do it and enact their strategy. So I think it's an element of both. For publishers, I think good quality publishers are going to be completely on board with this, right? They're completely like, yeah, this makes total sense. And, I obviously ex-Guardian. They've been talking about the climate crisis since like 1870, really going on about it for a really long time, and finally people are listening. But so I think it's about demand, as always, but again, supply of good quality products, and that proliferation of companies that are using the data that's been made available through Scope 3, through Good Loop, et cetera, they're ultimately prepping themselves for when that demand comes along. And right now is the experimental stage. So it's like learn again. Oh, that didn't work this time. There was too much friction on getting this sorted. How can we make this easier, et cetera, et cetera. So right now I'm kind of like, I don't think I could get any more busy, but I'm ready for when everyone's clear on how we do this, because it's so nascent, but also climate science is changing constantly, and new peer-reviewed papers are coming out all the time that we have to like wade through to figure out that, are we doing the right thing? Is our language correct around all of this? But ultimately, as you said, it's about, well, I think it's people first, consumers of the products, but also people within organizations, within those advertisers, within those brands demanding it. But as I said, you don't have to be a brand that sells sustainable things in order to prioritize sustainability within your advertising, and it should just be the new normal. That's my really lofty ambition. Just like make it really boring almost, so that everyone just does it. But yeah, I think it's an element of the two.
Yeah, I agree. I think, I like the expression you use, which is advertisers and ad tech need to be brave. You've got to, in order to get the scale and adoption that is required to make any difference at all, you need to have scale. And so I think it's a two-way street. I think you're right. Advertisers, ad tech companies aren't going to do anything unless they have to.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, anybody is.
It takes a lot of work,
right? It's because of the development involved. So I think advertisers have to demand it, but I think ad tech companies and vendors also need to be brave in experimenting and thinking of ways of technologies and tools that can help advertisers be brave.
Yeah,
so I think it's
both.
It's both.
And what we're trying to do is work with those brands like General Mills, who are using our domain filter, to go up to publishers and say, guys, you've really got to improve this. Like, otherwise, and we don't want to defund publishers, absolutely not. We want to drive more revenue to the good quality ones, the ones that are putting good quality climate journalism rather than climate misinformation out into the ether. We want to be able to drive good levels of revenue towards the publishers that do care, and reward them as such, so that they can continue funding it. Because block lists, let's face it, flood, that's on a block list. And pandemics, that's on a block list. Yeah. Everything like that, all the main things that are caused by the climate crisis, floods, fires, famine,
generally blocked,
are always blocked. And so there's a disincentive for publishers to invest their money getting their journalists to create this kind of editorial if they're not even going to be able to monetize it, because the verification partners are like, no, even though the engagement is so high. Like, news brands really struggle, and news brands are like the best in terms of building brands and people spending time, and that quality and that discernment and that choice. They're choosing to go onto that publisher's website. That's their brand. That's their news source. Reuters, Bloomberg. This is where I go. I have the most trust in this. So of course I'm implicitly going to trust the advertising that's on it if it's good quality and it doesn't follow me around the internet, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's everyone really. It's everyone's responsibility. We can't keep on thinking, well, and the Spider-Man meme of everyone pointing at each other. This is not sustainable, genuinely. So, I would hope that, everyone recognises that, the demand is completely essential, and that everyone needs to sort of contribute something and bring something to the table to help.
I think we can do one more. I know our clock reads
so,
zero.
You've got
here,
me. I've really
we
hit my cruise.
No. I mean, you even got we got into brand safety issues there. We were at the nexus of another panel.
I know, yeah.
But let's do one more. And I know, despite the clock there, we're actually running 10 minutes late, so we have a few. We're all good.
Hey, Claire, you mentioned asset optimization supported in your platform, and there were a few mentions to ad formats during the panel, but have there been like any actual conversations about reduction of presence of video ads? Because that's also
It's really
not just
hard, yeah.
considered unsustainable, but also very intrusive from the, or very annoying from the part of the users.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it, video? Because everyone, you know, a few years ago when everyone was going, it's year of the mobile, look, we can do vertical video. And everyone was like, Jesus Christ, is that it? Look, I work at Goodloop. We're a video-first solution, but what we do, as I said earlier on, is we incentivize people to watch them and not hit that tempting skip button, right? Like, it's choice. We only run in premium pre-roll slots. There's not that much inventory. There's usually a frequency cap of how many can run before you get to your meaty content, and most good quality publishers are gonna, you know, have a limit on, you know, if the bit of content is less than a minute long, they're not going to put a 30-second pre-roll on it. Like, good quality ones know what they're doing. I guess, yeah, with regular display assets, there are so many layers that can be optimized within it. So you can build one better from the ground up, whereas with video, it's really, really hard. And then we have to think about how much data is required and how much energy is required to compress those assets as well. So we're not there yet. We haven't got a solution in that respect. But then there is like, there's you know, you've got companies like Seen This who are, you know, creating streaming technology so that, you know, asset isn't downloaded to the device, it's just streamed, it's cut up and it's streamed. So there are architectural solutions that are coming along, but again, it takes experimentation and it takes time, and I guess it's a challenge to the people in this room, like, how do we fix video? Come on. Maybe we'll do a workshop later. But yeah, it's a difficult one. It's hard. They are intrusive. For me, I'd rather see it in a pre-roll slot up where I expect to see it rather than one that pops up and stays there for the whole time and gives you a false sense of security in terms of it having performed well. Same with Outstream, really intrusive, and then it carries on playing or the sound's on, et cetera, et cetera. I think a good quality publisher will always have it sound off. You know, if they care about their user experience, sound off, thank you. You know, don't scream at me while I'm, you know, trying to read a intense article. But yeah, it is a problem, and it's one that, you know, we do need to fix, and also uses a huge amount of data.
Yeah, and I would say that's where the Acceptable Ads Committee can come in creating standards that make those ads less intrusive. You know, and I think there's some room for creativity, right? My son and I were watching something the other day, and it was there were ads and video ads embedded within the program that we were watching, but the ads were a story. So the first short ad was a video that started, and it was like, wow, it just stopped in the middle of that ad, but it was purposeful. And then the next time there was a commercial, it told the next.
Cliffhangers.
It's the woman who sends her husband out to get the right kind of makeup, right, which we all know is a disaster waiting to happen. But he eventually found the right, he found the right one, but it was a story that told that journey, and I think that's creative, and it's, you know, and it didn't feel intrusive. It felt, oh, I want to kind of figure out if the guy got it right.
Yeah.
So there's creativity, but I also think standards, you know, no video on, no pop-ups. You know, there's lots of ways that we can build standards around that.
Yeah, and Brian talked about the holy grail, which is, you know, a great user experience, privacy protected and sustainable. And that's, you know, luckily it seems like all of those are coalescing in the same direction. You know, but the things that are good for a user experience are also good for privacy and sustainability. We just kind of gotta get the industry to move in that direction.
I think there are also lessons that you can learn from social here, right? They're the masters of doing short form video, absolutely awesome, and still getting an advertising message across in a really, 7 seconds? Does a creative need to be 30 seconds long? No. Like, we're not at the cinema. We're not expecting a cinematic experience. We're seeing it on something that's the size of a credit card if you're watching it on desktop. It doesn't need to be 30 seconds long. Could you do this? You know, that's a challenge to creative agencies. Can you get the same message across with 10 seconds or 20 seconds, or even less? Like, you do it for social, why wouldn't you do it for desktop, especially when everyone's so time poor, but people are becoming a lot more conscious of, you know, data. And everything like that. So there are some lessons that can be learnt there and applied. We still treat everything like it's completely different. It's not the same.
And sorry
Yeah.
to the men who happen to know what brand and color their
I mean, that was the first thing I was
didn't mean
going
to
say.
offend anybody by saying that was a disaster.
I bought my
In my
wife-
case, it would have been a disaster.
I bought my wife makeup this morning, and you know, she may be here later, so you can be the judge.
Nice.
But yeah, that is it. Fascinating panel. Leigh, Claire, Terry, and Justin, if you can hear us, thank you so much. Let's hear it for our panel, everybody.
Cheers.
Thank you so much.
Up next, we have Lisette Meij. Lisette is a privacy expert with over a decade of experience, who is currently the data protection officer at Pivot Pro. There she helps the company apply best data protection principles and benefit from a privacy-first approach. Lisette, you're going to be talking today about the new EU-US data privacy framework. It's, I mean, you know, bring us into it already. Like, why can't me, as I'm an American, I want to send my data to America, but I live in the US or in the EU, so that should be easy, right?
It should be easy. Yeah. I'm not sure if my microphone. Yeah,
There you
it's
go.
on now. Yeah, I agree. It should be easy.
Yeah.
But I don't make the laws, so if I would make it easy for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, tell us why it's hard, why it might be easier in the future, and why
Yeah.
right now it's kind of working.
I will. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's hear it for Lisette.
Well, thank you. It will be less tech related and more law, and I understand that not everybody likes the law as much as I do. Try to keep it as interesting as possible, but I totally understand if sometimes you drift off a bit, but I try to keep you close with me. With the short introduction we just had, I'm going to talk about the new EU-US data privacy framework. I'm guessing you already heard about it. Maybe you heard about Privacy Shield 2.0 or the TADPF or the framework or the privacy framework. It's all the same. I'm going to tell a bit more about what it is, what solution it should offer and doesn't really offer, what I think the future will be, and also give you a small lesson in history. So I hope that after my presentation, if you have any discussions in the future about this subject, you know what the real discussion is about and what the real risks are, and maybe what we're heading for in the future. But a short introduction about myself. We just had the introduction. I'm the data protection officer at Pivot Pro. We offer a privacy-proof analytics solution, and like you said, I'm also a privacy lawyer, which is super fun in this time because it's going all places and everything changes almost by the day or by the week or by the month, so you have to keep up to date. Where did it all begin? Because to understand what happened and what needs to happen, I need to take you back to the start. I won't start at the true beginning, but at oral law. So it's a small lesson in history and privacy, and I hope you don't end up like SpongeBob here in his chair. Here in the EU, we have the General Data Protection Regulation. It's a privacy law, and like the name reveals itself, it's a regulation. And a regulation means that it's directly applicable to all EU member states. So sometimes you have a directive, and then we have a set of rules, and we say to the EU member states, you can take these rules and make your own law of it. Where the regulations that's different, then we have a set of rules and we say you translate it to your own language. So sometimes people here in the Netherlands say, oh, I have to comply with the, we call it the AVG and with the GDPR. That's not true. The GDPR is just a translation of the AVG, but it might be a bit confusing. With the GDPR, that's our privacy law, and it protects personal data. It actually says you're not allowed to process personal data unless the GDPR says you can do so. And what is personal data? From our perspective, an IP address is personal data, or online unique identifiers personal data. So this term is super broad. So sometimes we say, I don't know if his name is Frank or whatever, I'll only have this unique identifier. But since we just stick it to an unknown person, we still have to see it as personal data. And that's done purposely because we have more technical solutions to follow people, even if we don't know exactly who it is. We can identify the same person again and again, and if that's the case, the GDPR applies. Well, we have a few basic rules, such as we have to be transparent about what we do. I heard purpose limitation in the last panel. These are all basic rules that are set by the GDPR. But we also have one other important rule. And as the EU, we think we don't want personal data from EU data subjects. So they don't have to be based in the EU, but just move around in the EU. We don't want the data from these personal data from these data subjects to leave the EU to a third country where the level of data protection is less than we want from the member states in the GDPR. So we say when it goes to a third country and when it leaves the European Union, we want it to be just as good as protected as here in the EU, or even better, but less is no option. And to do so, we have some solutions in the GDPR, and one of them is, maybe you heard of it, we call it standard contractual clauses. It's a standard contract adopted by the European Commission. If you work together with a party outside of the EU, you can close that contract. You're not allowed to change it, the contract itself, and then it's all good, because the party outside of the EU basically promises to comply with the GDPR. Another solution is a so-called adequacy decision. And with an adequacy decision, the European Commission basically says, I think this third country is all good, and I will make an adequacy decision for it, saying that when the data leaves to that specific third country, we say that the level of data protection is ensured and guaranteed and adequate. So, what did we do for the US? Probably you already know what will be next, but we made an adequacy decision. And it's nothing new, because a small lesson of history, I said, I would take you back to the beginning of a never-ending story, back to the year 2000. We now have the GDPR. We have it since 2018, and the whole world was upside down when the GDPR became applicable. What's going to happen to us? So many privacy rules, everything is going to change. Can we still do what we're doing? Well, basically, we already had a European privacy law that was almost the same as the GDPR. We had a lot of same rules, and the rules about the data leaving the EU to a third country that had to ensure the same level of protection. We've had it since 1999. So there's nothing new. So we needed something back in the time, in 2000, because back then we also wanted to work with companies based in the US. So we made something and we called it Safe Harbor, the Safe Harbor program. And this program said if a company based in the US self-certifies itself and says it will comply with the Safe Harbor program, a company in the EU can transfer data to that company in the US. And that's what happened. And that's when Max Schrems came along. And maybe you've heard of his name. He's a privacy activist and a privacy lawyer. And he said, well, Facebook is self-certified under the Safe Harbor program, but it sends my data to the US. And I'm pretty sure in the US, they also have some national laws saying that the US government can access my data as a non-US person. And I don't think that complies with our privacy law. So what did he do? He made a complaint. He sent it to his data protection authority in Ireland. And they didn't really do anything about it because Facebook is big, and what's the Irish DPA going to do about that? So Max wasn't happy, and he said, well, in that case, I'm going to the Court of Justice of the European Union, and I'll just make a case from it, and you better fix it. That's what happened. The Court of Justice said, well, Max, you're right. The Safe Harbor program, it's good, but a US company is in a bit of a hard position. Because if you have to say, I'm going to comply with the EU law, but at the same time you have to comply with the national US laws, and they don't match with each other, how are they going to do that? So the Safe Harbor program, we will invalidate it, and it ends right here. But then there was a real panic, because how can we use US services as an EU organization if there's no legal basis to do so? So we needed something new. And the European Commission knew there was a need to make something new, because in no way there's going to be an option that the EU won't work together with the US companies anymore. We're super dependent on it. There's a big vendor lock-in, not only for commercial organizations, but think about the EU government. Think about Microsoft, Google, Amazon. So they thought of the Privacy Shield. Privacy Shield program, it's great for organizations because back then, no more insecurity. They had something they could base the data transfer on again. If an organization was self-certified by the Privacy Shield program and it said, I will comply with the rules in the Privacy Shield, it will be all good. But Max still wasn't happy because Privacy Shield didn't really make a solution for all the problems that were there with Safe Harbor. So he did the same as he did in the beginning. He went to the Irish Data Protection Authority, he made a complaint with Facebook, and he went to the Court of Justice again. And again, they said, hi Max, nice to see you again. I'm sorry, but you're right, so we have to invalidate the Privacy Shield. Okay, so that took him 4 years, from the Privacy Shield to the end of it. In the meantime, we needed something, and in the beginning I said super shortly, we not only have an adequacy decision, but also, for example, a standard contract you can use. And luckily, we still had the standard contractual clauses for us, so we could still use US services and have a legal basis. There was something new added to it, basically saying, if you're going to use a US provider, you have to make sure that you do an individual check with every provider if there are any risks. So we just give more work to organizations, more actually just point at the organizations, you make sure you fix it, that the US organization treats your data right, even though we all think that on a legal basis it's not possible. So it's a super weird situation. So we need something new, and here it is. We call it the Transatlantic Data Privacy Framework, and it's basically the same as Privacy Shield and Safe Harbor. But we need something, so just let's make something new and just look at what the issues are, see what we can fix on a quick note, because it was pretty quick between Privacy Shield, and then see how long it lasts. That's the feeling I get here. So I'm not sure how long it will last. We saw with the Safe Harbor and the Privacy Shield 4 years, 3 years, and I'm going to show what's happening right now already on the legal basis and court cases considering the framework. But first, I want to tell you more, a bit background information. What are the issues? Why is it a problem? So it's called the Transatlantic Data Privacy Framework Program. And it's a program, again, a self-certification program. Organizations can join it. And if they do so, they comply with not only the EU, but also the UK and the Swiss law, saying that when data is transferred to the US, but also from the US to the EU, everything is all good. It's an adequacy decision, so you don't have the standard contractual clauses you have to use. Sometimes it's a bit confusing, but you don't need the framework and the SCCs. And it's basically amazing because for the organizations, it gives a legal basis again to transfer data. But what's the real issue? I said in the beginning, we have the GDPR and the US national laws. And they have the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, Section 702. And it basically states that the US government can use intelligence surveillance for non-US persons, so non-national US persons, without a warrant. And that doesn't really match with the GDPR we have. I'm not stating that here in the EU, our governments are doing fine. I can say that a few years ago, the Netherlands was #1 in listening to telephone conversations. So I'm not saying we're doing everything better, but it's hard to say you comply with the GDPR when you also have a US national law that tells you to do something different. So the US government can ask, for example, Google or Facebook, give me access to the data because I want to see it. And Max said, since 2000, basically, we have the same problems. And they tried to fix it. I'm going to tell you a bit more about how they fixed it, or not, and what's happening. But basically, since 2000, we have the problem with the, or since Safe Harbor, we have the problem with the Foreign Intelligence Services Act. And it hasn't the act hasn't been, really been changed even after the invalidation of the different programs. So every time we just add something in the text or say we will do something different, but there's no real solution to something. So we keep on going through the same circle again because the US national laws aren't changed that much that we in the EU think it's good enough. And this is really important with the last framework we had because the Foreign Intelligence Services Act would end this year, 2023, but it has a sunset clause, so they can decide to renew it again and keep it there again. And if we didn't agree on the framework right now, we could push a little bit to say, well, if you're going to renew it, you have to reform it to make sure we can transfer data on a good basis. But now we have a framework, there's no real need to reform it because this framework will probably last for 3 years, 4 years, and after that, well, we have to start all over again. So I think this one is, I don't want to call it funny because it's not a funny situation, but we say you can't just access data from people. We have a definition saying that you can only use the data that's necessary. So what they did for the executive order that the US made for this program is that we added the word proportionate. That's great, because when something is proportionate, it means you can't just ask for access to the data and do whatever you like. But the problem with this word proportionate is that the EU and the US didn't agree on the meaning of the word proportionate. So I can just add the word proportionate, and if I think it's proportionate, I'm saying proportionate a lot right now, I can just do whatever I want because I feel like it's proportionate. We didn't make a specific definition for it. So just adding a word doesn't solve the solution if we didn't make a definition saying what it means and if it matches with the word proportionate that we have from our privacy law. Another issue is judicial redress, which basically means that as a non-US citizen, we don't have the option to go to court in the US if we feel like our privacy rights have been infringed. And here in the EU, we can go to court if we think our privacy authority doesn't do enough, or if we feel like an organization has breached our rights. But I can't go to America and say to Google, well, you breached my rights, because I don't have that option. And that was a problem with Safe Harbor, but also with Privacy Shield. So with Safe Harbor, they tried to fix it to put the ombudsperson in the middle, but it still wasn't a solution to go to court. So what they did is they split the ombudsperson, they called it the Civil Liberties Protection Officer, and they also call it apart a court. But it's not really a court. So still, you can say you can go to court, but we just called it court, and it's not really court. And if you do so, you have to send a complaint to your European Data Protection Authority saying, I feel like they breached my fundamental privacy rights, this company in the US, and our privacy authority has to go to the US and say, well, you're breaching their rights. And then you get a standard answer, and I put it in italics. It's actually saying, without confirming or denying that the complainant was subject to the United States signal intelligence activity, so we're basically saying, we're not saying anything, we can't really tell you anything. So it's just all for giving us the feeling that it's solved, while we don't have a real solution. That makes me say, is a third time, is it a charm? If you look at what's happening right now, you can see on the, for me, it's the left. It's Philippe Latombe, and what he did, so it's not Max Schrems. What Philippe did is, there's an option in the EU that within 2 months after publication of new legislation, such as this framework, you have the opportunity to go to court, to the Court of Justice, and ask for annulment of the legislation. So what Philippe did, he said, I know Max Schrems is going to fight this again. And what will happen is that organizations will be in some kind of insecurity for 2 years or 3 years. Then they have to get legal help to fix this problem again, because the organizations basically are the victims, and not only the EU organizations, but also the US organizations. So let's just cut it out, let's just ask for annulment, let's just stop it right now when we still have time. And sit with each other and find a real solution, because this isn't working. I'm not sure if he will succeed, because if you ask for an annulment, you need to have just call it personal interest. And as an individual, you don't really, we've seen that before, that they say you don't really have it in this case, but maybe because third time would be a charm, they look at it differently. If they don't, Max Schrems already said there will be a Schrems 3, because it's basically a copy of what they did before, and if I succeeded 2 times, I will so the 3rd time. And what would it mean for us? What would it mean for the organizations? If it is invalidated, we have to wait for the European data protection authorities to enforce the decision. So it doesn't mean that there will be fines if you work together with the US organization. That's not the case, because the authorities have to enforce it. What we've seen with the Privacy Shield and the standard contractual clauses is that they didn't really enforce it in the EU. So maybe you heard that Max Schrems, with his organization None of Your Business, NOYB, he sent 101 complaints about the use of Google Analytics, because Google sent data to the US, the IP address, and he sent it to 32 DPAs, and only 12 of them actually came into action. So that shows how little need they feel to do something about it. And from all the 73 cases, there were 13 in Austria, and there was only 1 fine in Sweden. So for enforcement in the EU, it's not really there. So if you look at it from a realistic point, this isn't about to fix something that should be a legal solution. This is about politics. We need the EU and the US to work together, so we just make a framework, agree on it, wait until it's invalidated again, and do the same thing over and over again. But the real victims here are the organizations, because every time a program is invalidated, you need legal help to get new contract signed. You have all the discussions with your clients. Oh my God, you use an organization in the US? Is data stored with Amazon? Oh no, I don't want to use your service because that's super creepy. Well, basically, we're just saying that it's possible that the US government has access to the data. I don't think they will be interested in all the data. And also, look at what sometimes our own governments do. So why can't we just get a real solution, stop with the discussion, and think about what's really important? So how do we actually handle privacy? What do we actually do with transparency? What kind of data do we collect? Instead of just saying, we have a problem, all your organizations, you need all the legal stuff to be fixed, unless you can't work together. Well, there isn't really anything to be fixed, because individual organizations won't be the one to fix this. And also, Max Schrems said 101 complaints about Google Analytics. It's not just about Google Analytics. It's about all the US service providers we use to send data to. And also, it's no solution to use a US service provider with, for example, hosting solutions in the EU, because the Foreign Intelligence Services Act sees on access to the data when someone has a mother company in the US. So also, all these kind of constructions and solutions don't offer a real solution. So to end it, what I hope it means, and from a lawyer perspective, I don't think it's fun to every time a program is invalidated to help and have this discussion over and over again. So I really, really hope for a real solution for all of us. And I think there are 2 solutions. One is that the US will actually change its national laws, and the other solution is the European Union just to accept the risk that they have national laws that give the opportunity for the US government to access the data. It will mean no more insecurity for the organizations using it, and no more pointing the finger at them, because they won't be the ones to fix it. And in the meanwhile, if you don't want to have any issues, and you're here based in the EU, I just advise you to have a stress-free life and switch to your European provider that stores the data in the EU, as far as we don't have another solution yet. So I tried to give you all the information in almost 25 minutes. I could talk about this an entire day, so sorry if I talk too fast or I give too much overload of information. I see almost 2.5 minutes for questions, if there are any.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, thank you. I think we absolutely have time for 2 or 3 questions. There are hand raises just right here already.
Thank you. That was fantastic. Very clear. I have a question. So there is a pattern there. So there is a new regulation, then MAX appears, and then it's cancelled and new. So why is it? Why the process is like that? Like, can they build it, send for review to MAX, and then publish?
They could, but they wouldn't want to, because then there won't be a program in such a short time. And also MAX is, of course, a lawmaker. So what happens is that the European Commission sets up the framework to work together with the US. And if MAX would appear while making the framework, and MAX did comment on it because they posted a flyer, I think it was March 2022, and they said, oh, we agreed on something, and MAX said, what did you agree on? They didn't tell, of course, yet, but if they would do so, they would have a problem, because he would want the real issue to be solved, and that's no quick fix.
No, but so why aren't they interested in solving issues? Because that's like stretching the problem, and everyone is suffering.
Yeah.
So why does it exist like that?
I don't think I have a really good answer to it, but like I said, I do think this is more a politics question than it is a legal question. So if you would go for the 2 solutions I offered, so accept the risk as the European Union or change the US national laws, I don't think the US will do it. And at the same time, I don't think the EU wants to accept the risk. And if they would do so, we would also have to change our laws. And if you look at how long it took for the GDPR, I think it was about 4 or 6 years probably, you see that solution takes way longer than just pushing a framework, and we can work all together happily for 3 or 4 years again and then just do it over. I know it doesn't make any sense, I agree, but I think this is the way they think. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, it doesn't make sense.
I think, Maciej, you also had a question? What can you do?
Hey. So I'm not really good with data privacy, and I don't know anything almost about that, and especially in legal perspective. But you actually told everything so clear. So I have one question that was bothering me for quite a long time, and here's just a question. So if I have a solution that is working only in US, and it is collecting privacy data, and there is one person from who's a citizen in Europe who came into US for a trip and actually used my solution. According to the current regulation, what should I do next as a owner of a US solution?
So you have a US solution, it's based in the US, and then you have an EU citizen going for a trip to the US using your solution. You don't have to worry, because you have, when it comes to the GDPR, and that is way back to the basis, it also looks at what is your focus group? So if you offer your solution only in the US, you can't help it that someone travels for a short visit from the EU to the US. You have a US solution, so don't worry about it. They look at things, for example, the currency you offer on your website, or the languages, or the payment model. Do you need a US address for it? So if by accident an EU citizen goes to the US, and it's also, you don't have to worry about it, and the focus of the GDPR is also not the EU citizens, but the people moving around in the EU. So data collected from data subjects in the EU, so you don't even have to be an EU citizen for that. But if by accident an EU user uses your solution in the US, don't just forget everything I just told you. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we can take one more. You two gentlemen decide who takes it.
Just make sure you throw it carefully. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So I had the impression that the only real source of incompatibility is this Intelligence Act. So do I understand correctly that if Americans could be convinced that Europeans are people too and have a right to privacy, this wouldn't be a problem and everything would be fine?
Yeah, that's true. And if you could convince them that the US government doesn't have because they will feel like they also have to protect now I'm going to look from a US perspective. They have to protect their country and their people, so they feel like they have the right to infringe or rights doing so. So yes, it's a part of the visa, so the US Act that says they can use intelligence services, but also about the solutions we have as a non-US person to go to court, for example, and say that what they do is wrong. So when they would change that, that will be a solution, yeah. But if you could convince them, you would make me a really happy person.
Okay, I think now we have to call this the end of this session. Thank you, Lisette. This was interesting. There's only one more presentation prior to coffee break, so if you have further questions here, yeah, go talk with a coffee in the hand. Thank you, Lisette. Yeah, and that said, we have one last presentation before our break called Beyond Effective Extensions, Automated Testing of SDKs. And I have actually a lovely colleague joining me for this presentation. Her name is Agnieszka. I practiced it so many times. Czyzewska. Okay, please come to the stage. Yeah, she's really passionate about automations, and I think you will be telling us all about it, yeah. Right? Okay, then take it away.
Thank you.
And yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Agnieszka. If you want to talk with me later, you can call me Aga. You don't need to practice my name and surname. And today, I want to talk about automated testing in SDK. 3 years ago, when I joined IO as a person responsible for the quality of the engine that is behind the web extension, I thought that I will be bored at work because the team had fully automated pipeline, good coverage of the tests, and I thought that it will be only a matter of adding few more tests, and that will be all. After those 3 years, I can tell you that I was far away from the truth, and this session will be about lessons I've learned, ideas I had to drop, and challenges I had and my team had while automating the tests and maintaining the good and effective tests that are for the solution that is empowering web extension for the ad filtering. So this session will be divided into 3 chapters, which I feel are the base of the good automation pipeline. And it doesn't matter if you are working on the browser SDK, if you are working on the SDK that is empowering the extension. It can be also backend and frontend automation. So first one will be about what kind of tests should we perform, and here I will indeed focus mostly on the SDK. Then we will talk about protecting the environment, and as a third part will be the most crucial question I have: how fast is your feedback loop? And I would like to ask yourself, if you are developing a software, to ask also this question when you are working on the automation. So let's go. When we are thinking about the SDK, we are thinking about the special case of the software that is going to be integrated into the other software. So it's not working standalone usually, it has to be integrated. So that makes it a special case and might be tricky to say what kind of test we should perform. Also, because it's working in a browser API and in browser environment, it's getting even more tricky. So answering this question might be really tough. Partially, we have answer in the testing pyramid. By the book, testing pyramid shows you the levels of the tests, the quantity of the tests that you have, and also how expensive they are in terms of the maintenance and how fast they are in terms of the running them of the pipeline, and also level of the integration. In our team, we modified this testing pyramid. That's why I said this is only partially answering the question. We have different levels on the top because of the integration thing that I've mentioned previously. So now I want to go through each of the stages to show you why we did that and why it looks like this in our team. First one, the base one, are the unit and functional tests, which are common one for I guess, every software development product that we have. I want to mention here that on unit and functional level, if we are treating them in separation, we should consider when we are working with the web browser extension SDK, we should consider that we are mocking external dependencies on unit level on much more narrow, on much more wider scope, meaning that we are also mocking the browser API. We are creating our own APIs to test if the whole small pieces of the software are working. On the functional level, though, we should already use the browser API and use the real test extension for testing, but mock all of the different levels of the communication, like getting the filter lists, telemetry, and all the things that is communicating with our SDK to perform proper functions. Then, next level on our test pyramid were fast tests. Sometimes they are called, sometimes mutation tests, that I will be speaking later on about, are called fast tests, but in our case, fast tests is an invention that we had in a team, and it's a special case for Manifest v3. In Manifest v3, we have service workers that are event-driven and can be suspended anytime browser decides that they are not in use. So we had to come out with an idea how to solve that problem, because if we will do it in functional tests, then we will have to set a lot of timeouts and sleeps waiting for the service worker to stop, and we won't know when it will happen. So we decided to do it programmatically, and we introduced these fast tests that are just suspending service workers programmatically and checking if the functionality works in that case. That's why it's higher level. It's still using the scope of the functional test, but it has this additional mechanism. Then we have integration tests. For most of the QAs, integration tests are like normal things. So why I'm saying that we are doing it differently? It's because of the perspective. Usually, when we are talking about the integration, we are talking about testing the integration between backend and frontend. Here we don't have a backend and frontend. We are kind of backend, but we don't have the team that we can work on to test the integration. So it's really important that if we are releasing SDK or library or module to any other team or any other company, to test it from a bit different perspective, to test if integration is easy to perform for the integrators itself. So asking those four questions is really, really crucial. Is it easy to plug your library? Is it easy to call APIs? Is it possible to build your library outside of the directory of the library? Do you have functional tests for the prerequisites? If you have any scripts that are preparing the data for your SDK, you need to perform functional tests here as well. And if you are doing a breaking change update, you should check the data flow and the update of the process while doing this integration tests. Then we have this next level when we are talking about the normal by-the-book testing pyramid of end-to-end tests, sometimes also called by the QA people integration tests. Sometimes they are mixed, sometimes they are different. It depends on the scope and on the decision of the team. In our team, we also tried to approach integration and end-to-end tests on our side, even though end, meaning the extension, was in the different company and in few different teams. So first approach, when we started to work with this additional pipeline, was to just let integrator tests after the release. And it was handled by the different team. It was tested after the release, and it wasn't efficient. We struggled with a lot of back and forth communication. We had a lot of bugs being reported afterwards. We had to release patches. So we decided to take control over this flow. And we just plugged our library into the extension and tested it automatically, because we still wanted to maintain fully automatic pipelines. We took ABP, and we just took the code that we want to release, we plugged it together, and we tried to test it. And it worked for a month, until we released breaking change. When we released breaking change, tests started to fail. Then we fixed it, and again, there was a change on the AdBlock Plus side, on the pipelines, on the way how they build it. So we had a failing test, and we had to spend another few hours figuring out why they started to fail after some merge requests. And then we also realized that that was the only one integration, and we have multiple integrations. How we will solve the problem of the multiple integrations with all of the products? Will we be maintaining all of those pipelines? So we decided to just drop the idea of end-to-end tests totally. And we introduced two different security checks. We ask ourselves what is the purpose that we need to achieve, and what is the goal that we want to have, and what kind of quality we want to assure with this next level of the tests, because it's after the integration part. And how can we achieve it? And we introduced, again, new invention called compliance tests, which are visual comparison of the screenshots of the pages that are widely used in I/O in different ad filtering solutions. So we already have kind of example of how ad filtering solutions should work with specific filters, and we can just easily test our test extension against that and check if it's working properly. Those are not integration tests because we are using our own test extension, and those are more like telling us that we are compliant with all of the products and we are providing end functionality that is working properly. It doesn't matter how integrators will work with that. Next step that we are currently looking into is contract tests idea. It's new idea if we compare it with integration tests or end-to-end tests. And basically, this is the flow where tests are done against the contract. They are on the unit level or on functional level, depends how team want to set the scope. But the most important thing here is that there is a JSON file, usually sticked to the version of the SDK library backend, if you're working with backend and frontend. And you say there what kind of input values will produce expected output values. And this is the contract between the team working on the backend, called here as a provider. In our case, it's an NPM module or library. And frontend, meaning, in our case, extension. This is very beneficial for both teams because both extension team and team working on the solution can test against the same contract and make sure that they are compatible. And that's kind of pre-integration tests for the end user, meaning integrators, but for our team working on SDK, it's end test that will tell us that we are compliant with the expectations that they will have. Also, that is focusing on the messages that flow between both backend and frontend, while previous one were most like checking the visual outcome of the flow. With that in mind, we could say, okay, our tests are now good enough and we are like out of the work, but that's not all. During those 3 years, we've learned as a team that you should also treat your tests. Doesn't matter, unit, functional, integration, end-to-end tests, you should treat them as a separate product. And you also should check the quality of your product, meaning those tests. So there are 3 questions that also you should consider answering on your automated pipelines to make sure that your tests are good enough and will catch the bug. First one will be, will they catch the bug? That might sound obvious. That's the reason why we are writing the code and why we are writing the code for the tests. But in this case, it's not only about code coverage and catching the functional bug, but it's catching the mistakes done by different developers who doesn't understand why specific value is set in the code. So mutation tests are the tests that are checking if your code if your unit test or functional test will catch the bug if someone will just change some values that are really critical for your code. So they are just running random mutations in the code and then running unit tests and checking if they are working, if the unit tests are catching those kind of bugs. So it's kind of safety check for us. Second one is, do they rely on each other? it's very critical when we are working with the filter list and SDK that is working with the filter list, because we are reusing the same filter list, and sometimes it might happen that we are running the tests that are relying on each other, and when you start to run them on isolation, they will start producing different kind of results. And that's why it's so important to, not on every pipeline, but at least nightly, run that kind of test that is checking if tests in isolation are producing the same result as with all the set. And then there is the third thing. I think this is the most challenging in software development automation of the testing, because when we are testing, it works on our machine, then we push it to the pipeline, and sometimes it works, sometimes it fails, and we don't know if it fails because of the bug or because of the problems with the environment, or maybe because of some random bug because we forgot to set the timeout to be a higher one. So we, in our team, have nightly runs that are running 10 times in a row every kind of tests and checking if the test itself is producing the same result and is passing. If it's not passing and it's failing, then we are starting to reinvestigate what happened the day before to make sure that we are not creating that kind of fragility in our tests, and we are not introducing additional false negatives that might affect end user, or not end user, but us missing the bug if it will appear. The next thing is also related to the problems with the environment not working sometimes, and it's about protecting the environment. And here I have 3 rules, best practices, that I'm trying to stick to, that make my life and my team much more easier, and I recommend also checking if you could also introduce it in your teams. So first one is, if you are testing on a browser, specify what version you support, but also, we were speaking previously about the sustainability. You won't be able to test on all of the browsers. You have to pick the critical ones. So you have to specify and communicate it to your integrators what browsers you tested on, because that makes whole communication with them much more easier and streamlined, because if they will find a bug in a browser that you didn't test, you don't need to debug, look for the logs. You already know that you didn't test it, and maybe it's worth considering to start testing it. Second thing is about sticking to the version. I know that for us, it's very tempting to test on the latest release version of the browser, because that makes us the best compatibility and making sure that we are on the top of the environment. But that leads to a problem that if you are running tests on the latest release and you will merge the merge request, and browser introduce some performance delays or will introduce changes in the API, how would you know that your tests that started to fail are failing because of your code or because of the browser? If you are sticking to the specific version and, for example, nightly runs, check for the updates and run the updates 10 times in a row to make sure that they are not fragile, then you are safe. You can switch to the browser because you are sure that if you have failing tests, they are failing because of your code, not because of the tests that are happening on a different browser. And the third thing is the thing that I've mentioned. If you have testing environment, you should be able to repeat it on the developer's machine, on the QA machine if they are also running the tests. And third thing, you should have the same on the pipelines. Of course, sustainability here is also important, so reduce the scope of the workers that are running the tests, but make sure that you can repeat it, because there is very often a problem of developer running the test on machine and then running it on the pipeline and getting errors, and a lot of back and forth trying to figure out why it doesn't work on the pipeline. So try to make it repeatable through containers, through other solution, through the way to limit the resources and make sure that it's repeatable. And that leads us to the third part that I wanted to talk about, is about how fast is your feedback loop. And this is really important question to ask yourselves, because if your feedback loop is having 100 levels with different checks, checking all of the different angles, and your developers, or if you are a developer, you won't use it because it takes 2 hours to give you feedback, that makes no sense. Because at the end, you will be blindly developing something without testing it. You will, at the end, test it once and be surprised that there are so many issues and bugs and failing tests that it will be really hard to find where it is. So fail fast is a rule that we should all stick to, meaning moving all of the tests as fast and as early as we can in the development. Of course, there are some constraints like building time and all the stuff that we cannot change. But if we could move all of the tests to the moment where the developer wants to check the code, that will reduce the time of the fixing the issues, that will reduce the time of the execution on the pipelines, and won't make us as developers to switch the context between the time when we are waiting for the feedback, we want to do something else, and we are losing the context where we were. So it's really important to allow to fail fast. And there is a rule that your automation should take less than 10 minutes to execute locally for the developer on the environment. And that's why it's so important to stick to this third rule of aiming to have fast feedback early, not only by moving automation to the early stages, to unit functional tests or any other like contract tests, which are faster than end-to-end tests, but also it's important to look for the opportunity to parallelize them, to improve the developer experience. Like maybe we could make one command that developer write npm run, tell me the truth, and waiting 10 minutes, and in 10 minutes, all the pipelines are run through Docker, through Kubernetes, and then we get answer. And this way, we can make much more better software and make this feedback much more faster. And also, here I wanted to mention, even though this presentation is about automated testing, but previously I was working also with the manual teams that were doing manual QA in the work, and I believe that some of us also have manual QAs in the teams. There is a rule of shifting left the manual testing, meaning don't move the test at the end of the development cycle, but try to introduce the manual test as early as you can in the development cycle. Ideally, provide the test cases to the developers before the development starts, so they have additional layer of the expectations, and they can also test themselves manually some of the stuff, making your testing much more faster, and also providing you much more reliable product that you can test, and you can focus more on exploration of the product instead of doing again the same work. With that all, I know that there was a lot of rules, a lot of questions, a lot of informations, so I prepared a few key takeaways that I wish you could take with you back home, back to the work, and maybe try to apply. So first one is let your code fail fast. If it has to fail, let it to fail very fast, very quickly, so we can fix it. Second, question quality of your tests. It's a product. It has to be good quality, and you have to check it. Third, dare to innovate. As I showed you with the testing pyramid, you don't need to follow by the book if it doesn't fit your goal and if it's not working. You have to then innovate and dare to innovate, to introduce new kind of tests that are not written anywhere. And last one, protect your environment to just have peace of mind in terms of testing when you push your code to the pipelines. With that all, thank you very much. I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Aga. I knew you had a lot of experience, but you're really knee-deep in tests and automations there. Questions from the audience for Aga? Oops, there you go. Where's the... Here it comes.
Sorry, you were first, right? Thank you. Thank you for the talk, very inspiring. You mentioned that you are doing the test run like 10 times, and I was wondering how long it takes to do this all the run, and how do you apply this the fail fast principle there?
So these 10 times in a row are run on the nightly pipelines. So we are not running them. The same is with the isolation tests, because they take a lot of time to to conduct. The 10 times takes 1.5 hours, while normal pipeline, full pipeline, takes 18 minutes. But the functional test, the most critical for us, takes 5 minutes. So the pipeline is huge. That's why we are running it on a scheduled job, and it's not affecting developers at all. That's why when we see that the pipeline is failing on the morning, we investigate what introduced it based on the merge request that landed the day before. So when we introduced it, we had to stabilize those 10 times in a row. Now we have base, and now we are running it. And when it's failing, that means that someone broke something day before, or maybe 2 days before, and we have to fix it. And also, as part of this pipeline, we are running those tests on a new version of the browser. And if it's not failing in 10 times, within a few days, then we can upgrade safely to the new version of the browser. So it's not affecting the fail fast rule because it's like outside of that. But sometimes developers, when they are developing new features or new tests, and they are not sure, they can also locally run this test, knowing that it takes 10 times. But that also is including new kind of scripts that we added that allows them to grab the test that they want to run 10 times, like new ones, to make sure that they are not fragile, which takes then, depending on the test, like 20 minutes to half of an hour.
And one more quick one. What are you using? Like, are you using virtual machines to run those, or what are you using for monitoring the, or maybe what tools can you recommend for monitoring the test results? Thank you.
So for the test results, we just check the pipelines. We don't monitor it through anything. Now, we have plans to have some nice-looking test reports, but we didn't get yet there because we are focusing more on building the whole pipeline first and then deciding how to build it. And currently, we are running all of the jobs on GitLab shared runners. We had also, but it's Docker in Docker. So we also can create the same environment locally on our machines. And we are also investigating option to have our own custom runners that will be the same machines that we are running it locally. But now it's like next step that we are checking if we could do it. But on the Docker, we try to also limit the resources to make sure that we are running on the same resources locally and on the pipelines.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can pass the cube to
sure.
over there.
Thank you for the talk. This is really, really exciting to see and really interesting. You mentioned that you don't always want to change the latest version of the browser because then you don't know if your code broke or if the browser caused the breakage. Not that browsers would ever introduce any bugs or anything like that, but
I'm not saying that.
Isn't that also something that you would want to find if your extension doesn't work in the latest version of the browser? Then either that could be something that you have to adapt to new behavior in the browser, or, like I say, not that browser vendors ever have bugs, but that you might want to let the browser vendor know, hey, this isn't working. Maybe you changed something that needs to be fixed. How do you kind of balance that between having the consistency of your tests and making sure that you give browsers as much time to adapt as necessary, you adapt to the newest version as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so basically we are using not the latest released version, but the previous one usually, and we run nightly tests on both versions of the browsers if they are available, on the beta and on the latest release. So we already know in advance what's happening in beta, and sometimes it's failing because it's beta, so it's allowed to fail. We just watch what's happening there. And it's not like browsers are introducing the bugs. It's more like deprecation of the APIs that we are using and we didn't spot on the release notes, or the performance changes. That's the biggest problem. If we limit the resources on Docker because we don't want to make it huge, we want to make our SDK working in specific environment, small environment. So when we are testing with the browser and there are performance changes with specific versions, then we get timeouts on our tests because some API didn't respond properly when we were asking for something. And that's the main reason why we are sticking to the previous version. It happened a few times already on the pipelines that we spot some bugs or something that wasn't working, and we were reporting to the browsers directly. And then we were just hanging on the previous safe version of the browser before waiting for new version to be released with fix. And then we were just skipping to the new version or trying to bypass it if we could, depending on the API possibilities and the situation that we had.
if you can test on even newer versions than beta, so our nightly or canary builds, that gives us more time to fix bugs so that it doesn't hit stable.
Okay.
So I take full responsibility for any bug that's ever been introduced in Chrome, so it's all my fault, you can blame me, but as much time as possible for us to fix them is really valuable for hearing how changes in the browser can affect extensions.
Okay, we'll try to test with Canary. That's a good hint. Thank you.
Perfect. I think I would encourage the other questions to be asked in the coffee break, because we already will shorten it by a little bit. But yeah, Aga's around. Grab a cup of coffee downstairs, and I shall see you back in 17 minutes, 11:30. We continue here, and yeah, have a nice little coffee break. See you later. the area. Am I not? Wow, okay. Hello. Oh, hello. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. Are we good to go? Am I on? I'm not sure. Is it loud? Is it? I only hear myself, right? Okay, so welcome back from the break. I hope everybody had their little shot of caffeine or a little green smoothie or something. Come on in, folks, take your seats because we are moving on with interesting content. So, yeah, and actually I'm excited to have a speaker back that we also had on our filter list maintainers panel yesterday. And his name is HoJeong Go, and he came all the way from Korea to talk here today. And his presentation is titled Anti-adblocks being platformed. And yeah, HoJeong is a software engineer. As you heard yesterday, he's also been contributing to different Korean filter lists. And interestingly, he's also been a civil privacy inspection member of the Korean Personal Information Protection Commission. And yeah, he loves to build things in JavaScript and TypeScript. And I would kindly invite you to the stage. And yeah, I'm curious what we'll be hearing about.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so what I am going to talk about is anti-adblock and the platform characteristics. So many years and days implementing new features solved the many problems in adblocking so far, right? No one cares about how it works or what's under the hood. Most people aren't aware of what's happening under the hood, so it's fine. So it's fine, but we are getting into another era of adblocking because the rise of MV3 or many privacy-related functionality implementation in the browsers. So many efforts and changes for better privacy gave us a better life, but they are taking our rise at the same time. At least I think so. Our representative example is Manatee V3, and it's a lot better in privacy perspective, but compared to, sorry?
You need the clicker if you want to see your slides.
No problem, it's just first slide. So, what I am going to talk about is about our rights. Privacy has like a double direction of the sword, so we need to care about what's going on, and people need to aware what's under the hood in adblocking. So let's just start it. I'm going to start with the current filtering methods. Knowing how adblocker works and knowing how adblocker evolve with the web technology is pretty important. Because as one of people fighting at the front line of adblocking, I really want people to care about what's happening. Let's start with the basic concepts of adblocking. The first one is cosmetic blocking and the dynamic filtering. Cosmetic filtering filters the DOM elements, which are the elements in the DOM. And the dynamic filtering for the filtering networks, requests and responses to filter out the ad resources from the website. they work well for a long time because the software developers tries to keep the code and architecture clean. But as time went on, the web evolved. For a better developer experience, developers started to use build tools on their websites to automate the website's building process, especially in programming. What this caused was deploying a compiled machine-friendly code, which means it's now a lot harder to analyze the website sources. Some websites change the DOM structure in every build, and this caused the breakage problem in ad blocking. Moreover, they included, as in the middle of website resources, it worked as the dynamic filtering cannot change the response body. It's common civet. So to mitigate this, we got scriptless or dynamic script injections. We often use scriptless to hook an API on the browser to interrupt them from the code flow. At the current front line of anti-adblock, we are fighting at the script level. We need a richer function sets and adblocker support to mitigate anti-adblocks. This presentation includes big three parts. We'll see how service operators are moving first. Second, I will show you how I counteracted the anti-adblock code issue. Lastly, I'll deal with the future challenges at the script level. So let's go. Websites are transforming as privacy concerns arise, especially e-commerce websites. We tend to keep minimal tracking in the web surfing, but however, they are migrating the whole service into a mobile application. It's not only because people are using mobile devices more often. What they did was to run away from the ad blockers and web browser limitations. The problem is there's no efficient solution technically. I don't know how many people use the VPN extension from the system-wide ad blockers, but I'm sure they are not the major. Your device processes network request and response twice by running the VPN extension. Imagine putting a translator between two persons talking in the same language. It won't be efficient. Also, there is a DNS level mitigation, but we'll have the same problem in the dynamic filtering again, meaning there is no way to filter out the specific resource efficiently. Are all the platform APIs enough to implement the ad blocking functionality? No, we are still in the barrier of the platform. They tend to keep the balance of functionality and security. But what ad blockers need to do is a lot of focus on the functionality. They need to intercept the network request and ignore some security measures. The things ad blockers do can be risky if someone tries to abuse them. Also, I saw many websites recurring user interaction. This website forces you to open the ad yourself. But what can you do about it? After the website developers find scriptless or counteractable, there's no way to mitigate ads based on the interaction. Are we able to emulate the user interactions like clicking or scrolling? No, not at all. Should we plan to implement them? Not probably. Lastly, websites are adding functional restrictions against ad blocker usage. They're logically simple, but counteracting on our part requires a lot of the thinking. Here are a few examples, few representative examples of the websites that abuse our limitations. NumWiki often causes breakage more than twice a day. They even create a lot of fake DOMs to disrupt the human making the filter. Imagine a placeholder having the same structure with the website content. Also, aagag.com and Miko.kr are directory stop adblocker users. We'll see how aagag counteracted later. Okay. Now we are getting into the second part. I'll show you how tricky it is to counteract an anti-adblock, especially in the case of AdShield. What you are seeing now is the obfuscated source code of Hello World JavaScript code. But we are now going to see that with the AdShield script. Yeah, it is. It's the early version of AdShield source code, and the right side is the one ID obfuscated. So what they are doing? What are they? AdShield is a company developing anti-adblock as a solution. Just like a SaaS or similar things, they are providing anti-adblock as a solution. What makes them competitive compared to other anti-adblocks is having platform characteristics. Instead of providing a single line of script, or script tag, they put a reverse proxy server at the front of the website. It's similar to people streaming the Google Analytics scripts over their own domains and own server. By doing this, they become the first-party provider of the websites and provide another level of anti-adblock compared to competitors. After the application, they embedded the random elements from the website source code in their format and restored them after showing the ads. Now, awesome I am at the time, I tried to reverse engineer the AdShield and find out how AdShield works. Let's start by seeing how compiled JavaScript sources are processed. There are many tools used to develop and distribute the JavaScript source code. Compilers transform the superset language of JavaScript into pure JavaScript, and the Mangler and Bundler remove the unused parts from the source code and restructure to be efficient. After all of this processing, the code cannot be human-friendly. However, what makes JavaScript special is the input and output are in the same format. We can use the same tools to transform the compiled code into human-readable. Compilers assume the types. Manglers remove the useless parts from the code. And Bundler tries to do tree shaking again on the compiled code. We can get the code to have the same function signature by processing the same procedure again. From now on, most JavaScript developers can assume what function they are and see the logic, how it's going. We can get the code to have the same function signature. Okay, I already read it. Also, static obfuscation on the code usually doesn't hide the code flow. It can obfuscate the single function calls, but not the entire code flow. In AdShield, they use a lot of try-catch statements inside. But can static obfuscator optimize these try-catch statements? I don't think so. It defines the new scope and have a special logic inside in try-catch statement. Webpack is also the same case. After studying how Webpack produces the output, I could extract the encryption data from their source code even with regular expression. Now the adaptation process to the user script. First, I prevent almost every API interactions with the website from the issue source, such as removing or adding DOM elements to sending a network request by XHR or fetch. User script automatically falls back into the live server of Azure and tries to find the keys again if there's no valid keys found in the cached version. After doing this work, I wrote a blog post about why Azure won't succeed. It's pretty funny to see they're accepting my feedbacks on my blog post. After a few days, they came up with another architecture. They now have another external script over the server that loads the default scripts to decrypt the embedded key. I expect they try to prevent debugging on the mock script via coarse rules. However, I could see a lot of frustrating materials in the source code after passing the initial check. From the bunch of buffer APIs to unknown sequences of the numbers. There were only numbers, seriously. But by assuming and searching the keywords used in the script on Google and observing the object prototypes, I could find that the prototype was there. The prototype of protobuf. I believe this procedure includes a ton of experience. Most filter maintainers know how to code in JavaScript. However, I want to make things easier, not only for the primary filter maintainers, but also for everyone. I know how to make a tool to automate this procedure efficiently, and I know this tool will improve the general accessibility to the anti-adblock measures for the public. So the next challenging project would be making a generic JavaScript deobfuscator. Hopefully, TypeScript offers its own AST or abstract syntax tree representing the structure of the code itself. I assume this tool can be used widely for source code deobfuscation from the calculating the static values to function signature simplification. I plan to open the project after making a prototype version. Like unwrapping proxy values, or find and remove meaningless loops, find and remove meaningless, it's duplicate there. So basically, it's obfuscating the source code. If you're interested in Azure in way deeper, you can see the source code on the Azure Diffuser repository. It's on there, and it's free to use anyway. Okay, lastly, I'm going to state how optimistic dynamic script injection is. Recently, the front end started to accept the computer science from the backend world. It's way better than just spreading functions on the global scope. However, I need to claim that these changes are making the API hooking worse and worse, and as we need to get into that context. And sometimes, this is not even possible at all. Also, the limited scriptlet arguments are the perfect point for anti-adblock providers to abuse. For example, aagag.com checks the value in strings instead of a Boolean to determine if a user is using an ad blocker. Eventually, this even led to the adblocker update. In Manifest v3, the entire script injection got worse. People found some unofficial ways to inject the scripts and communicate with the injected script. However, it makes injecting the script at the first moment impossible. Everything around adblocking is making barriers in every forms. We are being closed by being integrated with platforms and platform likes. With ad blockers and user scripts without thinking so much. It should be fine, but we need to know barriers are appearing around us at least. It's not wired, even we lose the controls on anti-adblocks today. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And I think we have enough time for, yeah, you know the drill. So you can also just pass it, grab it from the other person, do your thing.
Regarding the V3 stuff, what changes would you want to be made to make V3 work for the Edge Shield diffuser?
Basically, there's no concern so far, but I like to have a dynamic argument in the scriptless. It would be a lot better with that. Also, since anti-adblocks and every actions against the adblockers are showing the platform characteristics, so it is also best to be platform instead. Yeah.
Hi, thanks. This was a fascinating talk. No, really, really interesting, and the work you've done on the deobfuscation is really good. I have a couple of questions. First, could you share the GitHub repository on the Slack server, please? Because I just
open secret.
No, the ad filtering, the Summit Slack server.
That's a secret channel?
There's another one. But I was curious, how long did this research take you? Like,
it took like 3 or 7 days.
Really?
At the initial time, but I got used to it and could reduce into 2 hours or 3 hours.
Like I mean, from learning about AdShield and reverse engineering, you know.
It doesn't take so much because their code flow are simple enough. They just ran the JavaScript obfuscator on it, so it's not that big problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's it.
Yeah, awesome talk. I'm curious if you have any perspective on what might be useful for browser vendors to add that might be helpful for debugging these kind of things, because I personally have spent a lot of time staring at obfuscated JavaScript.
Yeah,
it's not a fun
I
time.
agree. It's not a funny thing. Yeah.
So do you have any ideas on what browser vendors might be able to do to help make that better?
Not yet. I think there are tools like Grida or IDA. I don't know how people call that tools, but browsers are enough with dev tools for now.
Have you used Frida or IDA for
JavaScript?
For JavaScript?
Yeah.
Oh,
I use it.
Interesting. I didn't even know you could do that, but
just to track the function signatures and return values. It's more efficient than browser dev tools.
Makes sense. Cool. Thank you.
Of course.
Hi.
Hi.
Great talk. Are you afraid that AdShield will watch this talk and change everything?
No problem. I already wrote about it in my blog post. They already accept my feedbacks on their scripts. So maybe I am contributing to them in some aspects. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Anything else from anybody?
Thank you then.
Okay, then thank you. Good song? Was it your water? Anyway. I mean, it can stay as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Alrighty, yeah, we're moving on then a little bit earlier, but then we have more time maybe for the next speaker and her questions. We're actually going to touch back base on the topic of sustainability here once more. And thank you. Yeah, the presentation is titled The Role Privacy and Privacy-Enhancing Technologies Can Play in the Digital Advertising Industry's Efforts to Achieve Sustainability. And yeah, for those who are maybe late joiners, we've seen her this morning already. I will be welcoming back Leigh Freund to the stage, who is the CEO and president of the Network Advertising Initiative. And yeah, I'm seeing her over there. She brings a lot of experience because she's worked also for a really long time at AOL, more than a decade actually, as Vice President and Chief Counsel for Global Public Policy. That didn't go off my tongue very easily, sorry for that mishap. Yeah, and I think that also became apparent this morning already. Leigh is a pretty passionate advocate for self-regulation in the digital advertising space, and yeah, she's also involved with the industry organizations called Interactive Advertising Bureau. Anybody heard of that one? Pretty known one, and the Digital Advertising Alliance. And I think there's maybe not much more to be said. Leigh, if there's anything else, you can edit yourself. And yeah, welcome Leigh to the stage, please.
Thank you, Caroline. I appreciate that. Nice to see everybody again. Hello. We are going to do something a little bit different. You've heard some of my comments already this morning, but we'll try to have an interactive conversation. So if you have questions during the session, please just raise your hand. Maybe we'll toss the ball to you, midstream. We don't have slides. This is going to be not a tech-heavy presentation, but what I thought we would explore is explore this concept, the conflict and the synergies between privacy and sustainability. And I'm joined by Matthias Matthiesen. And for those of you who've been in the ad tech industry for a while, is he on? Is he there? Okay. Oh, there he is. I see him. Matthias spent many years with the IAB Europe and was instrumental in helping the IAB Europe to create and implement the transparency and consent framework here in the EU. And he is now the director of privacy at TripleLift. So Matthias, welcome. Happy you're here. Oh, we can't hear you.
Ooh.
Try again.
Hello.
Say hello.
No.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
All right. I said I'm sorry I couldn't make it in person, but this is better than nothing. So I'm glad you'll have me.
Yeah, I said to Matthias, he asked earlier if I would be able to roll him around the stage with me. And I said, I don't think it's that kind of setup, but you know.
With the remote control little robot, that'd be cool.
Exactly, that would be cool.
Now I'm Big Brother, which is maybe also fitting.
Yeah. So today we're going to kind of explore the ad tech industry's privacy journey from kind of voluntary standards, which organizations like the NAI helped put in place, to full-fledged regulation. We'll talk a little bit about the public policy framework, but you heard a lot about that yesterday from Cornelius and from Lartice in the US. And then we're going to talk about the use of data for new uses and the potential effect of the industry's effort to protect privacy on sustainable business practices. And so we'll hope to save some time at the end for questions, but if you have questions as we go through, please feel free to do that as well. So ad tech companies, this has been my life for the last, since 2015, so that's 8 years, facing lots of global compliance challenges on privacy. Obviously, we heard a lot yesterday about the myriad or the onslaught of privacy regulation that has been enacted globally, and especially I come from the US, and so the onslaught of the 14 different state laws that are forcing companies to think about compliance strategies, not just globally, but individually within our own states, has been very difficult. And so you heard a lot about those yesterday, but I'll just give you one example of how companies are challenged to create global compliance management programs in this kind of disconnected regulatory world. So, for example, the United States has a California law. We talked about that yesterday, the California Consumer Privacy Act, and it requires companies to provide an opportunity for consumers to opt out of the sale of their data. We still are struggling to understand what sale means in many aspects. And it similarly requires notice and an opportunity to opt out of the use of a consumer or a person, I like to call them people, sensitive data. But recently we had a law enacted in Washington called the My Health, My Data Act, and that requires companies to obtain consent for the collection and sharing of sensitive data. Not to mention that the two definitions are not the same, right? So one state requires an express notice and an opt-out. The other state, which has a different definition of what sensitive health information, requires you to have opt-in. So companies that are struggling, that really want to use information responsibly are really struggling with how to implement this. And there's 14 different states, and then there's all of the world. So obviously for companies trying to create these global compliance programs, the complexities are huge. So Matthias is responsible at his company for implementing those global compliance programs. So Matthias, you're tasked with understanding these regulations, as we know, distilling them into a compliance program, that minimizes risk, but also, and this is something I think we don't talk a lot about, allows companies to achieve their goals, the goals of showing ads to people in a responsible way. So Matthias, what are your, I don't know, let's just say top 3 challenges in figuring this out? And we'll tie this all into sustainability on the back end.
I think you mentioned the biggest one is the proliferation of requirements, particularly in the US, but not only, like Canada, Quebec, with a regional law that has just taken effect is also obviously something we need to think about. So that's an information problem, gathering all the requirements, figuring out what it is that we need to do, understanding these is not easy because of the sheer scale of the amounts of laws that we need to keep track of. And then figuring out, outside of sort of these, user experience questions and opt-outs and opt-ins, but even just the processes that we need to implement for privacy or data protection impact assessments, for vendor management, for all these various things that are happening under the hood that are not super flashy and cool to talk about, but how to scale those or even create a scalable process in the first place is really difficult if you have all these various laws and you have varying level of understanding about them. And then lastly, I think the market dynamics have changed recently or the last few years, and I think the culture around privacy also is a little bit more challenging. With deprecation of third-party cookies, there are sort of pressures now to consider approaches to continue providing the types of services that this industry has been able to provide to advertisers, and that maybe we wouldn't have found as palatable in the past. And we need to look at these with a new mind as reality changes, and look to achieve, I'd say, at least parity with the controls that have existed in the past, but on newer technology and arguably sometimes more intrusive ways of doing things. I think that's very challenging too.
Yeah, I think that's an important point, and the recognition. And I was thinking about this in the very first session we had yesterday. How helpful it was to understand the things that you have to do in order to take an ad out of a chatbot, right? And then whether or not the information that ends up resulting is the information that the user is looking for. Kind of hard to tell, but it's challenging to think about these new technologies and how we institute rules and laws that don't necessarily keep up with those technologies. I think we're often much faster than the politicians, but our technology develops at a much faster rate. So I think you spoke a lot about all of those things that you have to do, and I think as I mentioned earlier, prioritization of all of these different tasks is going to dictate the order of solutions. And employing kind of smart data strategies is really only the first step in complying with all these requirements. So I think we talked a little bit earlier about understanding the activities and impacts of your business partners, of the technologies you implement, you just mentioned that, Matthias, and industry practices to fully integrate impactful changes to protect consumers. And it's not easy, given how complex our ecosystem is. And ultimately, everything that we do to protect privacy is going to impact our efforts to achieve the sustainability goals that we talked about this morning. Matthias, how are you thinking about and managing kind of the data flows with your business partners? If business partners and downstream data flows are part of the privacy conversation, they're certainly also part of the sustainability conversations. Are we sending and receiving the right signals that properly reflect choice? Can we simplify these systems? And how does that help or hinder our efforts to provide a more sustainable business? That's a lot all in once, sorry.
Yes, but that's fine. So I think over time, the signals that we need and the signals that we're therefore developing are becoming more complex rather than less complex. And I think the amount of, let's say, privacy metadata about that contains information that is relevant for us to make the right decisions is getting more rather than less. So if we just think about like TC strings, that transparency and consent framework signals that we're using a lot in Europe, they contain information about what information has been given to a person accessing a website, what choices may they have exercised, and beyond that, what was the publisher's wish with respect to what each of the companies that has a little signal in there is allowed to do. And so over time, we really started out with something rather simple, and then meeting the needs of publishers and different strategies on how to comply with the law and so on. We've made these initial signals a lot more complex, so they're now sizable, and then we're sending them around billions of times a day, and because they relate to potentially consents that each company processing personal data of somebody needs to be able to demonstrate they had if somebody were to ask. We're storing a lot more data over time too, and now sometimes it can result in less data being shared amongst the industry participants, and therefore less data to be stored by somebody else potentially. Or you maybe see you have a signal you aren't allowed to do a certain thing, and therefore you don't store the data at all. So I think overall, we probably are processing more data in order to comply with privacy regulation, but that is not to say that sometimes it results in less data processing, data storage, and so on, on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point, because when I kind of wrote this proposal and was thinking about the intersection of sustainability and privacy, I was convinced that privacy efforts and sustainability efforts were complementary and compatible. When Matthias and I were kind of preparing for this panel, he suggested quite the opposite. And so in many cases, because of the stuff that Matthias talked about, the storage, the processing, the extra things that we have to keep in order to prove that we've complied with privacy laws, is actually taking up more energy and more, more carbon emissions, more stuff. So I think it's really interesting because there are some things we can do that helps our sustainability goals, but it can also hinder them. And I think that just demonstrates the difficulty of the problem that companies are facing. Companies that really want to do the right thing, and I'm convinced at least companies in my membership are really trying to do the right thing. It's a challenge, and there's in the US we have a term called whack-a-mole. Does anybody know the whack-a-mole game in carnivals, right? So you push down on one thing, but it pops up in a different place. And it's truly a challenge for folks like Matthias and I as we're trying to do these things. So, but I think impactful strategies that are pragmatic and meaningfully contribute to kind of a virtuous cycle that I talked about earlier. There are some, and I'd like to kind of talk through those. Keep collecting and using data indiscriminately. I'm speaking to the choir here, but it's just no longer sustainable. It's not sustainable from a privacy perspective, but it's also not sustainable from an environmental perspective. And so we have to change. So one thing I'd like folks to think about and consider are data retention periods. So this is something I talk about with my member companies all the time. Data doesn't, I think I mentioned that this morning. When I worked at AOL, the folks would say to me, well, why do we have to delete data? There might be a use for it 2 years from now. We want to keep that data. But data doesn't have to be and shouldn't be kept forever. When companies asked me, or when folks in my company asked me that question, I asked them the question back, what is the longest purchase cycle in online advertising? Does anybody know what it is? Anyone want to take a guess? Matthias, do you know what it is? It's auto intenders. So when you start to do research for a car, and it's a very big purchase for many of us, or those of us who have cars, right? And so it takes quite a long time. So the purchase funnel for somebody who might be interested in purchasing a car, and data that would indicate that a person is interested in purchasing a car, it's about 120 days. That's not very long. If you want to keep data for 2 years, what are you going to do with it in 2 years? I've already bought the wedding shoes. I've already purchased the car. So we really need to think about this. The vast majority of goods and services that are advertised on the internet, the purchase cycle is less than 30 days. So maybe we should think about, again, changing the conversation and having shorter data retention periods. The other thing I want companies to think a lot more about is selective data collection strategies. So focusing on purpose. For what purpose? And these are simple questions, right? But they're questions that as we get into our dev cycles and as we think through all these things, they're really kind of lost. What is the purpose for which we're collecting the data? And I'll use an example from a non-online example, but I'll use an example from my various travels in Europe. 9 times out of 10, even post-GDPR, I've complained about this to Matthias many times, the hotel that I check into will ask me for my passport and will then take a photocopy of my passport. And they want to do that, and I ask them the reason, and they say it's to identify you. We have to make sure you're the person who signed up for this hotel room and whatever. And even more so today, or this week when I checked into my hotel in Amsterdam, they sent me an online request to enter my passport information. The number, the expiration date, everything on my passport. That's pretty sensitive personal information. And when I did it because I wanted to check in more conveniently and more quickly, and I asked them on check-in, why do you need that data? And they said, well, we just want to identify you and make sure you're the person that you are. In the US, and I know you guys like to think that we don't care about people, but we do. In the US, they want to find out that I am the person that is checking into this hotel room. They ask me for my driver's license, they look at it and they look at me, and then they give it back to me. They don't retain that information. So what purpose are you collecting the data for? And then use it for that purpose and not anything else. And if you don't need to store it or keep it, and you just want to use it in an instant to send a person an advert, fine. So I feel like small shifts in data strategy and by asking these questions is going to help decrease data center usage, help decrease our carbon footprint, et cetera. But Matthias has a different view. He thinks that there are many things that we're doing to comply with our privacy laws that hinder our sustainability efforts. You talked about some of them, Matthias. But I don't know if you wanted to add more about kind of
even on data minimization, it could be that we're applying encryption and doing other sort of more complex things on top of what we're doing. That is, in data protection terms, a minimization effort, but not really in an environmental sustainability point of view.
Right. Yeah, and the consent flows that you have to take. For example, we're talking a lot in the United States about age verification, right? So children's appropriate design codes. So we should identify those sites that are directed to children. We should make sure that children are not going to the other sites. But in many times that requires the collection of data about a person's age. And that is hindering to privacy. And if we're storing it, hindering to sustainability. So I think what we need to look to are kind of pragmatic solutions. And I'll use, I'm doing this for Dura, who might be downstairs. Oh, no, there she is. She said, we were at a discussion at a lovely Women in Tech breakfast that IO hosted in Cannes. And we were talking about ways that there are simple, straightforward solutions to sustainability. And one of the examples that we talked about was plastic bags in grocery stores. So grocery stores incentivize the use of reusable bags by either charging for plastic bags, which I did here in Amsterdam, or removing them altogether. You have to bring your own bag in order to use it. Did it affect grocery store revenue? No, we still all bought the same groceries. We just changed our own behavior. And so I think like that, we need to change the behavior of ad technology companies without negatively affecting kind of this vibrant and essential advertising ecosystem that we've brought, because I think it does bring benefits to consumers and to publishers, and most importantly to small businesses. We spoke a little bit during a coffee break about big publishers and small publishers and how small publishers really need advertising, and those small publishers are important to our conversation, even our conversations about democracy, which we're having a lot in the US. So practical policy approaches, take away the plastic bags. Let's figure out how to do that in ad tech. We'll find a way through. So here we are. Let's talk about sustainability a little bit and kind of what our lessons are. I think it's pretty complex, our path forward. So Matthias, can you talk a little bit about how your data strategies are with respect to sustainability? Are you guys implementing sustainability practices? Are you being required to do so by your advertisers? What's the story on sustainability at Triple Lift?
I think we're early stages. I think advertisers are starting to take more of an interest. It hasn't, frankly, come into my wheelhouse in privacy yet. I haven't been asked to think about a measure that I'm proposing from a data protection or privacy point of view, again, because there are environmental considerations to be balanced. So, I think we're still at the early stage where we need to gather information and we need to agree on what the standards even ought to be. What are we measuring success against? And that probably is quite difficult. And I think in those early stages in particular, I think coming together as an industry and even before there is any regulation, setting out some initial goals to get on that first step of the stairs so that we can incrementally increase what we're doing is sort of where we're at.
Yeah, and so this is a good segue into kind of one of my favorite topics, which is self-regulation. So the NAI has instituted self-regulation for privacy for the last 20 3 years. I think there's a couple of lessons that we can take away from that. So before the onslaught of regulation in privacy and data protection, there were voluntary self-regulatory standards like those promulgated by the NAI. It's kind of hard, a lot of folks will say, well, now you have laws, and so therefore self-regulation didn't work. I'd really hate to see the state of our industry today if those standards hadn't been in place. So you can think about how much worse it might be. So you can say it wasn't wholly successful, but you can also say, well, where would we be without it? So I think, a self-regulatory approach to sustainability is possible. I think there's a number of things, and Matthias knows, that we have to think about. So the approach can be successful if you have adoption, if you have scale. So we have 100 member companies at the NAI. They comprise approximately 95% of the ad tech ecosystem. There's 5% of the companies that are not complying with our self-regulatory standards. And those companies are doing some pretty bad stuff. So if you don't have the entirety of the industry, I think there's an economic factor that companies, if there's economic viability in doing the wrong thing, there will always be players that will do the wrong thing. I think industry powers can press their thumb on the scale of adoption. We talked about this a little bit earlier. I think it's incumbent upon advertisers to think boldly and to require, Matthias, once we get if there are self-regulatory standards, if we can agree on measurement, I think it's going to be incumbent upon the advertisers to force that through the ecosystem. I think it's interesting, though, because advertisers will also work in their own best interest. So with respect to privacy, we're responsible for implementing privacy laws, but advertisers want to know that you clicked on that ad, and they want to know that it's you, and they want to know what kind of purchase you made as a result of that ad or what you did afterwards. And so, so it's not just the technologies that are compelling this, it's the fact that the data exists to show it. And then regulation will compel compliance. I think that's a clear answer. Matthias, anything
if there is enforcement.
I'm sorry?
If there is enforcement, regulation will compel compliance, which is, just on this topic. Europe always said we have the strongest environmental standards in the world. And then where did consumers get screwed when the cars didn't meet those requirements? It was here. So. It's not just what you write on paper, but what you're willing to enforce.
I think that's a very good point, and we're facing that in the United States as well. So companies are saying, yeah, California has a really strong privacy law, but I'm not really seeing a whole lot of risk in my company's activities being looked at by a California regulator. They're worried about Google, and Google has a line item for fines, right? And I'm not trying to diss Google. They're a great partner of ours. But for smaller companies that are flying under the radar, I think enforcement is really important. And without that, there are going to be challenges. So let's do some takeaways, Matthias. We have 25 seconds left. So I think the takeaways are ask hard questions about your data strategies and really simple questions. Use less data, fewer vendors. We talked about that a little bit with Justin this morning and the bid density. I think thinking through your messaging, this is something, again, we mentioned earlier that we can have a whole entire panel on brand safety and on privacy as a brand safety value. But I think if marketers are marketing to their business partners, that they can find any person, anywhere, anytime, and serve them with the right ad, but they're marketing to people and saying, we protect your privacy, neither of those messages are credible. And so we have to think with our marketing teams about how to embrace privacy as a brand safety value and showcase the work that you all are doing to protect privacy in the world. And then engage policymakers. Matthias, I know this is a big one of yours. Educate them and talk to them. I think pragmatic approaches are only available if they understand our industry. Matthias, anything you want to add on kind of policymaker engagement?
I would even say that before we go to the policymakers, we should talk amongst ourselves, and we would figure out what it is that we can achieve ourselves, and then maybe talk to policymakers with some constructive suggestions. Right? I think what is really dangerous, where we maybe have gotten into a little bit too much in privacy, is, oh, this is going too far. We don't like it. Like, let's be proactive and telling them what we think works.
I think that sounds great, and I think that should be the last of our advice. We're happy to take questions, and but I would encourage you to change through action and to adopt the words of Claire this morning. Be bold. So thank you very much. Happy to take questions. And Matthias, you'll stay on, right, to take questions?
I have another call. I'm kidding. I'm here for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for this interactive presentation. So do we have any questions?
There's one there.
Nora already made the call. She's just on her way. We have time. That's fine.
Thanks so much, both, for the interesting insights. I had a question, Leigh. You mentioned a lot self-regulation and also, the response from policymakers. And in my experience, they tend to be very skeptical, at least on this side of the pond, and say, yeah, you don't figure it out properly yourself, and we put a hard law on top of you, which brings the right incentives. And I guess with sustainability, this is even bigger because there are a lot of concerns about greenwashing and not trusting industry to do the right thing. So I'm just wondering, A, if you encounter this similarly, and B, how you respond to policymakers when it comes to these concerns?
Yeah, I think it's that's a very good question. Thank you, Cornelius. I would note that most of the laws that have been enacted around privacy and data protection have as their source the basic foundational principles of self-regulatory organizations, right? So notice, choice, accountability, control, a lot of those basic fundamental principles that we established in self-regulation years ago are part of those laws. And so I think the foundational basis is solid. I think what companies will, or what regulators would say is, yeah, but your companies don't follow them. So I think what's important to note is, one, scale and adoption. So as I said, we have 100 companies. Those companies are doing the right thing. The other 100 or so companies in the ad tech ecosystem that aren't doing the right thing are spoiling. The bad apple spoils the whole bunch. I also think that enforcement is a very key component, just like it is with real regulation. And so figuring out how we can self-regulate and enforce those standards, I think, are really important. And finally, I think that if regulators would embrace, and I know this is a big concept in the EU, would embrace the self-regulation as a way of helping regulators regulate, so co-regulation, if you will. This is something we've talked to the FTC about a lot. And if they would endorse, they love the data location standards that the NAI just put out for companies that collect and use location data for advertising. But they won't endorse it publicly, right? It's hard to get regulators to do that. But if they did, more of our companies would embrace it because they would know that they're safe from the regulator standpoint. So I think there's a back and forth there that we should really work on to make co-regulation kind of stronger than voluntary self-regulation. That would be my answer, and would be my answer for sustainability too. Matthias, would you have anything to add? Oh, he's muted.
Yeah, you're off sound. Did you mute yourself unintentionally, perhaps, or just no sound yet?
My mic goes up and
there
down.
You go. There we go.
Now we can.
All been in the pandemic, right?
I think that is it's like terrible. Is this thing on? Yeah. So I think the role of industry organizations to sort of lift all boats up at the same time really shouldn't be underestimated. And I think that could actually really help regulators with enforcing requirements. But often laws are not so specific to a particular industry that you can just go and implement them. You need to interpret them and figure out where to, where to set your sort of more business requirements based on those laws. Not always, but in data protection, that's certainly the case. And I think industry organizations have a really important role there. And if regulators could act almost like a catalyst for industry to come together and figure these things out, then the job of regulators should be significantly easier. And not to mention, industry organizations can move a lot quicker with the support of regulators than if regulators are sort of discouraging cooperation and good practice by regulators by going after what they're doing, right? Like that ultimately undermines industry's best efforts and prevents them from maybe getting to the best place sooner rather than later, if at all.
Okay, I think I saw a hand raise over here, right? Just go via some middlemen. There we go.
Good catches. I'm not convinced I would be able to catch that thing, so that's why I've not asked questions.
We can try after that. So regarding the data retention period, it's not always up to the company how many years it should keep the documents, because, for example, the country I'm living in currently, the law demands 10 years of retention. Then the regulator should be educated or be involved in the sustainability process or policies you want to make. So,
yeah, I agree with you completely, and I think that demonstrates like the challenge of trying to, you have to comply, so you have to keep your data for 10 years, even if you don't need it for 10 years, which also creates sustainability issues. It's a really difficult and challenging environment to operate in, and I think educating lawmakers, which is one thing we try to do a lot, at least at our organization, about ways that we can work together on these things might be easier, right? That's the first step. It's just a difficult step. I mean, I know at least in the US, educating the current lawmakers on Capitol Hill is almost impossible. They don't really want to hear it because they have their own political agenda, right? Which is a challenge.
True.
Yeah, sounds a bit like running up a downhill escalator.
Running up and down the hill all the
constantly.
time, yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit of a battle.
With a full bucket of water.
Okay, then I would suggest take your questions maybe with you, because we will take a quick break here because my stomach is telling me
yes,
get
it is
food
time for lunch.
and get it now. And yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna do. And I would ask you to be back in about an hour, 1:30. We continue here, and yeah, bon appétit. See you later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leigh. Thank you.
All right. Come on, come all. Can they hear me downstairs? Does anyone know this? Yeah? I don't think they can. But if you're downstairs and you can hear me, we're all waiting on you. We're not happy about this. Our affection for you is dwindling by the second. Oh, there's my co-host. She's getting people up here. Yeah. There we go. All righty. We have reached the final quarter of the Ad Filtering Dev Summit. Appreciate you all sticking around this long. It's been thrilling. It's been fun. We've been going all over the place. And we are, of course, after lunch right now. It's the last day. Maybe we're all getting a tad bit tired. But I have the antidote for all of that. And it comes in the person of Dmitriy Seregin. Dmitriy is a developer at AdGuard. He describes himself as not modest, moderately smart, and someone who can crack a good joke. So we're going to all depend on Dmitriy to make a few jokes during his presentation in a second, and to not be modest. But yeah, guess he's here to talk about the change to MV3. And if any of you work in the ad filtering, ad blocking, extension area, you know about MV3. That includes myself. It does make extensions safer, but it was quite a big change. The good thing about it is I think that the browser makers and the extension companies really came together to make the change something that could be, I guess, beneficial for everybody. And Dmitri's going to tell us about what that journey was like for AdGuard. So without further ado, Dmitriy, please come to the stage. Let's hear it.
Yes, hello. I'm a little bit nervous, so I will read my speak and not talking by myself, so I apologize about it. So let's start. Greetings, everyone. I hope you have a good lunch and won't fall asleep during my presentation. To make sure of that, I've added a fun picture to this slide, first slide. But don't worry, the rest of presentation will be more mature and serious, I hope. So I'd like to talk about how we at AdGuard are adapting to Manifest v3 and what has changed since our last presentation a year ago. Let's go. My presentation can be divided into three main sections. First one, the past. A brief introduction to what MV3 is, what we have accomplished so far, and quick overview of how it works. Next one, the present. The key challenges we have faced and continue to encounter daily in our efforts to maintain the filtering quality and the level of our current extension. And the next one is the future, several ideas of how to make MV3 even better. In the MV2 version, we had the ability to use blocking web requests, where all our filtering actually took the place. Extension proceed each request on the fly and decided what to do with it. In MV3, the blocking web request was removed, and the browser will now decide what to do with each request. It will do using the new API called Declarative Net Request, within which extension must declaratively describe what processing to perform for each request. In addition to this change, background pages were eliminated, replaced by a new concept called service workers. The new manifest also contains many other changes, including changes to the execution of context of content script pages and many other. However, in this presentation, I will focus on the first 3 points as they are most important for our work. Initially, MV3 was planned to be fully rolled out in June 2023. However, thanks to close collaboration between the web extension community group and extension developers, many improvements are being introduced and various aspects are being refined. Therefore, the implementation timeline for MV3 is currently unknown. Maybe at least 3 hours until next Chrome presentation. I don't know, maybe. For MV3, we have developed a separate prototype and launched the first ad blocker on MV3. Currently, it's being used by over 15,000 users weekly. Filters are updated every 2 or 3 days, and it replicates almost all filtering elements available in our main extension, except, for example, stealth mode. So let's take a look. This slide shows all of our options available for network filtering rules. The good news is that we have managed to cover almost all of our options and haven't significantly sacrificed filtering quality. To maintain the quality of filtering at the desired level, we need to keep out filters or rule sets in declarative syntax up to date at all times. To achieve this, we have established a 2-day and build and update cycle for the extension, ensuring that the filters embedded in the extension always reach users when needed. After we compile the filters, we test our extension using integration test, where we try to cover all possible ad blocking methods and test all cases. You can access our test at the test cases at agrd.dev, as shown on the slide. After test, we send extension for review with auto-publishing. Next one, about our declarative converter. Inside our prototype, we have the declarative converter, which ensures a seamless transition of all our filtering rules accumulated over many years to the new declarative syntax. It is used in 2 places. First one, during the preparation of static filters when building the extension. Second, it performs on-the-fly conversion for user-defined rules and custom filters added by users. As a result, we obtain a set of static rule sets that are embedded into our extension, and one rule set assembled from dynamic rules. So, what problems have we encountered and continue to face this day? One of our biggest challenges that obstacles us from maintaining filtering at the desired level is the limitation of the number of rules and filters. This slide depicts the number of filters provided by top ad blockers out of the box. The current limit is represented in blue line, and it doesn't satisfy all ad blockers. Therefore, we proposed increase it to the orange level at 100 rule sets to cover all the needs of all ad blockers. The extension of the limit has already been supported by browser developers teams, and it's currently being discussed in their internal browser meetings. A similar issue exists in the entire level. To maintain the filtering level without updating the application, we constantly update filters in our ad blocker using so-called differential updaters. These updaters contain a list of rules changes over a certain period of time. If we take, for example, 3 or 6 weeks update cycle, then the number of such rules will exceed the limit of all dynamic rules, including user rules, and that's it. Therefore, we also proposed raising the limit to 30,000 rules, which has already been supported by browser developers teams, especially Chrome. Thanks for the related proposal from Oliver and his team. Yes. Next one. Perhaps the most significant issue that reduced ad blocking effectiveness was dying service worker. At the time of our prototype release, its maximum lifespan was 5 minutes, sometimes even less. The problem for us was that for every service worker revival, we spent about 2 or maybe 3 seconds on reinitializing the filtering engine. During this time, all ads that were not blocked by D and R, and there were quite a lot of them, for example, cosmetic rules, scriptlets, and so on, slipped through our protection. A temporary solution to this problem involved constant messaging between service worker and the script injected into browser page. Then the Chrome team improved this mechanism, and currently, when there are messaging or API usage, the lifespan is automatically extended and can be significantly longer than 5 minutes. But unfortunately, this is still not a suitable solution. We are still waiting for a proper one. Well, it works, thank God, but we're forced to use it. One of the non-obvious challenges of the transition was that our filtering rules had a very ambitious priority scheme, consist of 4 levels, as shown on this slide. And base concept was pretty simple, only 4 levels without any weights. But there were a large number of exemptions that were not covered by these 4 levels and were described as hacks. The ambiguity of our scheme lay in the fact that to reduce its complexity, it was necessary to introduce several hidden exceptions. However, in DNR, a much more flexible system of priorities for rules was introduced. We can assign any integer priority to each rule. To make the most efficient use of these new features, we completely update our weighting scheme for calculating priorities and transfer it to a declarative rails. Now, each rule calculates its weight at the moment of conversion based on the modifiers it contains. Each group of modifiers is assigned either a fixed weight or a weight calculated according to a formula. But some problems could be solved more elegantly. Let's go on. 1 minute. Here, let's take a closer look at how our declarative converter works in detail. As I mentioned earlier, we have 2 entry points, converting static rules before extension assembly and on-the-fly conversion for dynamic rules. The conversion library works as follows. First, there is a validation check for the specified limits. Then we filter out only network rules from provided filters. We convert each of the rules individually into DNR syntax. Then we package the obtained set of rules into a rule set and a separate metadata file. If the limits were exceeded, we trim the rule set to the required constraints and return it to the client code, which then passes these rule sets to the browser for ad blocking. To further explain, let's take a closer look at how the bad filter modifier works. Bad filter is a special type of rule that can cancel out another rule. This slide illustrated an example where there are static filter and user rules. A rule from the user filter cancels the rule present in the static filter. This is also work in the reverse direction and resulting in only one rule being loaded into our filtering engine. One of the most challenging parts is implementing this bad filter modifier. To implement its functionality with DNR during the conversion of static rule sets, static filters I mean, we create a separate dictionary with hashes for all such bad filter rules and save it in a separate metadata file. Then, during the conversion of dynamic rules, we use this dictionary to filter out dynamic rules cancelled by the rules from the static rules. After that, we also create a dictionary of hashes for dynamic bad filter rules. And then, in the final step, using the hash dictionary from dynamic section, we select static rules that should be cancelled. We cancel these rules using the new update static rules API. Another example is the remove param rules. This type of rule removes URL params from HTTP requests, such as UTM tags. When converting such rules, we encountered a situation where if we convert 2 remove param rules into 2 DNR rules, but they have the same condition, matching condition section, only one of them would work. This is because they operate using redirects, and only one would execute, and the second one wouldn't get a chance to run. To fix it, we configured the converter to perform post-processing of rules and merge similar rules with the same condition into one single rule in DNR syntax. Third example, cookie rules. These rules prohibit the setting of cookies. When converting these rules, we encountered limitation in DNR. Currently, these types of rules are converted in two ways. If a rule contains if rule doesn't contain any parameters, such as cookie names or expiration times, we can convert it into DNR and remove the entire HTTP header that sets or sends cookies. So, I mean, we can entirely remove header from the request. But if our rule contains any parameters, we have to use the browser cookies API to manually delete those cookies. In addition to this, in both cases, from the content script side, we ensure that no client code can modify cookies via document cookies API. And the third part, I would like to present several ideas that could improve DNR and make it even safer and more declarative. First one, the idea of MV3 is to have extension with fewer permissions by default. However, ad blockers without permissions still exist in MV3 due to the lack of cosmetic rules, for example. We proposed converting these cosmetic rules into a declarative format so that we can specify to the browser which CSS rules should be injected into the page as early as possible to block ads. The good news is that this approach has been supported by browsers, but there is still a long road ahead until it can be fully implemented. And the next one proposal, similarly, we proposed handling scriptlets, which protects user at the programmatic level. Scriptlets are a special type of rule, essentially JavaScript code that executed in the browser page, but with tightly fixed restrictions, allowing only functions from an approved list to be used. The complete list of scriptlets available for use is accessible on our repository on the GitHub. This proposal is still in an earlier stage of discussion, but we are also confident that it will contribute to making MV3 a more secure platform. So that's it. Thank you for your attention, and I would be glad to answer any question you may have.
Right. Thank you, Dmitry. Where shall we throw the catch box first? Ooh, way over there. All right. Ready?
Hi.
Hi.
Do you use your MV3 on beta, or you when you are going to go to the prod with MV3? What you're thinking about this step?
Your question about what we think at AdGuard about MV3, yes, and how?
No, I mean your current prod version now on MV2 or MV3?
Our current extension works on MV2 version, and we have a separated application prototype with MV3 where we trying to test this MV3, trying to convert this declarative new converter. Also, we faced another problem to get a smooth transition between MV2 and MV3 for all of our million of users. We separated our filtering engine into separated library called TS URL filter and also TS web extension. So we hope that someday we can slightly move from one UI to another, and the core filtering will be the same.
Okay.
All right, going over this way. You want to assist on that one? Ooh, got the rebound. That. All right, going over some heads. Pay attention there.
Thank you. Some of the stated goals of the Manifest v3 transition were performance improvements and security improvements. And now that you have a relatively mature implementation, how would you evaluate MV3?
I think the main idea of MV3 is pretty good, to get extension with fewer permissions. But thanks to the web extension community group, we can discuss this limitation, and we can make DNR really declarative, safer, and performance. And I think this is possible, but only if we will continue to discuss this limitation and these changes.
I see. And have you done any specific performance benchmarks, for example?
Especially for MV3, I think now we have general test cases for all our extensions. And we use them for the bot applications, extensions, I mean, for MV2 and MV3. The difference is that for MV3, we turned off some modifiers because of the limitation. For example, cookies or remove param, but seems like performance is the same for with several limitations. For example, reinitializing our filtering engine on service work diet, but it's pretty the same as our main extension, I think.
I see. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the talk. I have a question about the differential updates that you talked about.
Yes.
I didn't fully understand. Did you try it out, or was it just a concept that you explored and never really started implementing it?
Actually, as I know correctly, we use differential updaters in our main extension because we cannot update our extension to every day, or every 2 days. This approach works for MV3 version because there are not so much users and we can experiment with them. But for main extension, we should not update every day, but maybe every 2 or maybe 3 weeks. And for this period, we calculated this differential updaters. And this scheme already works in our main extension. When you install AdGuard, ad blocker, you just select for which period each filter should be updated. And you can select 10 hours, maybe 3 days, and that's it. So the data on the slide will be was calculated based on this, based on data from our filter registry, and we tried to calculate how many changes in these filters, and this is I can maybe link the proposal with raw data, and you can see from which. Oh, sorry.
Got some behind you, Yanzi. All right.
Thanks. It was a great presentation and really interesting to see the progress you made. I'm curious about the rule sets that are not working anymore. You said that there's some features that are unsupported. Is there could you publish a list of the incompatible rule sets?
Yeah, we already have separated section in our core filtering library called TS URL filter. We have a separated declarative folder where we described all limitation about MV3.
Okay, what percentage of the rules?
As I said, probably we have strong problems with only 3 modifiers. That's, as I remember correctly, redirect rule, content, and replace. And some of them also, for example, domain header, pop-up, URL block, styles works, but not fully. Yes.
So I'm curious what percentage of the actual rules are affected by the missing features?
What does it mean, rules?
So one individual rule which says block this thing, which uses that content or redirect rule.
I mean, you wanna that I'm said how much percentage of our filters?
Yeah. So if you have a filter list with 10 rules and one of them uses content, that would be 10%, 1 out of 10. So how many of the rules are actually?
Yeah, I think that this digit is truly 85%, maybe several, yes, is working.
Yeah, sorry, I understood that as 85% of the actual modifiers, not 85% of the...
Oh, you based our... it depends, because it depends on what filter we should test. Maybe if we said about AdGuard base filter, it will be 95. If we take another filter where we collect only remove param rules, there can be maybe 60%. I don't know. So it really depends from a set of filters.
Okay, cool. Thanks. I'm curious, like, how much is affected, basically.
Yeah, thank you.
One other quick question. Do you know of any other people who are doing similar work to this? Like testing MP3 with content blockers?
In uBlock, there is same transition to MP3, and sometimes I show how it works on them. Sometimes I think they show how we worked, and yeah.
Quick question. So the post-processing pipeline that you've shown, this is after when the user installs the ad blocker? This happens after?
You mean post-processing of rules or bed filter?
Of the rules.
What post-processing you mean?
With the static plus the dynamic and the user custom.
Oh, okay. We have a post-processing on-the-fly conversion and separated in two ways. So as I described it, we have two ways, and we have a post-processing for each of them. When we converted static rules, we have a post-process to check if we maybe...
does this happen after the user installs it? Is that what you mean?
It not depends on user install. No, it depends on when conversion happens.
Okay. So I'm asking this because it looks like what happens when the user has multiple ad blockers installed? Is each ad blocker running their own conversion pipelines? Going to slow down the experience for users?
You talk about situation where the user have several ad blockers, and really, I don't know what to say, because there are another problems with MP3 limitation between extension, but this is out of topic, and we can discuss and coffee break, I think.
We do have a coffee break coming up, so plenty of time for more questions, everything. Dmitry, let's hear it for him. Oh, you're all good. So yeah, I think one thing we can agree on with that is while it seemed like a very large challenge at first, it became something that brought the browser and extension community together at the end of the day. Next up, we have Victoria McIvor, and she is going to talk to us a little bit about innovations in decarbonizing data. Victoria is a consultant and investor in climate technology. She works in startups, transitions, and lots of stuff, and she's already on stage. So I'm just gonna
I'm here.
let you take it. But yeah, Victoria, take it away. Tell us, how you can maybe decarbonize our data.
Yeah, cool.
Let's have a hand.
I have quite the random talk today, I think, for everybody, but hopefully it'll be a little bit fun. I'm realizing as well that probably you understand this, whereas I can't read a word, so I hope it's not too strange. I put it into Unsplash, which is a great way to get stock images, just an FYI. So I put compute in, because what I was looking at is how do we decarbonize compute? And I found this image quite symbolic, because it's incredibly noisy. And I think we're in a period now where this whole decarbonization topic and also compute is getting quite noisy. There's a lot of voices around all of this. And it's interesting, actually, because it's been a bit of an elephant in the room for quite a long time. So compute and the amount of carbon that compute emits is huge. Actually, it's several % of the world's total power generation. So when you look at data centers, network operations, and distributed computing, it's really a huge amount. So I'm surprised this hasn't been a big topic for so much longer. And I'm going to frame it really quickly, but we all know about climate change, so I won't spend long here. But energy is the biggest emitter of carbon. And something that I always think is quite a stark reminder of where we're at is that current policies, we want to get to less than 1.5 degrees. Current policies, not even what we're doing right now, we still end up at more than double that, 3.1 to 3.7 degrees of global warming. So it's important. And when we look at data, we can also see that the situation is exploding. So some people are saying it's several percent now, but in 2030, they're thinking about 8% of emissions will come from data. And we can see why. So data centers has been rising, but energy has not really been increasing. It comes from the internet, and nobody's surprised. It comes from crypto mining as well. And this isn't going to change. But what is changing is a few different things. But I want to focus in briefly on data centers and also have a little bit of national representation. But data centers consume between 220 and 320 terawatt hours of electricity. That is as much as the UK. So why am I here talking about it today? Yeah, I'm a climate tech investor, but why is it suddenly really noisy for me? Well, I don't know anything about advertising, I'm sorry. I know a little bit about climate, and I know a hell of a lot about nuclear reactors, which is weirdly relevant because of what Sam Altman is doing. He's started investing in nuclear. Actually, this year he announced that he's taking a nuclear energy startup public. A few years ago, he also invested in nuclear fusion. And a lot of people reached out to me saying, why is this happening? Why is nuclear making a comeback? And I said, well, I'm not surprised, actually. So from Sam himself, he's saying there's two things in the world that are limiting us. There's intelligence, and AI is going to crack that. But there's also energy. And his view is that nuclear is the solution to the energy crisis. And it's interesting because these aren't independent. As said by a fund that I really respect called Voyager, an energy and computational giant appears on the horizon as artificial intelligence. But that's not the only thing that's happening. We're also reaching the end of Moore's law. So the efficiencies that we've seen that have kept our compute within boundaries is changing. We're not going to be able to depend on that anymore. We need new technologies. We need new physics. So I did a bit of a deep dive. I nerded out, and I thought people might enjoy seeing what people are working on in this space. So starting with this startup called Submer. What Submer do is immersion cooling. What they basically look at is kind of immersing data centers in like a special liquid. And they do that in various ways, and they focus on this immersion cooling technology, and there's another company called Corinthus, and they do that direct to chip. So they model it off specific organisms that they've seen, and then they do cooling directly in the chip. So it's a way of thinking about how can we do compute, but use less energy to do the compute. And it's a really, really cool space with a bunch of startups that are emerging there. Then, if we think about physics, you know, we can use less energy to do compute, or we can actually be more efficient. We can't rely on Moore's law, but there is another technology that we can. You've all heard of it, I'm sure. It's quantum computing. So I actually invested in this company. They're called IQM in Finland. They're developing a superconducting quantum computer, and they're one of the European market leaders. And it's absolutely amazing what these guys are working on. We have some really, really cool quantum computing technology startups emerging all over Europe right now. So that's an amazing way that we're using physics to try and tackle this issue. And then, going from the quantum level, there's a really cool startup looking to space as a solution. So these guys are based in Wales. And what they're doing is trying to build retrievable satellites. What they're trying to do actually is manufacture semiconductors in space. They believe that having these perfect conditions around microgravity is the best way to make really amazing materials that improve efficiency. So they're going to launch satellites. You can rent them for like a few orbits, and then it comes back, and then they just send it up again. That's the kind of future that we're moving towards. Then there's the obvious one, renewables. But renewables, whilst being a really strong solution, comes with an issue. You're probably familiar with it, but it's intermittent. And that means even though the big tech companies have some of the biggest renewable fleets in the world, it doesn't mean necessarily that all of their compute is green. There's startups emerging now that are trying to do 24/7 matching, so it proves that in any moment when you're using energy, you're actually getting it from a renewable source. There is greenwashing going on here around buying wind power plants and not using the electricity at the same time. So companies are looking at this. The interesting thing there is about shifting compute. If you shift it, you can make it green. And I find it interesting because actually yesterday, Google just announced that this is exactly what they're starting to do. In their data centers, they're starting to shift compute to match with when they have green generation happening. But it's hard. It's hard to do. Google obviously have a lot of control over their compute. Not many do have that. There's a startup called Helio as well. And what Helio do is they focus on rendering. With rendering, you have more control over the time when you're going to do it. So they shift the compute to do the rendering to different locations depending on whether there's green electricity at that time. But this is a really, really important and exciting topic. But this is why Sam Altman doesn't fully believe in renewables, the capacity that's needed and the timing that's needed. And that's why he's investing in nuclear. This is another startup, also very cool. I tried to invest in them. They didn't take my money. Devastated. They're called Renaissance Fusion. They're taking tokamak fusion technology, and then they've turned it into like a stellarator model, which means you kind of design the reactor itself in a really amazing way that creates a plasma to generate energy. And what I quite like about this is in order to make a stellarator fusion reactor, you need amazing levels of compute because you need to do modeling. So we've now reached a level where the breakthroughs in compute are enabling us to design fusion reactors that will decarbonize our compute. So we've reached a nice circle there. But yeah, I just wanted to give you this quick whistle-stop tour of like the amazing things that people are doing around the world to try and tackle this problem. And then I thought I would put it back to you guys in the advertising space. I took a look. I had a look at Scope 3. And I saw that this industry also has a big carbon issue. The entire aviation and shipping industry of Portugal, what a comparison. Or the entirety of Sweden's manufacturing and construction industry. There's a lot that can be done here as well. I also got this one. Maybe that means something in terms of scale. But 1 million digital ad impressions is 1 metric ton of CO2. Tim was the person who asked me to come today, and he sent me this. Compare 2 global news domains. He shows that you can get a 17 times difference there. But what I'm thinking about is it's not just about reducing. It's about the timing of when you do compute. It's about the place that you do the compute. There's so many different ways to think about how to tackle this issue. So I just wanted to give you this quick tour and to raise this and then to hand it over to you. Is there anything you could think about that might help solve this problem? Because it's a really, really big one, and we can't ignore it. Okay? Thank you.
Says Vicky right there. Can I call you Vicky?
Vicky, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I just met you beforehand, but I'm feeling closer already. Thank you, Vicky. Wonderful, wonderful presentation. It's great to see the whole breadth of efforts that are going on. Shall we get the catchbox started?
Who's going to solve it?
I think that's ultimately the question you have to deal with, right? So Sam Altman, he's got his nuclear solution. Can I just put you on the spot and ask you real quickly, what do you think about what he's doing?
I think nuclear is an amazing technology. Actually, before I became an investor, before I worked in climate, I used to decommission nuclear power plants. So I've seen how bad it gets. I've literally been inside in a gas mask, dealing with the radiation and contamination myself, and I still believe in nuclear. I think it's just an amazing technology. It had a difficult start, and if we invest in it now, we can really develop new technologies. We have small modular reactors. There's fusion coming through too. I think it's fantastic, but it needs funding.
It needs funding. That is crazy. I live in Germany, and it has let's say, a checkered past in Germany. I know talking about the Germans here understand. I know talking to my parents-in-law, who are German, live in Berlin. They remember Chernobyl, and they would say every day you would get like a wind report. Is it going to be dangerous today? Is it not? And you had a very big anti-nuclear sort of social movement. So you kind of seen the inside, and you think that it's still worth investing in. Very interesting perspective. Johanna, you had a... Okay. We'll do a handoff. There you go.
How does what you just said about nuclear fit together with as Ben said, political developments? Because in Germany, if you brought that idea publicly, I think you would be slaughtered, to be honest. So I kind of wonder how that fits together and how you think what you think can be done in order to tackle that and bring those both very different opinions together and actually make something out of it.
Even in Germany, what I understand is this dialogue has been reopened recently because of the shutting down of the nuclear fleet. Very embittered
it has been reopened, but I have a hard time imagining people actually being willing to invest in it without being because you're being still shamed, I would assume, because it is still thought of as a dirty power. So how do you think?
Yeah. No, it's interesting because the fund that I worked for previously is a German fund, and I was very surprised that they were then, even in Germany, discussing, maybe we should invest in nuclear, and it was all brought on by this, do we decommission the fleet or not, and then the issue with gas, and how do we cope with this, prices are rising, and we still have this whole coal fleet to decommission. So I think when you actually start making the comparisons, I mean, I can go dark, but I mean, what you can actually do is measure deaths by megawatt, for example. Deaths, number of deaths that are attributed to a particular power source.
Oh.
How many people have died? And when you compare fossil fuels to nuclear, it's just unbelievable because of the pollution in the air as well. So when people start thinking about this and start kind of really digging into the numbers, I think they can see that it's quite a compelling case. But it's not an easy conversation because it's such an emotive one. When I worked in Japan, I used to work at Fukushima, and there, the Japanese society was very divided as well.
Right.
So yeah, it's probably political death to bring it up in Germany, but there's some really cool pieces around all of these things where if you get into the science and the numbers, the story is compelling.
Super interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
More from the audience. So I actually have more. I think it's really interesting. I feel like I know you're going to say patchwork is the answer, but we did hear before this morning quite a bit about sustainability in our industry, and you showed before, a very simplified supply chain, as we say in the business, compared to a typical one where there are so many ad calls being made and data calls being made and that sort of thing. And even in that industry, it's a very difficult thing to think about, because we talk about figuring out what you can do, but at the end of the day, there's that compute, right? At the end of the day, there's a server farm, and it's in the middle of nowhere. Maybe someday they'll be at the bottom of oceans, I don't know, but it's somewhere where people don't go very often, and it's using energy. So you kind of gave the other side of that with how you do it, but it's a long way of asking a short question. So thank you for bearing with me, Vicky. What do you think, if I had to put it to you, gun to your head, if you had to pick your two favorites, what would they be? Because you presented several here just now.
Yeah. I mean, there's the real rock star science fiction technologies, of course. But I love the really simple solutions where one is the 24/7 showing, is it renewable or not? Like getting rid of greenwashing, giving everyone the clarity to actually then make decisions and be informed. So that's super boring, but reporting. The other one is this shifting of compute, because you can also do demand response. So if you can turn it up and down, you can balance the electricity grid. So it's not only making it green, you can actually support the infrastructure for renewables. It's really hard to do, of course. I think people need to think about the fundamental business models of things, which is really hard to have any kind of change on. But maybe there is some thinking to be done around, does it need to happen now, or can it be shifted even in 15-minute blocks? Because that will make such a difference. I don't know if that resonates with anyone, but
no,
it would be very cool.
That's a good point. But there's also the thing in the advertising industry, and I've heard, especially AdNet Zero, people who are doing great work over there, they've kind of taken the leadership role, the vanguard in leading the advertising industry onto greener pastures. And they just say, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Like, let's try to do what we can now, which is, I think, along the lines of what you're saying. I did see someone seize the catch box, so please.
Hi. Hello? Hi. Fascinating talk.
Cool.
I'm really enjoying this event. There's a lot of really interesting people. Why wouldn't the tokamak people take your money?
Oh, I didn't offer them a high enough value for their company.
Oh, okay.
It was a very competitive process. Yeah.
Have you got any, this is a boring question, but have you got any recommendations for people who aren't investors but would like to do, support industries which are going to make them money but also, sustainable? So where should I spend my money?
You want to use your skills, or you want to spend your money?
Buy some shares in someone.
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of crowdsourcing platforms. So basically, you can chip in with other people, and there's different ways of doing it. There's websites where they'll just put a startup up, and you can all chip in a little bit, and then in aggregate you'll invest.
Have you got any recommendations? Any tips?
You're really pressing her.
Yeah. I want to get a return.
Are there lawyers in the room? Are we?
I'm like, okay. No. It's really crowdfunding. There's one that's called crowdfunding, but if you also just search for crowdfunding, you'll find a few different versions of the platform. You're British as well, I think, right? It's really big in the UK, so there's a few really cool ones there.
Cool.
Yeah. Yes. I can also tell you a few.
Yeah. We can have do it. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Vicky, thank you so. Oh, we have one more. We'll get one more for Jens.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. It was very interesting. It's not a question, but you asked in the end, what can we do to improve things? And what I think we can do, and it's maybe a little bit of self-advertising, but what we do very well at IO is taking a holistic view. It seems very compelling to just remove all ads and block whatever we can block, but taking a holistic view, looking at the supply side and looking at the full picture of everything related to the ads on the internet, and then trying to figure out what is the best solution that is in the end the compromise, because the user wants to block all ads, but it's not only the user, it's more entities. Yeah. And that's what we try to do, and I think that's a good path. That's worth following.
Cool.
I couldn't agree more. We work for the same company, though, so But Vicky, thank you so much for that tour de force.
Yes.
Let's hear it for Vicky.
Thank you.
Speaking of a force of nature in the ad blocking world, up next we have Ryan Brown, otherwise known as FanboyNZ. Now, we had a discussion backstage about the American way to say the number without a value, 0, as we say.
Z.
You told me that that is not correct, that your name is not FanboyNZ, but rather?
No, it's Z. Z.
It's said. But Ryan, thank you so much. If you have been working in ad blocking around that realm, ad filtering, for as long as I have, which is quite a while, you know Fanboy, because he is one of the true OGs of it. You were there before I was. Giving people filter lists and a way to control their web experience. And today, you're going to talk about breaking adware chains and notification spam.
Notification spam, yes.
Yeah, so please give it up for Ryan Brown, or FanboyNZ.
Thank you. So, it's been another year since I've been here. It's quite the struggles traveling from around the world, well, basically 23 hours difference from here to here, so it's about 1 a.m. in New Zealand at the moment. I should be sleeping, but I'm not. So I'm an EasyList author. I work for Brave, helping with their web compat, and I'm ensuring basically that we deliver the best web experience for the end user. I've done a lot of work with EasyList and Easy Privacy, and we're basically pruning and we're maintaining these rules diligently and adding new servers and basically keeping the ad servers companies sweating a bit, So we're making sure that they basically check our repos so often. I want to make them work for a day. So for the last 6 months, I've been working on improving the adware blocks and redirections, because at the moment, if you browse the web with no web protection, you will be bombarded with a lot of spam, like this. So these are basically fake notifications, fake downloads, fake prizes, fake extensions. These are wanting to get the user's attention and mislead the user basically to download their software, hand over your credit card, entice the user to actually, follow the directions to do whatever they want you to do, okay? So initially, we targeted the JavaScript that would load these ad servers. So basically, and technically we still do, but we'll target the JavaScripts that the ad service companies would deploy, and within a few hours, they would change the JavaScript again and say, hey, this is the, we're watching what you're doing, we'll change it again. So it's an interim until they change it, and they do monitor our GitHub repos. So, which made me think, what could we do more than just target the JavaScript? What happens if we do exactly say if a new user decided to browse the web with no protection? Download a browser, no protection, and just start browsing the web and see what happens. So one of the first things I got across was a fake video clip. So it looks like a YouTube clip or a video clip. This is just a static image. And all it wants the user to do here is click on the allow, basically. And from there, it would basically redirect you through to other websites. So this is basically a fake enticement where they'll just we want you to click on said video to then redirect through, it'll basically not say endless redirect, but it will start redirecting to other websites until it gets to a stage where it'll ask you for a download or personal details or such. The antivirus. So it looks quite legit. The pop-up at the bottom there, bottom right-hand corner, if you weren't uninitiated, you would think that looks legit. And in fact, the second page next to it is what occurs. It will start a progress bar, which will then move along, pretending that it's scanning your computer. Clearly, it's not scanning your computer. And at the end of the day, you'll hear a ding, and from there, it will redirect you to some various scam website to download a so-called McAfee antivirus. Again, not ideal, especially this is without any ad blocking situations. This is with a clean browser. Okay, this one is similar to the McAfee issue, where it will actually go full screen. So this becomes your desktop apparently, and this actually crashed my machine at least a couple of times because I tried to exit this. It would lock off all your F keys, so you couldn't exit it, you couldn't bypass the screen, and it would do an imitation of a virus scan. And then from here, it would then redirect you to another similar rogue antivirus to download. It would initiate a download after the fact. But this one was quite insidious in the fact that it would disable all your keys to stop you from getting any further than the screen. And if you decide to exit, there's a good possibility you might shut your computer down in the process. And lastly, the imitation site. So this is based on your geolocation. So this site will look different based on where you are. So given that I was in Australasia, it gave me an Australasian-based website. So basically it's claiming miracle drugs, miracle services. In this case, it's a weight loss supplement. Well, I might need it, So it's one of those things. They target people's insecurities, and it will be weight loss drugs, it will be pills, it will be anything just to get people's attention. And then what they'll do is they'll wrap it around a popular site based on your geolocation. And the end goal obviously is for them to get the user to purchase their software and hopefully either subscribe to a website or hand over your credit card details. So when you allow notifications, these fake notifications will embed into your system. So just clicking on the allow button in this case, clicking on the reCAPTCHA robot, which is not clearly not reCAPTCHA, but it's a very imitation reCAPTCHA robot. This will actually embed some JavaScript into your computer. So basically, this user, if you click allow, it will add these JavaScript. So in this aspect, when you reboot your computer, if you're not protected, it will randomly pop up because these things have been inserted due to the fact that you just clicked on the allow button in this case. These are malicious pop-ups, and they will randomly pop up. If you don't have any protection, they will come up and they'll basically add notifications into your computer. Basically, it's basically. I believe how it works is it will grab your default browser and basically just spam you with random stuff occasionally. So how do these pop-ups generate? So before you get to the end result, it will go through a number of servers. So in this case, with no protection, no shields, no nothing, running a clean browser, it will go through a number of requests. So I've monitored each of the domains, and just to see which domains are used, and see and then watch the destination site. You can't really target the destination screen because that's the malware screen. That's the reCAPTCHA robot, because those change too often. There are malware lists that will target this. So in this case, I was looking at targeting the middle part, the parts that it actually goes through, not the actual destination screen. The destination screen will change, and that will often change a lot more than all the redirections come through. And this is the chain. This is the adware chain that they'll send you through. And it's not just that destination screen. That destination screen could lead to another set of domains. So it basically becomes, a mix of various domains that will go through until at some point it will get to a point where it will ask you to download something or buy something or whatever. So what you can do? So the initial add script isn't enough as it changes too often. So why not target each domain in the adware chain? So each of the domains needs the other to work. So it just takes one to block. If you block just one, it will stop the domain. But being the purist I am, I prefer to block the whole lot and ensure that if this domain is, to ensure that basically the person who gets the destination screen will never get to the destination screen. It'll at least get blocked by at least one of these servers come through, okay? So if they do mix it up, so in this case, these so-called random sites, these will change interchangeably with other domains, but it just takes one to block, and if we block one of those, or all of them in this case, the user will not get to the site. So what else can we do to disrupt the service? What else can we do to make these adware companies sweat a bit? So we won't target the fake robot directly, but how about we target all the scripts that this site requires to infect. So in this case, you see on the right-hand side, you see all the requests sent by this site, all the third-party server scripts, all the notifications, the service workers, the analytics. And I think the better option, rather than to target the spam site, which will change too often, how about we target the third-party scripts? And these, from the last 6 months or so, these don't change. They rely on the same servers to force the notification spam to come through. So how about we target those rather than the main website? So if you look at the script now, it's a lot smaller, just by blocking 2 network blocks. So suddenly it's not asking you to ask for any notifications, so the notification spam's gone, it won't infect the user. The user is now protected. So if we go back a step, see how it's a whole, there's like 20 odd requests. Nothing. So that means that if the user manages to get to the end screen, the common scripts that are used by these adware servers are now nullified. They won't get infected. They won't go through yet another stream of domain redirects to ask for their credit card details or something like that. So we're basically stopping them from harvesting user details and infecting user machines as well. Okay, so just a quick Q&A. I know that there's going to be a few questions. Okay, will this replace Google Safe Browsing? It won't, but ideally it would be nice if Google or any other browser would include some of the easy list as part of their browser to protect them, I guess. I guess up the protection would be a better option if other browsers would include a better blocking by default. That would be the better option. How often do these servers change? The chains where you're going through each of the domain chains, that changes more so than the notification spam that people will get. That will change more so, but the benefit here is the chains just takes one block, which it just takes one block, and it will stop the chain from working. So it will improve better, but with the notifications, no one's got around that yet. No, I don't think they've actually noticed yet, to be honest, if they've noticed if the notification spam is stopped. And when will this be implemented? Well, if you've been using EasyList for the last 6 months, you've been protected. So, yeah. Any questions?
Got several minutes for questions. Wow, this area has questions. I can't believe it.
Oh, what a surprise.
Hi, Ryan. Fascinating talk.
Big fan.
And here's a short story, and then there will be a question. So, back in the day, in pre-COVID times, when AdGuard filters maintainers worked from the office, there was a problem that we had an open space, and people passing by could saw their displays, and on their displays, some unimaginable stuff was all the time. So something like, and not safe for work at least, but even worse than that, not safe for being sane. And the question is, how do you manage to see all this recapture robots and this stuff like every day?
I like it as a challenge, to be honest. I still enjoy even after 18 or so years of this. I still enjoy the challenge. I still enjoy finding new things to block or finding things that I can improve people's lives on. If I can stop something from happening that improves someone's life to where they don't, I wish I could, not see that image, or why is these pop-ups coming? If we can make people's lives a whole lot better, I'll just keep doing it basically until I die.
That's commitment.
Hi, Ryan.
Hello.
I don't have any annoying questions for you, although you deserve one. I'm actually curious. So you've been doing this a long time. You're an absolute legend. So I think you described Imre yesterday, or Andre described Imre yesterday as being one of the most active people, but I think you probably are responsible for a greater percentage of the ad blocking that happens on the internet than anybody else I know. I'm curious, I've seen numbers of like the stuff that you maintain. It's like, roughly how many rules do you think that you would be responsible for? Another number of rules question.
Rules question? Mean lists or?
Actual rules. So like
It's hard to say, to be honest.
Go on, throw a number in the air.
100,000?
Yeah, I think I would put it at more like 200,000. So
I know that recently we got to 200,000 commits on EasyList.
Right.
Which, you know, is a huge milestone, and I was trying to time it in for this event, like, you know, hey, we've got 200,000, but we managed to get 200,000 commits a week before this even happened, because I was like, I was trying to push out commits. You know, I was working just a little bit harder, but I didn't need to. It just happened. So we just keep going, basically.
Yeah, it's amazing, honestly. So yeah, I'm a big fan, man. Seriously. I do have one genuine question about this, which is so when you're doing investigation into the chain and looking at each individual domain, do you look at other parts of the domain? Because I saw one that had a subdomain, like it was something .flytracker, I think. I can't remember. Yeah, fly.numberturk.com.
That can occur. That where they can use subdomains, even though, to be honest, it was still a fake site with a fake subdomain, essentially.
Right.
It wasn't really treated any differently. I have had a couple of pushbacks by companies that used these domains to push other things and essentially tell them to do better, because they are, you know, it's not ideal that they're shoving this to people, and these, as I said, these change, but we've got so many of them now is that it just takes 1 or 2 blocks and it doesn't matter anymore anyway. We've stopped the chain from occurring, and the notification spam is the one thing that people got hit as well. It's like, you know, you get a random pop-up, you know, so where did that come from? And you got an ad blocker, and it's like, but it's actually infected your own system. It's actually in your system infecting you, even though you just clicked allow. That's all you did. You didn't do anything else. And I was like, well, we've prevented that from happening, and for the last 6 months, no one's even noticed until, well, if they watch this video, maybe they need to update their servers, and I'll go back to it again and do it all over again.
Maybe one quickie.
Thanks.
Yeah. Maybe get it out of the ad filtering reporters over here to somebody new.
So you mentioned that you wanted browsers to block these domains.
Yeah, I prefer if at least some of the stuff that we've blocked can be part of a default scenario for a browser.
So do you have a separate list of these domains, or it's only available as part of it?
They're all in EasyList ad servers at the moment. If I did try and section it off, we might be open to more of the companies realizing they've been blocked, I guess. If I mean, in the perfect world, I'd probably say just include EasyList. But if not, at least you could actually just include EasyList ad servers by itself would be enough to stop this, basically. But it's all done through that.
Right, because it's easy for us to make EasyList available for people who have the ad blocker enabled.
Yeah.
But for people who don't have the ad blocker enabled, it's nice to offer this as a...
Yeah, I mean, ideally, if they could include some level of blocking in a web browser, that would be enough. And then maybe throw in a default list like ad servers if they don't want to include the full, you know, EasyList package. They just throw in EasyList ad servers. In EasyList ad servers, we have one where it's all non-third party. It's basically just a domain caret. That's basically what all these are.
Okay. All righty. Ryan, thank you very much. Let's hear it for Ryan Brown, FanboyNZ. Oh boy, who do we have next? I've known this next guy for over a decade, actually. Professionally, he is general counsel at IO. personally, he's kept me out of jail for a number of crimes and misdemeanors that were not related to work. So generally, decent guy. He charges a lot, though. I owe him a lot of money. So, just now that that's on the public domain, he overcharges. In any case, no, I'm kidding. Of course, Kai is a great attorney, and he has been kind of keeping ad blocking, ad filtering legal in at least in Germany for over a decade now. Without further ado, he's going to talk to you today about copyright cases and claims and how how we're doing in the courts against those claims. So yeah, let's welcome Kai.
Thank you, everybody. I hope you can hear me. So first of all, I'd like to say that following the stage of after Ryan is kind of an honor to me, because I cannot even count the times I have been called in courtrooms that Fanboy doesn't even exist, or that EasyList is a scheme of IO. So actually now we have the video proof that we were not lying at court when I said this guy really exists. So anyway, thank you, Ben, for introducing myself. My name is Recke. I'm the general counsel of the IO group. And first of all, I'm sorry that I can't make it to Amsterdam. I'm on my family holiday these days in the lovely Black Forest, southern part of Germany, but I didn't want to lose the opportunity to speak to you anyway about a very recent lawsuit that we again won, which has not been published anywhere as far as I can see, in the international magazines at least. So you get it exclusive in this summit. And the case, no spoiler here, the case is Axel Springer against IO, part, I lost track, let's say 5 or 6. But before we get to that, I like to start with a little bit of history, because not everybody is aware of where we're coming from, and not everybody is aware of all the lawsuits that we fought. And it's like, it's ad blocking or ad filtering. What could somebody have against it? Spoiler, what if you would have to live in a world where GET request blocking or CSS prioritization would be illegal? Will that impact your products or your browsing behavior? Let's see if I can give you the answer at the end of the presentation. Clickbait. But before we get to that, another question. What is the best way for publishers to get rid of ad filtering? Well, obviously, in this room, everybody knows the answer. Stop making annoying ads, right? So respect your client, which is the user. And to be fair, for many publishers out there, that is actually the right answer, and they follow that path. But some do not, and some look into other things, and they try, as part of their strategy against ad filtering, to sue users, to sue ad filtering developers. And that what happened in the last 10 years. So in the last 10 years, we battled about 15 lawsuits in parallel. We spent a ridiculous amount of resources into it. And let me think about what we do along the way, just to give you a little bit highlights, because otherwise we're talking here for hours. Well, we successfully, prevented them to be successful. So we won all of these lawsuits. We rejected accusations in the United States. We rejected accusations in the UK. Oh, by the way, we got our offices raided and our private living rooms for false accusations of certain publishers in Germany. And last but not least, we protected EasyList, some days and several occasions, and its authors. So now after all of that, now can't we just agree that it's over? That suing ad filtering users is not the right answer to the question, what could you do against ad filtering users on your websites? Not really. Well, I thought so. I thought it is over. After we won in 2018, the Supreme Court decision in Germany, where basic questions of fairness have been handled, let's put it like that. Legal aspects of it, there is an act called Unfair Competition Act, which is European harmonized. So it basically just says, if you compete with somebody, do it in a fair way. And Axel Springer and other publishers base their accusations against ad filtering users on that principle, saying that users who use an ad filtering software use it in an unfair way, or better said, the developers of this software must not distribute it so that user can use it, because it would obstruct competition. In a nutshell, as a publisher, you don't make enough money, because ad filtering exists, and that's unfair. So I skip all the instances. We just directly go to the Supreme Court, 2018. The Supreme Court looked at it and said, we have to balance all the interests of everybody against each other to consider it fair or unfair. And they said, well, we have constitutional rights on both sides. For the publisher, freedom of press, freedom of business. For IO, freedom of business. For the users, well, the right not to look at information if they don't want to, and information are being passed. And at the end of the day, they said the tipping point for us is that publishers are not defenseless, that they can lock out users. All the anti-adblock laws that you see all over the web, actually, they are the reason why ad blocking is still legal in the European Union. So that was 2018. And the plaintiff back then, Axel Springer, they went on to the Constitutional Court in Germany and said, this Supreme Court decision is against the German Constitution, so you have to overturn this decision. And the Constitutional Court in Germany said, no, we don't think so. It's a good judgment. So, end of story, right? But not with Axel Springer. They looked in and said, let's get creative. There is this directive 2009, I put it here on the slide, which basically grants protection to computer programs, the source code of it. Now, the copyright, again, a European harmonized act, and very similar in the States, by the way. You have to understand that you can do whatever you like with copyright protected material in your private living room. Right? You can buy the Mona Lisa and overpaint it. You can buy a really famous poem and rewrite it. Nobody cares. It's not an infringement of copyright. As long as you're not further distribute it, publish this, or do some other things in public about it. But not with computer program code. Why? Because the European Union wanted to protect updates. They wanted to have computer code softwares like Microsoft being able to sell updates. So if you have the skills to rewrite source code of proprietary software, it is a computer copyright infringement to do so. Even if you could do it in your private living room, nobody would notice.
Guy, excuse me for a minute.
Yes.
Can you share your screen? Because I think you have some slides, but we don't see them.
Oh, sure. I was thinking that we have slides here. Wait a second. Thank you for telling me.
No worries.
I know, I talked about all this stuff and you missed all the cat pictures. Okay, let's try this again.
Thanks so much.
So, welcome to the court's history. Let's see. I thought it's over. Basically, that picture, by the way, is from the most well-known German news stations back then. It was kind of more cool to me to have it in the Tagesschau than actually been at court, to be honest. And that is the slide that we were just at when you pointed out that I'm not sharing the screen. So this directive is basically protecting computer program code from being changed. Now, directives have to be transported into national law, and in Germany we did that with this section 69C. Now, sorry, it's getting a little bit legalized here, but bear with me. I try to explain it in a way that even people who hate legal stuff find it maybe interesting. So what that law says is, like, anytime you deal with a computer program, you have to ask for permission. You know, you have to ask the person who wrote the program if it's cool for him, if you change the code, if you modify the code, or do some, publish the code, of course. You know. So then Axel Springer said, okay, what if, and they said this is a quote from the judgment that we just won, from the part where the judgment cited the plaintiff. And Axel Springer, the plaintiff here, says, like, you know what, HTML, or the websites written in HTML, are computer program code. Maybe not in the old days where we said like markup language, whatever, but these days there's so much interactivity that at least the Axel Springer websites have to be considered computer programs. And the same actually is true for the DOM and the CSS, because they are just interpretations of the computer program code, and as such, which is true, by law are protected as well. Now, when I first heard that argumentation, I think I agree, or I was agreed by a lot of my colleagues, we basically thought that is interesting because that has never been thought about. Why? Because who cares? You know, nobody cares if you're dealing in your private living room with computer program code normally. But here we have a direct financial impact. So I understand that it's being at least done. And they went to Hamburg, to the court of Hamburg, which is known to be very IP friendly. So it makes sense that they choose this court to hear this case. And the first question, as I just mentioned, is like, is HTML or a website written in HTML actually legally a computer program? Now, there is no real legal definition, right? So it's not in the law that says, like in any act that says, if this and this exists, then it's a computer program. We have some WIPO definitions that are referenced some here, but in a nutshell, it just said, if there are instructions that are instructing some information technology to do something, I cannot put it more general like that, then we have a computer program. It's very general, very broad. So what did the first and second instance in Hamburg decide about that topic? They said, oh, we don't know. We don't know. It could be, you know, we don't want to rule it out. It's rather unlikely, but, you know, luckily for us, we don't have to decide. We leave that to the big boys. We leave that to the European high courts and the Supreme Courts. We don't have to decide it because there's another thing that we have to decide about. And this is actually the core of this lawsuit. The question, can I prevent certain browser configurations or browser technology from being used by any kind of internet user without permission by an HTML writer, developer, whatever you want to call it? And in that particular case, it was about GET request blocking, so that a browser is not executing URL requests. And the question of element hiding, you all know, kind of CSS prioritization, where you just put an important exclamation mark, CSS information, and then browser technology, W3C standards are actually cascading it into a way that user agents or user information are always prioritized. And Axel Springer challenged that, and they said, no, that's not the right way to do it. It should be always developer first. And the Higher Regional Court in Hamburg looked at it and they said, no, I don't think so. But they said that after we exchanged about 500 pages of experts' opinion, and we battled for about 3 years. So it was a very, very technical case. And the problem with technical cases is that judges are no technical persons. So the argumentation of Axel Springer went into a scenario where they said, you have to prevent that because it's ad filtering. And they did not show to the court like the bigger implication that this success would have. Because what it actually means, and the court did see that because we said it over and over again, that what the plaintiffs brought to the court is basically an accusation that the DOM tree and the CSS song, and some other parts, are not being rendered or created as the plaintiff intended it, but that the plaintiff has no right to a certain DOM tree or CSS. And especially in the blocking of, or element hiding blocking technology, they said maybe they're changing something, but they only change parts that are not HTML. So we can leave the question open if HTML is a computer program because they are not changing HTML. So even if it would be a computer program, everything that ad filtering extensions do, everything that browsers do, because it's not limited to ad filtering extensions, it's basically every technology that does that. They're not messing with HTML, at least in this case. And then they repeated something that was one of the core aspects of this case, in my opinion. At least that was the reason that I introduced it to the court. It was that we said, dear Mr. Judge, look at it. If you grant this protection, you grant protection against anti-tracking tools, deactivating JavaScript, block pop-ups, or it wasn't quoted in this judgment here, but I like this example very much. Even software that, prohibits spoilers of Game of Thrones. Back then, very popular. You see how long these lawsuits take. So they see that, the judges saw that, and they said, okay, then we have to dismiss this case. And as you can see on the first slide, and go back very quickly. As you can see, it's from August 24th, so 2 weeks ago, roughly. Now, end of story. If we won, again, is now finally this question over of, is ad filtering safe for users to do, safe for developers to do? Can we finally just shape the browser industries and do the best for the users without having the sword above our head that one day one of these publishers will successfully sue us and then drain the distribution channels? Well, not really. Sorry to disappoint you. But this case is, as I said, very, very technical and complex. And one of the aspects of this case is whether or not, if it would be a computer program, it would be sufficient if, even if HTML, a computer program, is not being changed, the execution of that computer program might be changed. And now the Supreme Court, in a different decision, in the case Action Replay against Sony or Sony against Action Replay, just decided this question is so important to European copyright that they will ask the European High Court to decide about it. So the question of if a source code is not changed, but in that particular case, you insert a cheat software who changes some variables in the cache, and then the result of the execution of the computer program is not as expected by the computer program author, is different. Is that maybe the same as changing the source code? Now, the Higher Regional Court in Hamburg already said that they have high doubts that our case is similar to that case, but nevertheless, it could be, and they leave it up to the Supreme Court, and that's why they allowed the next step for Axel Springer to be the Supreme Court. So we already received the papers. They filed the challenge this decision already. So I expect the Supreme Court decision early next year, maybe mid of next year. Obviously, I'm quite positive about the outcome from our perspective. And hopefully then it's over, but I'm not sure if not, again, the European High Court will take a second look again. So to be continued at European High Court. Last slide on that, and then happy to take questions and answer questions. And sorry, no cat pictures, I lied to you. Until the European High Court renders a final decision, 3 bullet points that I like to have everybody in this room to remember. HTML modifications might be an issue under European copyright law. Highly unlikely, but watch the Supreme Court decision to be sure. Ad filter developers should be careful until then in using HTML altering techniques like HTML filter. Just be careful in the European Union. And last but not least, and this is really, really important, don't mess with anti-adblock walls if you are somehow active in the European Union. That is something that could really break your neck if somebody is looking at that and is trying to get your hands at court. And remember, they don't have to sue you in your hometown. They can sue you in any European country and then just file a complaint with the distribution channels. Thank you for your attention. Happy to take questions. And I think I can now stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Kai. Who has the little catch box? Who's got a question? Oh, here we go.
Hi, Kai. First of all, I'm a big fan, and I'm very happy that we have you on our side, because if you were on their side, we would be doomed, probably. And the question that I have for you is, what do you think about the DMCA angle that was kind of explored a little bit by some US companies, but it kind of stopped and wasn't developed anymore? So what are your thoughts on how dangerous it could be?
Yeah, thank you for this question. I think that, if I remember correctly, back then it was a complaint by, was it Admiral against somebody?
Yeah.
I don't recall it correctly, but I saw something.
Against Ryan.
Yeah, I think that DMCA complaints are a slippery road. I mean, on the one hand, you get a very quick decision sometimes, and you don't go to court about it. You file a complaint at the service provider, and that's why most of the DMCA's complaints are actually successful, because very few service providers fight back in the names of their clients, because it's a financially easier solution to just kick out the complaint issue or the complaint filter in that particular case. So that's why I think that DMCA complaints can be quite successful for publishers. This being said, also these kind of DMCA complaints most of the time lack merits. So if you have the resources to fight back about that and to defend them, most of the time you will be successful, because copyright is a very complex issue. And just take anti-adblock laws. When I said, be careful with it, the complexity is in the details. Some of them are to be protected, some might be not protected. And with DMCA complaints, most of them, if not all, are based by copyright. So yeah, you see how I try to find an answer to your question who fits into a nutshell, but there isn't any. I mean, it's really down to the particular case. You have to take it serious, but if you have a good lawyer on your side, you should be able to defend it.
Okay, I know one good lawyer. Thank you.
We're going cross room here. Not bad. Impressive.
Thanks. So hi, it's really fascinating how creative those lawyers from Axel Springer get. And I wonder if their line of thinking would be hold correct. Would this make the browser vendors that implement content filtering techniques co-liable of ad blocking?
Yes. Not ad filtering. Look at it from a bigger picture. Every technology that uses GET request blocking or CSS prioritization, any extension, any browser configuration option, it would all be subject to this case law. So that's this is the point that I like to get across, not only at court, but also in this room. This case is not about ad filtering. Ad filtering is an example of what this case is about. And browsers, developers should be very careful watching this case. I'm totally convinced that we will be positively end this case and that there will be no negative consequences. But if the plaintiffs would be more into it and looking at maybe different targets, who knows what would have happened.
So even the worst case scenario, in the meantime, could we think that, let's say, that the next ruling will be negative for the ad filtering, then the case won't be Axel Springer against IO, but Axel Springer against Google. So
Axel Springer against Google, Axel Springer against Opera. I would say Axel Springer against anyone who is not a partner of Axel Springer.
So we're on the safe side, I guess, with the budget war. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the talk, very interesting. I'm going to ask a silly question about HTML, because when they attack websites written in HTML, so do they just mean the kind of the underlying technology that the website can be translated in HTML? Because technically I can write from a website in Markdown or using those constructors.
Yeah.
So would that be
the argument that the plaintiffs brought to court is, they started, I have to elaborate more on that, because they started very broad. They said, look, our website is not just the front end, how they called it. It's the front end, the HTML website, considering together with the back end, the server side. And the interaction between both of them is one big computer pool. Now we torn this argumentation apart and we just said this is nonsense. So we just, at the end of the day, looked at what happens at the computer of the user, which is HTML execution or visualization at the browser level. And here Axel Springer, or the plaintiff, argumented that due to the many interactive elements within HTML code. So it's the writing of HTML websites. It's not software used to write HTML. That has not been targeted. It's the HTML website itself. It's so highly interactive due to JavaScripts being implemented, Flash, and, well, according to the plaintiff, even URLs embedded in HTML should have an instructive character, because then the browser is calling these URLs the GET requests. And that is an instruction to the software, the browser, to do something again and again. I'm saying this is the argumentation of the plaintiffs. It's not making sense, but if you make it too complex and overly complex, the strategy is to just find a judge who doesn't get it. But to answer your question, it's about HTML, not the software used to create HTML.
Okay, thank you.
Finding a judge who doesn't get it sounds like justice to me, or maybe the opposite of that. Wish we could go on, but you all have coffee to drink downstairs. So we're going to do a coffee break for 30 minutes. But before we do that, let's have a round of applause for Kai.
Have fun in Amsterdam. Hope to see you next time.
All right. You can get up and get coffee.
I mean, I'm on. Yeah, you can keep that. Okay. Is everybody back? Looks like some people are still smoking. Maybe I should knock on the window. Hello? Maybe somebody else knocks on the window. Anyways, so we are resuming program, and yeah, we're back for our last two highlights of the day. And yeah, up next we have on the program what's new in Chrome, and yeah, it being or the most dominant browser in the field, and any updates in this space are particularly interesting. So we have 5 lovely colleagues from Google here that will be the experts on explaining exactly what's happening in this space. So I'm very happy to have them. They're sitting right there, and will be coming to the stage individually and also introducing themselves. So off we go, and enjoy. Hello.
These are some updates from Chrome. And my name is David, and I am a product manager for the Chrome extensions ecosystem at Google. And over the course of this presentation, you'll hear from a number of members of our team, ranging from DevRel to other eng leads that are responsible for the platform as well as the Chrome Web Store. And today we're here to talk to you about some of the really cool things that we have been working on, as well as some of the things that are coming up for Chrome and for the extensions ecosystem overall. All right, so I see a lot of familiar faces from last year here, and I've talked to a lot of folks here. But for anybody who is new, a quick refresher on what happened last year. Fortunately, I can go through this section pretty quickly. Earlier today, I believe Dmitry had shown like a timeline and other stuff. So I think like there's some context that's already been set with what previously we've announced. But in last year's presentation, we had already disallowed new Manifest v2 extensions from being submitted to the store. And we had shared a deprecation timeline. It was a series of dates, and we asked for feedback. What would happen? How do you feel? Are we ready to move on to Manifest v3? And we wanted to hear from all of you in the audience here. And we heard your feedback, as well as the feedback of the other members of the developer community as they started migrating their extensions and running into roadblocks and telling us about their experiences. And we listened. And because we listened, we made adjustments to the plan. And it's been alluded to earlier, but I want to summarize what some of those adjustments were. The most important one and the most impactful one is that we paused the timeline for the Manifest v2 deprecation. I believe earlier it says it's unknown. Yes, we had paused it indefinitely until we can resolve some of the quality issues that and challenges that many of you had brought to our attention. So we paused the timeline to focus on the quality and the robustness of the platform. We want to make migration as straightforward and as easy as possible. And so that is what we are continuing to do. And more importantly, we not only did that, but we continued to make improvements to not just the stuff that you mentioned to us, but other things that we've gathered were areas of improvement, and you'll hear about some of those later on today from members of our team. Secondly, we increased developer outreach. So we increased not only the rate of outreach to the developer community, because we heard a lot of great feedback, but we also tried changing up and increasing the number of channels, increasing our investment, for instance, in the Web Extensions community group, as well as trying out like a focus group, a panel of focus group members. Thank you for the feedback in those sessions. I believe in that trial, members from AdBlock Plus and AdGuard teams were there. So we're trying out different ways of engaging with the developer community. And then finally, our last tweak involved something that's like more subtle for this particular audience, but it relates to our enterprise policy. So for enterprises who deploy extensions to their managed devices as part of their enterprise, we originally had the timeline of when they can enable policy to keep Manifest v2 continuing to work tied with some of our existing timeline, but we've since split off that. We've shipped the policy. They can just turn that on whenever they'd like and just not think about the timeline for a little while. And now we're in a really pretty good position. We believe all major known issues have been addressed. There continues to be additional feedback. We know that there's additional feature requests, but much of the feedback now that we're hearing are relatively smaller issues, bugs, rather than like entirely missing pieces of functionality. The adoption has been going pretty well as well. The majority of all extension installs now on user devices are running Manifest v3 for extensions all up. And we've seen new experiences flourish in the store, and many new feature requests from new developers are unrelated to migrating to Manifest v3 or features that were available in Manifest v2. Speaking of new experiences, generative AI is very popular, and we now have many new generative AI extensions that are in our store. That topic has been covered. I heard some coverage of that yesterday. With that trend comes new vectors of abuse and new areas of controversy, but also with this new influx of extensions, we're seeing evidence of Manifest v3 being a more scalable platform from a security and abuse fighting perspective, and it's helped us better figure out the ways that we can protect the ecosystem from new forms of abuse. And one thing, before I pass it on to the rest of the members of our team, is that I want to emphasize that I talked about Manifest v3 because I know that that's a hot topic of concern here. But Manifest v3 exists amongst a whole host of other changes meant for the security and privacy of the ecosystem. So among that, we are also investing in a new extension menu UI to bring improved and clearer privacy controls to end users. We are doing changes in Privacy Sandbox. We have additional safety check feed functionality. That's the screenshot that you see today. We're trying to encourage users to review items that have been maybe taken down or unpublished extensions from the store. And as Natasha covered yesterday in the policy talk, there's a lot of new compliance coming down the pipeline, and we want to make sure that that is as straightforward as possible for developers to accommodate. And so it's coming down the pipeline as well. Expect to hear more soon. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to my colleague, Chary, to talk more about the web store.
Thank you, David. Can you hear me? OK. Thank you, David. Hi, everyone. I'm Chary Chen. I'm a founder and now the engineering lead and manager of the Chrome Web Store, which is a store developers submit extensions, Chrome extensions, and themes. So I'm really glad to be here today, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to show you some of our updates in the past year. So besides stay on top of trust and safety and compliance, we have completely upgraded our store. We introduced improved discovery to better connect extensions to their potential users. I will talk more about this one in the next slides. And because of this new infrastructure, we are also able to build more features for developers. This includes the automatic review, if your extension has a DNR rule-only changes, and also version rollback. We introduced more like transparency. So David talked about the DSA regulation just now. And from next year, the store would mandate traders to verify their information. And we will pass this information about if a publisher is verified to our users. And so users tend to trust extensions from those like verified publisher more. So this is actually a good opportunity because besides store's own verification, developers can also use the Dun & Bradstreet, like DUNS number, to verify. So our new store is in public preview. So everyone can go to the homepage and opt in to use this new store. Please try it out and give us feedback through the 3 dots menu. You can also directly go to the chromewebstore.google.com. The design principle of a new store is to improve the overall trustworthiness and discovery. So users can now find extensions easier thanks to the new extension category. And for example, the ad filtering extensions used to be in the productivity category, right? It's a very generic one, mixed with a large group of other extensions. And for someone who want to find extensions because they want more privacy, it may be hard. Now we introduce this like a new privacy and security category. And it's more easier for a user to just go there and find the extension they want. Talking about the trustworthiness, you can see that we have changes to make the featured extensions more prominent to users. So for example, in this case, the autocomplete scenario, if this is like a featured extension, means they are like the higher quality ones that we verified, we will show their title and icon together on the top, and then for the rest, who are not really like the featured extension, they are shown at the bottom, just raw string. And by the way, our featured extension doesn't mean they are ads. They're just like those that we have already verified have high quality, and also we apply a higher standard when we do the review in each of their updates. And so we can totally trust them to recommend to users. And in this example, we learned from UXR about what information users care when they make decision to choose their extension. So we just ensure those information are really clear to our users, and compare this like old and new UI. You see the user rating is now immediately readable. Yeah, you should totally try the store, completely refresh. But I think like these features are like developers would want to see those, right? First, we remove the user count cap. We used to have like a 10 million cap. And now we still round the number, but there's no longer a cap. And we started using higher resolution graphic assets like screenshots and smell tiles without need the developer to re-upload. We have also finished implementing the per item privacy URL. So today publishers have a single URL for their privacy policy applied to all their items. But then, like next week, when we launch this one, you can use a per item one. Talking about upcoming changes, we've learned that you have concerns about potential review delays when migrating to MV3 often means you need to update your extensions often. And so as soon as we were able to build on top of our new infrastructure, we started the 2 projects. The first one is fast-tracking declarative net request changes. So if the changes only include those safe rules that we have confidence, right, that's safe, and this one can get fast review really, really fast. And also the version rollback, you have UIs about the version rollback if you skip all the reviews and get published instantly. So yeah, with that, I will pass to Devlin to talk about the platform changes. Thank you.
Hey folks, it's good to be back. I think that I recognize a lot of folks out there. So for those that don't know me, I'm Devlin. I am the technical lead and manager of the Chrome extensions platform team, so the portion that's kind of built into the browser. And I want to talk a little bit about what's been going on in the browser in the last year since we were last here. So one of the big things that we've been focusing on is providing well-lit paths for people to migrate to Manifest v3. So we heard you loud and clear, as David said, that there were a lot of rough edges, that even though some of the functionality was there, there were a lot of challenges that we had to face. And I think that Dmitry also went into a lot of detail about those and the types of things that were difficult to circumvent. And we've been spending the last year trying to make that easier, trying to make it so that you could migrate to Manifest v3 with a lot less of that difficulty and those hurdles to get over. So a few of the things that we did in that area were enhancing service workers. So by far, the service worker lifetime was one of the areas that developers were very, very vocal about, saying that it was unreasonably difficult to try and work with the previous model. And we took that feedback to heart. And so we made a lot of changes to there, and Dmitriy alluded to them, where now the service worker, as long as it's doing work, it can stay alive in the browser indefinitely. There isn't a 5-minute limit. It will just stay around and continue processing that data. And it will only go to sleep if truly it is idle. We also provided more support in service workers for web APIs, things like WebSockets, where now if there's an open WebSocket connection, the service worker is going to stay alive while that WebSocket connection is active. We instrumented what we're calling strong keepalize for certain API calls, where if that API call shows some sort of user interface that's going to require the user to make a decision, something like a permissions prompt, the service worker will stay alive as long as that's open, because it would be really awkward to kill it. And then we're also working on opening up new APIs that were previously disabled for service workers for various technical reasons to service workers. So the tab capture API, for instance, is one that we enabled in that service worker context. Along with that, though, we know that service workers still can't solve everything. In particular, there's no DOM in service workers, and that's probably not going to change anytime soon. So with that, we know that there's a lot of these use cases that are fundamentally tied to the interaction with the DOM. Last year, we had talked about off-screen documents, and it was a proposal that we had that we're kind of iterating on. Since then, we launched these to stable. We identified a bunch of reasons that you might want to open up an off-screen document. DOM scraping and iframe embedding is one of the really, really easy ones. But there's a ton of other things that don't yet work in service workers that we want to make sure you can have a way to do in Manifest v3. Along with this, though, there's a lot of these that we think would be better if we just brought them to service workers. And that's one of the reasons that we also wanted to have service workers as this background context, was to align with the web and engage in this virtuous circle where as the web gets better and service workers get better on the web, extensions get better. And also, we can make service workers better on the web. So as we might be able to enable some of these things, we can move them from the off-screen document to the extension service worker, but also enable that for the web platform and make that better as well. We also worked on adding built-in support for user scripts. So user scripts were a really challenging one for Manifest v3 because in Manifest version 3, you're not supposed to have remotely hosted code executed. And that's kind of the entire point of a user script manager. So that was one of the things that we really had to balance and figure out what is the right way to do that. And one of the things that we decided on was we wanted to provide better built-in support, first-party support for user scripts in Manifest v3. So we iterated with the different browser vendors around this, and there was a lot of discussion. And I really liked what Ben said in his talk yesterday about lots of back and forth. Might look like arguing. It's discussing. It's fine. But it's also how standards bodies are supposed to work. It's how this discussion is supposed to go. In the Web Extensions community group, we worked with the browser vendors. We worked with user script managers. We worked with a lot of people in this room to figure out what is an API that would work to allow those Manifest v2 user script managers to migrate over to Manifest v3. And with this, there's not only a path forward for them to migrate, but also they'll get increased security benefits. And this is something that we can also look towards enhancing to make their job easier, more robust, more capable, to patch some of those holes that exist in Manifest v2 and make it difficult to know that your user script is going to inject as you expect it to. And we're working on this first version of the API, and it'll be coming to Canary pretty soon. Along with that, though, we didn't just want to make Manifest v3 better for the Manifest v2 things that already existed. The whole point of Manifest v3 wasn't, yeah, extensions are great. Let's make everyone do a lot of work and get the same thing we had. I know sometimes it looks like that. That's not the intention. We wanted to have a platform that was going to be scalable, that was going to be something that we could evolve for years to come, that was going to be something that we could bring new user experiences to. And so even though a lot of our focus has been on that kind of area of making it easier for you to migrate, making things that worked in Manifest v2 easier to do in Manifest v3 and removing some of those hurdles, we also wanted to make sure that we're extending the platform and bringing new and delightful user experiences that you couldn't do before. One of the big ones that we talked about at I/O was the side panel API. So the side panel is a new UI surface in Chrome, and one of the new APIs that we added for it was the ability for extensions to embed content there. That was something that we heard a lot of developers being really, really excited about. For anyone who's worked on extensions for a really long time, you might remember the old experimental side panel API in Chrome back in like 2011. we finally got it right, we think. So it takes a little while, but we get there. The side panel API is something that we've seen huge excitement around. We got a lot of really good feedback on, and we've seen incredible adoption of it with already hundreds of new extensions in the web store supporting the side panel surface. As well, we just implemented a bunch of random new updates that are just these small quality of life fixes that maybe were around fixing something that was awkward in Manifest v2, or maybe is just a slightly better version, or maybe just is a slight capability tweak. So these are things like the get context API, the ability to set your own badge text color, changing a few aspects of declarative net request where we changed the is URL filter case sensitive to false. Thank you to everyone in this room that provided valuable feedback on that. That was really, really useful to have. We increased the Chrome storage session memory limits. And of course, we're not done yet. We're looking at a lot more things that are still going to come. So obviously, a big button issue, a hot button issue here is declarative net request. Dmitry, thank you very much again for all of your feedback there. Good news, a lot of those are already being taken into account. Oliver has been working on a safe rules proposal, and with that, that will allow us to update a lot of the rule set limits and rule limits for dynamic rules, and we can look at how we're going to do that, and that also ties in with the fast tracking of declarative net request changes that Chary alluded to. But in addition to the declarative net request changes, we're also looking at new APIs. So a few of these that are going to be coming down the pipe fairly soon here are around reading list integration, new capabilities for the Chrome.dom API to help with script injection from a content script into the main world or communication with it, and file handling on Chrome OS. We're also, of course, looking into other APIs that are farther down the road that we're really excited about. And so we'll have more detail for you there as they kind of get closer. And with that, I'll hand it over to Patrick to talk about some of the community updates.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Devlin. As he said, my name is Patrick Kettner. I work on outreach for Chrome extensions, and I am thrilled to be here today. It's the first time I've been to Ad Filtering Dev Summit. I'm really, really excited about all the work that we've done in the last year, so I'd love to share what we've covered. I think, as it's been pretty clear, the major focus for all outreach with extensions in the last year has been Manifest v3. It's no wonder. It's a fundamental rethinking of how extensions work. As a result, a lot of the historical knowledge of how to write an extension has changed. That's why a lot of our focus as a team has been updating the extensions documentation website. We've been adding new concepts to the website, things like service workers or promise-based APIs that historically weren't that relevant to a majority of extensions on the web, now are because of Manifest v3. So we've been adding first-class guides to make sure all extension developers know exactly how to use these new APIs or APIs that might be new for these use cases. Additionally, we've been rethinking how to update existing guides. For example, through a lot of outreach, both direct outreach to extension developers and just kind of unsolicited feedback we've gotten from mailing lists, we found out certain APIs like geolocation were more difficult in Manifest v3. See, Manifest v2, you have a DOM API access everywhere. Geolocation is a DOM-specific API and doesn't really exist within a service worker. So we were able to write a guide that tells you how to use that inside of an off-screen document in a service worker or in the new side panel or any other pop-up or content script. We want to make sure that y'all have the tools you need to do whatever you want to do so you don't have to think about tooling. So thanks to your feedback, we've been able to do that with guides like this. Additionally, we're working with libraries, both first-party and third-party, like Google Analytics and Firebase, to make sure they're updated to get whatever you need to do your job. So there was a major change with Google Analytics this last year where they stopped supporting old Universal Analytics, and they now support this completely new change with Google Analytics 4, and we published a brand new guide on how to do that with extensions. It's great if you haven't updated, if you're interested in analytics at least. It's a great one to check out. So, all of those really collectively it's not just about writing documentation though, it's about making sure that y'all have the best developer experience possible. And so we've been adding new tweaks to the site. One of the smaller ones, but one of the ones I'm the most excited about, was adding this new kind of interactive sample list. So if you're unfamiliar, we have dozens and dozens, or maybe hundreds at this point, of official extension samples where we show exactly how to use specific APIs, how to use specific permissions, the most efficient way to do those things. And they're all available on our site. Historically, you had to just drill through the list manually. It was kind of a pain. We added a new interactive filter list. So now you can filter and jump specifically to one that's for that individual permission, that individual API, whatever it may be, and they all get pulled in automatically from the official Chromium extension samples GitHub. If y'all aren't familiar with the GitHub, if you want to know how to do something in an extension and you can't figure out how to do it, please open an issue here. We can give you a sample on how the Chrome team officially thinks that that's a great way to do it. It's usually going to be one of the most efficient ways to accomplish something. By all means, we please welcome feedback. But we're not always just reacting to developer outreach. We do a lot of direct outreach from us to developers. For an example, this year we started the Google Developer Experts Group for Chrome extensions. So if you're unfamiliar, the Google Developer Expert or GDE program is a way for external folks to Google can come to Google. We communicate and find out what is most important to developers and help them learn about what we're trying to do to make things better. We can try to get our product better from their feedback and vice versa. We were able to launch a GDE program this year for web extensions. We have over a dozen extension GDEs from around the world that can now get feedback. It's a very exciting time for the program, and I'm really happy to see it grow. Not only that, we've been doing random developer check-ins. So some of the people in this room I know have been victims of my cold call emailing, directly asking for feedback. You know, how has extensions treating you? Do you like the platform? Has Manifest v3 been a problem for you? How can we make things better? Are there missing APIs? Something I've done to over 1,000 extensions on the web, both large and small, just trying to find out whether or not things are working. We're not just reaching out to major extensions or random extensions or my friend's extensions or my mother's or anything else. It's really just the widest swath possible. And this is not a one-way street by all means. You cannot annoy me with feedback. Please, you can contact me directly and you can find out exactly what you want, and we will try to make it for you. Because again, we're working on the tools so that you don't have to think about your tools. We want to be invisible. We just want you to be productive and make the things that actually make the internet better. I'm trying to make that happen for you. But that is done by collecting feedback and assisting Manifest v3 migration. Now, in addition to direct one-on-one feedback, we also this concept of a focus group. The focus group at Chrome is a long-living thing. We've had this idea of a Chrome Product Council. It's where Google would bring in representatives from all kinds of different verticals, whether it be e-commerce, education, social networks, or user privacy, just anything that makes up a part of the web for most people, we try to bring them in there, and we give them updates on the web platform, things that are completely public and available, and make sure that we are not going in the wrong direction. We want to make sure we are giving what people want on the web. It's how they can realistically get a lot of the latest news and collect their feedback. You know, people that aren't necessarily focused on technologically focused products can get a little bit behind in web technology, so we want to make sure that they have what they need to be successful. It's been so successful that we actually were able to launch a Chrome extension-specific product council earlier this year. We had 40 different extensions, I feel like, or representatives from around 40 different extensions join us, and it was great. It was so successful, we were able to shrink it even more and create a crypto extension-focused one a few months later. And I'm actually really excited. We're going to be doing a ad filtering and user privacy product council later this year. If anyone here is interested in signing up for it, you can go to that link or scan that QR code to find out more. This would just be a way to share feedback collectively as people that are particularly passionate about ad blocking, about ad filtering, about anything involving user privacy and Chrome extensions. Please, I encourage you to sign up so we can communicate and figure out how to make things better, you know, how to amplify your voice collectively as a group to make sure that browsers give you what you want. Now, a lot of the outreach that we have been doing is focused on individual companies, individual developers, to make sure that we can try to assess what that works, how things work with everyone. And another major part of that, though, is working directly with browsers. You know, I'm incredibly happy and proud to be a part of the Web Extensions Community Group, the WECG, and I'd like to invite my colleague Oliver up to the stage to give an update on what exactly the WECG has been doing.
Thanks, Patrick. I'm really excited about all of that work that we're doing with the community. My name's Oliver. I'm a developer relations engineer, so I work with Patrick and the rest of the team, and really just try and bring your feedback about Chrome extensions to the rest of Chrome as a whole. I'm really excited because I get to talk to you today about the Web Extensions Community Group. This is a group that was founded in 2021 by Simeon Vincent, who was at Google at the time, and Timothy Hatcher from Apple. And the idea is that this is an opportunity for browser vendors, extension developers, and just generally interested members of the community to come together and talk about extensions. And I wanted to share a few numbers, actually. So since the last Ad Filtering Developer Summit, we've had 28 meetings. And that's 28 hours where we've been able to get together, we've been able to talk about what's on our mind, and we've been able to really try and make some progress on evolving the platform. So that's something that I'm really proud of, the fact that we have a community that's willing to come together and to make that time to discuss. And actually, speaking of the community, there are now 161 participants signed up to the group, which is a huge number and I think really exciting. And actually, I checked this morning and that number has gone up to 162. So if you've just joined, welcome. Thank you so much. And in general, in the group, we have, over its lifetime, had over 300 issues opened. So that's a whole wide-ranging set of topics that we've been able to discuss in the group. Some of those, there's still discussion to be had. Some of them we've actually resolved and been able to make changes in the browsers. But in general, I think this is just a really exciting time to be in the extensions ecosystem and to be working together. As I say on this slide, I think one of the big focuses over the last year has just been working to make web extension APIs more consistent across browsers. But on top of that, we've also been able to bring some proposals to the group. So just in the last year, the user scripts API, runtime.getContext, the reading list API, these are all APIs that previously may have gone through a browser-specific proposal process, but we've actually been able to take them to the group to talk about them between everyone and to really sort of shape that API so that the API that we end up with is an API that we're all excited about. I also want to talk a little bit about TPAC. So this is W3C's annual conference. We were lucky enough to get to attend a few weeks ago in Seville in Spain. And this was a really great opportunity to work together face-to-face. So there was in-person attendance from Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and a number of members of the community. Thank you to everyone who came. And we had some really good discussions, which I definitely couldn't summarize all of them here. Actually, I think one of the themes I would say that came from the event was that we didn't have enough time, and next time we should schedule more because in the time we had, we completely filled it. But I wanted to share some highlights. So we discussed moving from the Chrome namespace to browser. So there's a single cross-browser namespace for accessing extension APIs. And there's still some work to do here. I don't want to make it sound like this is something that's going to happen tomorrow, but I'm really excited that we have a potential path forward. We spoke about building web platform tests. So this is the idea of having shared tests that all of the browser vendors can run to make sure that their APIs behave consistently. We spoke about embracing web platform APIs, like Devlin was saying, making sure that if there's a way that we can just use an existing API and give some additional capabilities, we do that so that a new developer coming to the extensions platform doesn't need to worry about learning a whole new set of APIs. They can just use the existing APIs that are available on the web and that have been thought about for a long time and have had a lot of thought put into them. We also spoke about moving forward with a specification. So this was one of the original things, or the original deliverables that we wanted to have from the group. And I think we've only made a small amount of progress there. So we're really talking about what are the next steps? How can we break this work down? How can we try and share it out? And how can we move forward there? Because writing down how we want things to work, I think, is a good way to figure out those edge cases and make extension development easier for everyone. And then much more. There's lots of things that I don't have time to talk about, but changes to declarative net request, as I'm sure you're all excited about. The user scripts API, looking at the implications of WebAuthn in extensions, script execution from content scripts, back-forward cache, service worker fetch events. These are all things that we've been talking about in the group. And if you want to see the full notes or join the group, you can go to the GitHub. So that's github.com/W3C/web extensions. And you can find out all the information. You can see the minutes from our meetings and see in detail what we've been talking about. But that's all from me, so I want to hand you to Devlin, who's going to wrap us up.
Hey, folks, I'm back. So looking back at everything that we've kind of done this year, I got the impression that it's been both a very long and very short year. It seems like it's both flown by, and then I realized that Oliver started in January of this year. He's been here less than 9 months, and I can't imagine going through any of this without having him in the community, because he's been such a crucial part. And so I feel like that's just been this overwhelming theme throughout this of both not having enough time and feeling like so much has happened. But more than that, I also think back to how far the ecosystem has grown in that year. And I was talking with Nora about how much IO has grown in that year, and talking with other developers about how vibrant the ecosystem has been, how much more innovation we've been seeing. And then looking farther back, I've been in this space for close to 12 years now, and I usually get the question of why? 12 years seems like a lot of time, especially in the tech industry. I think Sebastian asked me this question just last night of, why are you still there? And part of it is the technology of extensions. It keeps me really interested because extensions do so much in the browser. And the whole point of extensions is to do anything you want that we can make you do easily and within a safe manner, and there's just so much that you can possibly think of. But more than that, I think it's the ecosystem that keeps me here. It's working with all of you, and it's been such an incredible journey to see how far we've come. And I know that when I started working on extensions, people said, yeah, that's for power users. And when I told other people that I worked on extensions, they said, what? And then I said, ad blockers. And they said, oh, okay. Now when I say I work on Chrome extensions, they say, cool. I wouldn't use the browser without those. And that has been so incredible to see over these last years, how much we've been just breaking into being a typical household name of a product, of a platform, where people know what extensions are. And then looking ahead, I'm really excited to see where we're going, what we're going to do next, how we're going to incorporate with new features. There have been a ton of great talks here on what the cutting edge research is, what the area is. Everybody's talking about AI. And people say, oh yeah, AI, it's going to really change your industry, right? And my response is always, yes, I can't wait to see what extension developers do with it. I kind of sound like a broken record sometimes at work, because anytime anyone comes to me and say, oh, have you tried an extension? Have you built an extension for that? Is there an extension API for that? And it's just because there's so much that this ecosystem can do. And so I'm just really excited to be a part of it, and I just wanted to thank every one of you for helping bring us there, because we can't do this as one browser. We can't do this as all the browsers. We need the developer ecosystem there to help move us along. And this is such a crucial part of that, and I've just had such a blast coming to all of these meetings for the past now 5 years. And it's been so great to see how everyone can come together, how everyone can work together, bring feedback, and how we're evolving the platform for our users. So I just wanted to say thank you for all of your hard work, and we really could not do it without you. You make the platform, not us. So thank you. And then all up, yeah. Now we have Q&A. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the crowd can just take it away. Questions?
Oh, no question.
I actually don't have any question. I just wanted to say thank you for your work, and I see a lot of improvements throughout this year and the previous years, and I'm very happy to see that extensions is not just a single guy somewhere in the basement of the Chrome building, I don't know. Yeah, it's so cool. Thank you so much.
That's how we knew we did a good job, was that Andre doesn't have questions for us. I think that's a new record.
I'm not sure if it's still an issue or not, but there's always been an issue with fake ad block extensions, and I guess how proactive is the Chrome store to removing repackaged fake extensions or nefarious extensions that obviously people will search and find something that might take their personal data because it's been repackaged as an ad block extension.
I can
okay, go ahead.
Take that one. So we do have some checks to see the reused packages and then take them down. But sometimes the developer can just do things and not really submitting the exactly same code and making this one hard. And so what the developer who has this, or the copyright can do is to report the issue through the One Platform support channel, and our reviewers they will actually respond to all of those escalation and be able to address those.
And to add on to that, so I think Chary alluded to our spam policies. So if they directly copy another extension, we try our best to take down those copies that use exactly the same code. With duplicate or copycat extensions, there is a little bit of a gray area. So oftentimes they take that and add a little bit of a difference of a unique selling point. And then they say, we're different, we're better. And so there is a gray area that we have to work with every day. But we do our best to try to take down anything that's obviously a copycat or obviously a malicious or experience for users.
And those are actually reviewed by our lawyer reviewers. So you probably need to prove you really own that copyright for that to take effect.
Hello. In current station, we have a different API of MV3 in Firefox and Google. Even pages and service worker is a different approach to manipulation with DOM and different events like on-install and HK. Do you have a plan to unify the standard of management of external workers in all browsers, like in the V3C group, for example?
That's one of the main areas that we're focusing on is browser alignment. And so one of the interesting things about the extensions platform is that it wasn't part of the web to begin with. It wasn't a cross-browser thing. Every browser had their own implementations of what the extensions platform was. And then we've eventually kind of naturally aligned on this version, but because it's been a less than traditional path forward for that, there's a lot of mismatches. And as you mentioned, some of that is the larger APIs, event pages versus service workers, and some of it's just behavioral differences, where X API does this in this scenario in this browser, but not in this browser. And those are the types of things that we're looking at making more consistent in the WECG. I think that there's certain aspects that will be harder to align on that are going to take a lot of iteration. And I think that with those, one of the approaches that we're having is how can we make it as easy as possible for folks to have a cross-browser extension? So with the example of service workers, Safari and Firefox are both implementing support for service worker extensions, or I think in Firefox it's not a real service worker, it's like a mocked-up service worker environment. But the idea is that you should still be able to have that extension that works across all of these different browsers. And if we look towards the next 3 years, 5 years, we're hoping to reduce that gap so that even if the platforms aren't entirely identical, and we don't think they should be because browsers have different features, at least those features that are in common work the same way, and there's not this question of, what do I have to do to get my Chrome extension to work in Firefox, or to work in Opera, or to work in Brave, or to work in Safari? Because we know that one of the best parts of the web is that it is the original, in my mind, still the best write once, deploy everywhere application. And so we want to embrace that as much as we can.
I can add a little bit to that. I think in the community group, we've seen, actually in general, we're very aligned on like where we want to move the platform and the direction we're heading. So that's really exciting. One thing we do want to do is make sure that like browsers still have room to experiment and to try things. So it's not like our way is the best way. It's like, okay, we all see that we're trying slightly different things at the moment, but hopefully over time we can see what works and start to align more. So I think over time, hopefully we're going to see more alignment and it will become easier to.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Hi, thanks for the update. It was very interesting. I'm curious if you can already share more details about the timeline for the fast-tracked rules-only updates. You said it's coming soon, but how soon?
Do you like next year?
Okay.
How about like middle next year?
So AFDS 2024, we can give you feedback on how well it works?
Sorry, what?
So on the S-Filtering Dev Summit next year, we can give you feedback how well it works?
Yeah, for sure.
Cool, thanks.
Mark your calendar.
So follow-up question on that actually. Are you gonna aim at certain response time for the fast-track review?
We actually like try to focus on the safe rules and then to have like review without any human involvement, meaning it can be fast as we can scan and handle the package. So I think in most cases it should be really fast, especially if you upload and then after a long time to try to publish. But like normally the scan, it would take a while.
Okay. Thanks.
Oh. Right.
Sorry to do this again. So what are safe rules exactly from a filter list perspective?
So
I consider obviously every rule I create is safe. but I'm a bit biased. But,
I think it's already an overloaded term, and we're only in the early days. So we have a proposal in the community group, which is safe rules that we will allow to have a higher limit for dynamic rules. And so right now our definition is fairly basic. It's things like block and allow rules, allowable request upgrade scheme, and potentially there's scope there to increase that in the future. So maybe certain types of redirects might be considered safe. And then I think for fast tracking the web store review, we have a very similar goal. So it's likely to use a very similar definition or maybe exactly the same definition. But I think exactly what that definition in that case is still a little bit of an open question.
To expand on that a little bit, the motivation behind safe rules and the reason for the name, even though I think none of us are really attached to it, is that with these rules, the extension shouldn't be able to cause significant harm. Where with things like declarative net request, if you redirect Google Analytics and jQuery, you basically own the internet. And you could redirect those to evil.com if you wanted. But there's only so much harm you can do with allow, block, or upgrade screen type rules. And so we have pretty high confidence that even if we don't have any type of review for those rules, it's still pretty safe for the user to have those exposed.
And just as a quick reminder that like the reason we're having all of these conversations is like we're not worried about any of you in the audience here. We have an entire ecosystem that don't attend these summits and maybe have shadier practices than folks that are in attendance here. And that's something that we have to keep in mind as we have these conversations about what's safe or unsafe.
Hi, thanks. Just to echo what Andre said, it seems like it's all really positive stuff that you were talking about today, so thank you. I kind of wish I could ask you why you hate ad blockers again, but you don't, so, you know. I did want to ask about the Chrome Web Store. I just had a look at it, and it asked me for my Google login. Is it not live yet? Is it the chromewebstore.google.com is where I went to.
chromewebstore.google.com, yeah. So login is not required to install extensions. You can do that, like other things without the login.
It redirected me to enter my Google account details.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, sounds like maybe a bug.
Okay.
We'll do that, but there's no intention to like mandate Google account to install extensions.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Right now, by the way, like that is currently in an opt-in only. So that's like a direct link to get to it. The typical user model is like if you go to the web store, you have an opt-in prompt, and then that'll take you over. So especially when it gets published publicly to everybody, 100%, they will definitely not require sign-in. We know a lot of users do not sign in.
So is it meant to require the sign-in now, or no? It's not. That is a bug. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's a bug. Probably.
I'm in Brave, by the way. Sorry. So I don't know if that makes a difference. But yeah. So yeah, thanks.
Just a quick one.
Staying here.
I keep some questions for the browsers panel, so that's why I'm not asking something.
Holding back.
Devlin. Chary, I just wanted to ask. I'm very excited about the fast track thing, so it's great that you will do that. Will there any limitations on how often we can upload an updated extension with the updated static rules? So if we do it, I don't know, every hour, will it be a problem for Chrome Web Store? And quickly, the follow-up, do you have the numbers on how quickly the updates are actually received by the users?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, so regarding the update frequency, so far we don't apply any quota there. There is an API quota. If you use the API, there's some quota. I think that's pretty generous, like KPI-based. So if you want to do 1 hour, 1 update per hour, it's possible, but you probably don't need that frequent. And also, the review, if there's any review that take longer, because you cannot edit at the same time when the item is under review, so that may slow you down. And regarding the update, how soon it reaches user machine, I think this one depends. So in general cases, right, it's actually take a while. So it's 7 days, about 90% of users will get the updates because maybe they don't use their laptop often. Maybe they don't use their browser long enough in each session. But as extension, there is a way to kind of like request the update, like just like when you really need that. Or the user can actually also go to the developer, turn on the developer mode, and then just force update on all the extensions.
And I would say, actually, I think this is a discussion I had with somebody yesterday, but we'd love to keep like expanding the documentation on how the update process works and how regular a user might get updates. I think that's a really great area to explore.
Yeah, because it's passive, right? The update is passive. It's more depends on the user. How do they use the browser rather than how soon we want to distribute. It's always available immediately. Yeah.
I have a question. Do you have any plans to extend API for interaction with Chrome Web Store? For example, setting maybe distribution %?
I thought we have that.
That's something we're talking about as a team. There's a number.
We already have that.
So we have the ability to set it. There's some fine-grained stuff we had talked about with AdGuard separately that's not currently available.
Yeah.
But in general, yes, we're looking to do that. And for that and any other feedback that y'all have, please contact me at least. I don't want to speak for everybody, but feel free to contact anybody, or myself rather, about feedback. We would love to make sure that developer experience like the API can be improved or better documented in case it is already supported.
And I have another one question about fast tracking. For example, in AdGuard, along with declarative rules, we build also some source maps, which helps for faster building our engine and starting it. Would it be considered like just change of the rules or no?
I think our first version, we will only be able to detect like rule file only changes. And then also within the rule file, you do only the save types. So if you touch any other file, unfortunately, it cannot be counted as a DNR only change. You can still go through the normal updates, though.
Yeah. OK, then I would say thank you to all of you, Chary, Patrick, Oliver, David, Devlin. That was great. And yeah, we are going to do a little bit of remodeling of the stage because we are approaching the final highlight of the day, which is what I will just declare our tradition. And it's the browser panel that Andre is saving all of his 20 pages of questions for. So yeah, we have Devlin coming back to the stage representing Google. We have Anton from Brave, Luca from Mozilla, and we have Arjan from Opera. And I think I don't have much more to say. Maybe a bit more space. And yeah, get comfortable and enjoy the conversation. Hello? I thought we were in training by now.
So this was one of the discussions we had in the Slack channel was, so what are we doing? What are we talking about? So I think one of the things that we wanted more than anything else was just to invite the audience to have an opportunity to ask questions on their mind that appealed to kind of the broader cross-browser community, so where it doesn't pertain to any specific one of us, and just to get our different thoughts on how the ecosystem or APIs might evolve. So if anyone has questions, please. Or if any of you have questions.
I needed to prepare. So the first and probably the main question is, not the main, okay, the first. Why Brave is not on W3C group yet?
Yeah, so that's actually probably a better question for my boss, Pete Snyder, who is not here right now. But he generally tends to participate in more of the standards bodies, and he does definitely participate in W3C proceedings, but yeah, I don't know if we have any specific plans to be in the extension space at the moment.
Same question to Opera.
Yeah. We used to be very active in the W3C when we still had our own browser engine. As we changed to using Chromium, we've mostly shut that down. I see there's a lot of interest again in joining that. I can't promise anything right now.
We would love to have you there.
I can assure you the same. Mozilla will feel the same.
It would be wrong if only I ask questions, right? Please.
We can just bring another chair up here if you want.
All right, so we had this chat with Arjan already, and we decided it's a nice question for the panel. What do you think would be a next big thing in the roadmap for a browser that already renders websites and does extensions and everything? So.
You want to go first? Or?
Okay. As you might have seen, at Adware we're experimenting a lot with AI at the moment. Also a bit forced by the market and where things are going. But we really think there's a lot of future in there, also in how users interact with the browser.
Yeah, I would say for me at Brave, I feel there is definitely a lot of potential for AI to enhance the local first experience of using a browser. I think a lot of people are looking at all of these remotely hosted large language models and other generative AI services, and that is not a very good privacy first aspect of AI. So I think with Llama 2, for example, that's embeddable in a local client, and probably some of the newer models can get very good performance even on phones and things like that. So that will really start to enhance the possibility of having the browser be smarter and able to, for example, if filter lists break on a particular website, maybe AI would be able to assist the user in debugging it and fixing it without having to go through the whole loop of getting a filter list maintainer to look at it and debug it. And then that kind of a rule could be reported upstream and integrated with lists.
On the Firefox side, you may already be aware that we have experimented with models running on the client side. One experiment in that area was the Firefox Translations project. It started as an extension, running a model on the client side to translate the page. That is in the progress of being integrated into the browser, so it's moving from an experiment to an actual browser feature. I know that there is more work planned for helping the user to feel safer on the web in general, so more agency for the user. So that for sure is part of what we are looking into in general.
No surprise, AI is very much in the minds of everyone, and that is something that we're looking into in Chrome in a bunch of different areas. Part of those are around how can we incorporate AI in the browser, but a lot of those questions are also around how does AI affect the open web and how does that change websites. More than that, though, I think maybe I'm too much of a cynic. I don't think that Gen AI is going to solve every problem we have on the web or in the world. I know that there are people out there that just think, yep, we're done, ChatGPT, we solved it. I think that there's more that we can do there, and I think as we look ahead to the evolution of the browser over the next several years, it's going to be not just about how do we use AI to do things, but how do we have the browser help the user more. And we refer to the browser in specs as the user agent. But too much, I feel like we aren't an agent of the user. We're not doing things on the user's behalf. It's kind of like, yeah, you wanted to see a web page. We showed you a web page. And I think there's so much more that we can do there to make the browser powerful and act on the user's behalf and help the user through different journeys. And I think that AI is a tool in that. And I don't think it's going to be the only tool or the only answer. I think there's going to be a lot more that we can do there as well.
maybe on the topic of generative AI not solving all the problems, I think it's also going to pose a lot of problems for browser manufacturers, very new problems.
Sustainability, so our planet that I'm kind of attached to, so.
Yeah, exactly. And also, like, there's going to be a lot of new spam sites that are just completely auto-generated from nothing and have no substantial content, but what are we going to do with those? We're going to have to figure out new techniques for...
Only there's a way that we could filter out bad content on the web.
Again. So my next question will be a bit vague. Thank you so much. But could you please use your fantasy a little bit, and each of you, could you please tell me? Let's consider that you have unlimited resources. You can do with anything with the extension platform. Which kind of extensions platform would you build in this case? What would be the difference to what we have now?
Should I start? With infinite resources, well, I think one thing that I would really like to invest much more is like developer experience, like provide more and more to the developers to like debug their extension, to like testing them, like that on that area. I think we could improve a lot with more investment in the area, and yeah, MV3 making that complete. That requires still a lot of work. So that would be for sure another investment, like making that to be complete and cover all the use cases. We are not there, I think, none of the browser for MV3, and we want to get there at some point. So that would be another area.
Yeah, I feel if there are infinite resources, then the main thing opening up would be to give extension makers possibilities that we have as browser makers, because we can do a lot of changes and everywhere, and we can decide for ourselves whether they're good things or not, and whether we want to have them or not. So with infinite resources, I would love to build a lot of building blocks that extension makers can use to do the same kind of things that browser makers themselves can do. Unfortunately, not very possible without infinite resources.
Maybe this is a little too infinite, but I would like to see an extension platform that's accessible to like everyone, not even just developers. Because I think really the way everyone uses the internet is a little bit different, and you can't generalize that to any particular individual. And just people's workflows that depend on the internet, and what sites that they use, what particular parts of each site they use, what do they interact with in a like kind of routine way. I think browsers could play a part in like making all of that more useful, more streamlined, more automated. But you can do some of that with extensions, but you have to be very technical and put in a lot of time and investment into that. So maybe with AI there will be easier ways to create extensions from just a sentence or a few paragraphs of description, or maybe even just by a gradual observation of user history on the device. So maybe that's a little too far-fetched, but I can dream.
You precisely took mine. So either that or retire on a beach with infinite resources. And I think that there's so many opportunities for users to make the web their own and curate their own web experience. And assuming that Kai keeps kicking ass in court, which I hope he does, that's something that is possible and we can do with a browser. And I think just bringing that to everyone and being able to bridge that gap between the technical capability of what is possible and where the average user is, has huge potential. And I think that we're making slow strides towards that in a couple of different ways. And I think that there's avenues that we can take to get there, including some of the changes with the APIs that we're making now. But I think that it's a long road ahead.
Hi. Since we're at the Ad Filtering Dev Summit, I was wondering, as new privacy methodologies are integrated into browsers, like ones from the Privacy Sandbox, how do you guys envision the role of ad blockers, for example, will change within 5 to 10 years? Will we still need ad blockers?
I think we totally would. At least the way the world currently works, I think there's always going to be some kind of imbalance between the incentives of website owners, publishers, and users who are using those sites. And that doesn't necessarily need to be in a malicious sense. That can just be the website owner thinks that this particular way the site is laid out looks good and is functional, and one user may prefer it to look differently. And I think that's always going to be somewhere that ad blocking in some sense is a useful technology, and just being to manipulate the layout of websites and that sort of thing. And I think especially the biggest aspect of ad blocking that is important is being able to share lists and have them be loadable in multiple different contexts. So the best way we have to do that at the moment is filter lists, and I think those are here to stay as well.
And here you and I talked about this a little bit yesterday, but I think there's two important pieces that need to be considered with that. One is whether those initiatives are going to be enough, and the other is whether the only reason people block ads is for privacy reasons. So with the first, I think we've seen a lot of good evidence today and yesterday that those initiatives are a great place to start and will have an impact on the ecosystem, but aren't going to be a silver bullet. They're not going to solve the problem overnight. And so we're blocking third-party cookies, yes. And the end result is everything is in first-party cookies, and that's not exactly the outcome that we wanted. And so I think that there's still going to be that aspect where even if we have great success with those APIs, there's still going to be potential privacy issues around there. But the other part is that we don't just block ads because they're privacy invasive. They are. But there's a lot of other reasons to block ads. They might be too intrusive, too disruptive. They might break the accessibility of a site. A lot of the time, they are part of the least accessible things on that site. And so if you need to use the browser in a certain way, they can break that. And then as well, there's so many other aspects that we've heard about in the last couple of years at the summit, which I've always found incredibly just fascinating. That last year there was a lot of emphasis on how ad filtering can help protect against fake news and how that's important in the political climate that we're in. And this year we heard a lot about the sustainability aspects of being able to reduce the number of ads on the web and the bids that go through and the computational power there. And so I think that while those privacy initiatives are really important and are a great stride, I don't think that they're even focused at addressing all of the reasons that we have ad filtering on the web today.
I also agree. I mean, in this couple of days of conference, there was a lot of proof that the ad blocking and anti-ad blocking is a cat-mouse game, and that's not gonna end anytime soon. From my perspective, there was multiple proof that when you find a way to block something, they will find a way to do something else.
Web standards are the slowest cat I know.
And the extension, the way I see the reason why I entered the field is that the extension are kind of like helping the browser to innovate. Like there are so many things that has been integrated in the browser that were extension, and then that domain didn't die. Like an example that I can make that is not ad blocker, just to provide variety of this proof, is like the DevTools. Like initially the DevTools were an extension, like Firebug get that started, right? And that made the proof that we wanted that for everyone in every browser, and we integrated, we created DevTools. But still, there are DevTools extension. Why there are DevTools extension? Because the DevTools integrated in the browser cannot fit every use case. And for the ad blockers, I think it's going to be the same. We introduced an answer tracking protection in Firefox. That didn't kill the ad blocker. It doesn't go as far as an ad blocker does, and it does not move at the same speed. Because we are in a browser, and so we cannot change that with the same speed and focus that the ad blocker community has. So there is a lot of research. You provide that proof to me in these 2 days. Like there is really a research in that area that is going to be informing new techniques. And so there will be ad blockers that covers things that maybe the browser doesn't cover yet. And that will continue, I think, for a long time. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. And I think most has already been said, but I wanted to emphasize that Privacy Sandbox might resolve some privacy issues for some people, but not for all people. And as we well know, ad blockers are used for many different purposes as well. So as long as the user demand is there, the ad blockers will be there. And definitely 5 years from now, they'll still be there. And going very strong, I think.
Hi. In privacy aspect, I think the PWAs are pretty important because we can use web extensions on it. Does Firefox Desktop plan to support it, or?
Sorry?
Does Firefox Desktop plan to support PWA in later or future?
I don't.
Does Firefox plan to support progressive web apps?
Oh, on desktop. Well, I cannot tell you in detail what the plan is there. I know that we had that feature for a while, but as far as I remember, it was not that much used on desktop. And so on desktop, I think there is has been removed, but on mobile, it's still there. Like when you pin an app in the desktop of the Android phone, that enters PVA mode. Like so. It fits better at the moment in the mobile domain than on desktop. At least this was what I remember being told. But well, my team is very far from the PVA, so I cannot give you like the fresh opinion about that feature on desktop.
Thank you.
Just to clarify the last point. So ad blockers are great. Obviously, you're blocking ads, but we've actually expanded beyond a lot of just ad blocking. So blocking social elements, newsletters, overlays, cookie consents. So ad blocking is great because it obviously blocks ads, but we can do so much more now than we did, say, maybe 10 or 15 years ago, because we've got better tools. We've got scriptlets, we've got more advanced CSS that we can now inject. So I guess just saying that, yeah, ad blocking is more than just ad blocking. We can do a lot more with the tools we have now. So.
And there's a bigger community around it too.
Can I just ask what's the state of support for GPC, or Global Privacy Control?
Yes, so Brave supports it. It's on by default. You can turn it off in the flags if you want, but that's we support both the header and the JavaScript API.
Cool. To everybody.
I don't know the details of this, sorry.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I have to reply the same thing. Like, I'm not aware, so I wouldn't comment on it.
Same answer, yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Yeah, for those who aren't familiar, GPC is Global Privacy Control, which is like it's kind of like Do Not Track, but it has legal status in California and a couple other places. So we have seen a few websites which are actually actively respecting that choice, and it's awesome to see.
I have a question for Brave. You have a ransom ecosystem for Web3. It's a Brave Awards, it's a Brave Wallet. And do you have a plan to integrate the anti-scam, anti-phishing model for DEX application?
For Web3 specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a few features to help people who are using Web3. I'm not as familiar with those, but like for example, when you're about to do a transaction, it'll display extended details that are parsed from the body, basically. And I believe we are looking into. There are a couple of like lists that are starting to be maintained for known scam contracts and things like that. I think we're looking into those as well.
Is this list of scam contracts is public?
Yeah, so again, I'm not too familiar with them. I believe maybe MetaMask supports, they host one on GitHub, or Phantom Wallet, I think, also has one. But yeah, again, that's not my area of expertise.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask what your thoughts on the role of mobile extensions will be over the next few years.
Well, we have a mobile extension for a while now, and well, the ad blocker is a very pretty much installed extension. Like it's basically the most common one is ad blocking. I kind of remember in the stats that like a video downloader was another one that is pretty common. I think it mainly is like the interaction with the phone is so different from desktop. And well, the extension can help there, like to make the interaction with the website simpler or like more smooth, or to be exactly what the user wants in that moment. So I think there is much that the extension can do, and maybe in the future even with some more APIs surface on mobile, like we have a reduced set there, or mobile specific that we don't have at the moment. So I think there is a lot of space in mobile. Also, the users are using mobile a lot to navigate the web, so I think it makes sense for extension to help there.
I would like to hear Devlin's take on this, because Andre, I remember, was speculating that MV3 was moving towards mobile extensions.
Yeah, so mobile extensions are obviously something that's come up a lot in the past, and historically there's been a couple of different reasons that we haven't been able to have extensions on mobile. One of those is just the technical aspect of it, where Android and mobile devices in general are a much more resource-constrained environment, and so especially as we move towards other aspects of security with site isolation and no extensions ever sharing the same process and every origin being isolated, there's a lot of tension around that resource consideration and how we would even bring a platform that's still fast to a mobile operating system. One of the other concerns there is around the usability, where the mobile interface is so dramatically different and much lighter weight. But also we want to make sure that users are aware of the extensions that they have installed, that they're able to interact with them, and so that there's a lot of those user research and interaction challenges associated with it as well. Even if we get past those, there's questions of distribution. On Android, that's maybe a solvable problem. We don't have too many people from Apple here, so I can't tell them how they would feel, but I postulate that they don't like the idea of other stores on their platform. There's a lot of those hurdles that we would have to be able to get over. As a user and as a developer, I want them. I would be keen on them. Unfortunately, it's not just me that has to be persuaded. So it's always something that we are looking at and kind of keeping our finger on the pulse of and seeing, are the constraints that were previously there, how valid are they? Are they still challenges? Are those surmountable challenges? Are there other things that we need to take into consideration? And is it something that we can potentially pursue?
I'm saying that mobile's not my area. I work in desktop, so I can't really comment on what they're planning in the mobile team, but I can probably say that we will wait for Google's lead on this.
I would just like to follow up on this and remind that there are already 3 Chromium-based browsers who added web extension support. It's Kiwi, Samsung, and Yandex. So it's doable. Well, and the question is probably not to Devlin, because we heard his opinion on this, but to Anton. Why would Brave not add extension support to mobile?
Yeah, so we have actually looked at Kiwi browser specifically, and I guess there's the question of why don't we just take Kiwi's patches and apply them directly into Brave?
Pretty much.
And yeah, I guess part of the problem is that Kiwi has historically been a little bit out of date compared to upstream Chromium, and that is a big problem for us. We were looking into JPEG XL support as well, bringing that back, and the JPEG XL team did commit to like providing patches, but those patches were also not quite up to date, and we basically try to stay right up to date with the latest Chromium release and have our own version of it within a day of like 24 hours of the upstream release. And we have a team that's working very hard on that all the time. So that's kind of the main blocker there. I think, I mean, if we had infinite resources, that's probably something we would want to do as well, but it's yeah, we are a much smaller company, so that's hard to prioritize.
I guess I have to ask a question. Yeah, I can hit with it. Oh, okay. So just a little story, maybe a bit. So like 15 years ago, I was one of those who created. It was a Meta, maybe like a browser called Crozilla. It died, but it was. I think there were some features that have never been realized in any browsers. I haven't seen them. Those would be, for example, like a user when they would create their profile, they would indicate an interest, and that would dramatically, for example, change the appearance of the browser for them. So they would have the background, the theme, and then they will have specified searches, and there would be a meta search that would use like 5 searches available. So are you planning anything about that? And that maybe could include some, I don't know, even section for maybe specialized ads that would support that area. So I ask it only because it hit me. I didn't really want to ask it. So if you have like any thoughts about that one, and I'm just, if not.
Yeah, I can say, for example, Brave has a bunch of different filter lists that we basically preload as options in a default list in the settings. So if a user wanted to enable, for example, Fanboy's annoyances list, which blocks a lot of random pop-ups and chatbots and social elements and things like that, that's totally something you can do, and that's one of the many ways you can customize your browser experience. There's even a couple, like you have an anti-font list, for example, if you are concerned about loading fonts from remote sources, and maybe you don't want to load as much bandwidth if you're concerned about the environment or something like that. So there are options there. I think part of the challenge with preloading these is that there is a trade-off to be made in terms of privacy. If you customize your user agent too much, it starts to look very unique compared to others. And so there's a bit of a trade-off there in terms of how much can you afford to kind of push on users by default. We try to err on the side of caution there.
Yeah, I'll say for me, agreed with that, and it's a constant discussion, this trade-off. So it comes with everything that you try to do in the browser. But for sure, there'll be more personalization. I think it's the direction we're moving towards.
If I understood the question correctly, like the default profile in Firefox tends to be like as clean as possible, like matching like the generic user as much as possible, and being like don't provide anything that would not be like a user choice, and then leave the user to choose customizing the theme or installing extension. There is some work in the onboarding. When you onboard a new profile, we tend to provide some suggestion to the user so that they may not be aware about themes, and so we tell them you can customize how the browser looks, or do you want to import extensions that you add in another browser, like so that we can match the same kind of extension that you add in Chrome, like we can install the related one, just a set that we trust, obviously, it's not random extensions. But it's being experimented so that during the onboarding, give to the user more information about how they can customize the browser. Well, in addition to that, you can use multiple profiles, so you can have different way of using the browser. And we also provide the container feature that is not a customization feature. The containers are a feature to isolate things without part of your life, like it's personal, banking, shopping, and is not as different. Like you don't need to reconfigure your browser. It's not as separate as a profile. You still have the same profile, but like the cookies and storage and other data is isolated in that domain, so that you can like separate your login for the bank from your personal navigation. So that's another feature that we provide. But yeah, we try to tend to leave the browser as a vanilla version, like, and then give you information about how to customize.
Yeah, on the Chrome side, it's pretty similar to what everyone else has mentioned. We definitely want to provide the user the ability to customize a browser and have everyone's browser feel uniquely theirs, but we also want to balance that out with, as Anton mentioned, the privacy concerns associated with that, as well as just trying to keep the browser clean and making sure that if you download Chrome for the first time and you're like, I just want to go to the website, we don't overwhelm you with all of these choices. So one of the areas that we're looking at is how do we educate users about these different features and bring up the features at the right time for that customization, but do it in a respectful and timely manner.
And part of the beauty of having multiple browser vendors as well is that they all have their own default settings, and basically by choosing one of those browsers, you're pulling in that set of default settings with it. So it's good to have healthy competition and
okay, thank you.
Multiple options.
Thank you.
Some of us also release multiple browsers for different audiences. And, we have a browser specifically for gamers, has different defaults, different settings, different themes even looks different. And that's just because we know that the audience likes to have these different settings.
Right, so Devlin already mentioned this problem that, hey, we're killing third-party cookies, but now we have to deal with first-party cookies. And I think Apple also did it. They killed third-party cookies, right? So now we're left with walled gardens as the only remaining way to profile your users and target ads, which isn't ideal either, right? Maybe it's more privacy preserving, but also it's just solidifying the oligopoly of the biggest players, right? So now, where do we go from here? What's the next step? How do we solve this?
I think there's a couple of different parts that we need to look at. So you mentioned walled gardens, and I assume you're thinking like Facebook or entities like that try to have you just browse the web through them. I think for that, one of the things that we need to do is focus on the benefits of having the web be open. And I think that's fundamental to the web and browsers, and I think that all of us as browser vendors know that and are very, very passionate about that. And I think that it's an opportunity for us to differentiate and say, no, you should browse the web with a browser because that's the best way to experience it. And, you have your choice of browser, but essentially Facebook is offering theirs. And I think that is just an opportunity for us to differentiate there. I think even with that, we're still going to have a couple of other issues where developers just choose to, one of the things we saw in a couple of talks, choose to embed their scripts directly in the main world. That's part of their origin. And that, I think, is the way to address that as an ecosystem is to look at why they're doing that and how to enable that in a good way that we're all supportive of. And so I think that we've seen a lot of talks about not so much looking at how do you take away a capability, but how do you enable that capability in a way that is privacy respecting and sustainable and performant and secure. And I think continuing to address those causes and not saying we want to get rid of any kind of attribution for ads or the ability to have to measure the performance of ads, and instead saying how can we meet those needs, but in a way that we're all happy with. And I think it is going to be a continued evolution, and having us talk with the people who are doing that and figure out, hey, why are you including this sketchy script in your main world, and what is it that it does for you, and can we help you? And figuring out what the right path forward there is.
Yeah. I think part of what we do at Brave is also trying to kind of break into these walled gardens and make a hole in the wall, if possible. So yeah, I mean, we basically forked off of Chromium, which is I know a lot of people complain about a browser engine monoculture, but we apply all our own patches on it, and we customize it to our heart's content. And we were blocking third-party cookies since before Apple was doing it even. So yeah, I think there's a lot of potential for these things to be opened up, and at least on our side, we are still looking at scripts, even if they're first party technically. If they're providing privacy harms, we're trying to make sure that they're not going to be problematic for users, and blocking them if we have to. So
there's also a lot of room here for competition between the browsers and with ad blockers and with all these parties trying to get something that's accepted and that's good for the user. I think it's really important that we have that competition.
I can not speak for a different team, but like in Firefox is almost the same, I think. Like we look into ways to make the browser more like safer, more private by default, but it's obviously is a cat and mouse game, but it also like we need to be careful to like don't break the web. We need to be more careful about how that technique may break much more of the web for the user, and the user that may not realize that enabling that feature is what they have done that generate that breakage. I know that like enhanced tracking protection required quite some time, quite some research to determine when we were ready to like ship it to the user without having the user experience a broken web. So I still think that like the ad blockers are kind of like the community of the ad blockers at filtering are opening the field by researching and providing information, and we can learn from that and determine what can be a standard feature that is already in the browser and what makes sense to still be like in the extension and be something that the user opt in more explicitly.
Right.
You had a final question, Christina?
Do you have a quickie?
Yeah, you're good.
Well, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Really enlightening. Great panel. Let's hear it for them.
Thank you.
Come on down.
Yeah, it's been a long day. I think you're done. You deserve a break as well. Yeah, not that much more to come, unfortunately. Yeah, the time flies. We're done with the program already.
That's it. I got 2 cards left. One of them's flying out that way, so I just got 1 card left, meaning it's about to end. Yeah, but you know, as we end, we're ending with a full head of steam. So think about where we're at right now, put that in a bottle, and think about what you might want to talk about at next year's Ad Filtering Dev Summit. Speaking of, just one quick last question, Caroline, any ideas from you?
Are you an AI expert by any means, if you want to talk next year?
Well, I made that joke about being on the run from the law before, but yeah, I don't think I should do that. My attorney advised me against it in the break.
So you're not getting into AI.
No.
But yeah, for next year, I think we can totally look forward to probably conversations moving forward. There were some kind of opposed opinions on where AI will go in terms of ad filtering and whether we'll see all automated AI-generated blocking rules or not. That seemed to be kind of a controversial discussion, so maybe that can be continued for once. I'm sure we will be hearing more about MV3. And yeah, I think what was a safe one was the feedback on the fast-tracked releases for DNR rules only updates. That one seemed safe. So looking forward to continuing those discussions next year. Before you leave, we still experiment with this format and would appreciate your feedback. If you have a minute, we created a QR code that you should be seeing shortly on the screen. That doesn't seem to be quite it, but I'm sure it's gonna be up any second. And yeah, if you wanna take a quick screen grab with your phone, you can maybe fill it out during your elevator ride back down. Let us know if you want to have this event on a monthly basis. No. NORA organizers are like, no, but you get it. So whatever feedback you have, we'll be happy to hear it and take it into consideration. And that's it. Do we have? Okay, I'm glad. I thought everybody was taking the pictures of that other slide. Yeah, and for our remote joiners, that feedback link is also available to you in the event platform Collada, so you may want to check that out. Otherwise, you will also all get an email after the event where you also have one more chance to leave feedback for us.
Everybody took their phone out, so we're really going to hear it, I think, on what we can improve on. But we want to know. We want to know. Want to do one more quick thank you to our sponsors, to Google and to AdGuard. Thank you so much. Round of applause one time for them. And one more round of applause. First of all, for our people in the back there. Borgonia doing our sound. They kept my voice from cracking. I can say that. Also to B&E Catering. They kept us fed downstairs. So big round of applause for them. Yeah? One more round of applause, please, for Capital C. They kept a roof over our heads. In fact, this is a really cool building, right? So let's hear it for them. One final thing, there are little bags, tote bags, provided by AdGuard as you go down the stairs and exit the place. So it's first come, first serve, so don't run, but you can get one if you want one. And with that, thanks to all who were here, thanks to all who were there, who beamed in, and yeah, I guess we'll see you all next year, yeah?
See you next year. Thank you for coming.
Bye, everybody.